At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it all ties to one goal, shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record, it's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
October 28th to November 1st will remain unforgettable for many in Ghana, as the date EdTech pioneer and founder of stars from all nations Tom-Chris Emewulu set out to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interviewing marathon by an individual through the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week 2024. The epoch-making GSEW25 event was 100% live-streamed, showcasing impactful discussions with 104 diverse speakers from 18 countries in 100 hours. 767 participants from 25 countries around the world witnessed the history-making event on sfanonline.org/event/live. Many more joined the meeting through SFAN's YouTube channel.
In live?
Going live. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
lift off. Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. I want to welcome you to Global Student Entrepreneurship Week 2024. I'm so thrilled, for us to be doing this together. The community is joining forces for us to break an ambitious global record, which is the longest interview marathon. And in this session with our Madam Andrina Shawe, Doroba.
You need to have a sense of ethics and values. It's not about the money all the time. Relationships are more important.
We're entering the job market every year in Africa, so it's a huge problem that requires a lot of dedication. I think in terms of supporting, fund managers to access funding, that's something that's valuable. So building the ecosystem for me is more of the focus.
Everybody is a visionary project.
But if you don't learn to define it properly, you'll hire the wrong people. And if you hire the wrong people, guess what they're going to do? They're going to hire the wrong people. Your product is going to make the wrong people upset.
This is not just a platform for breaking record. It's also a platform where people can collaborate. You're throwing spotlights on businesses and young people.
I think you should put on the Zoom so that you can probably use someone online, because it's already 8:45.
Hello, Tom-Chris here. And I want to use this moment to especially thank all of you that joined forces with me to make history with the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. And Yes, I've been drinking my water, I've been getting myself back. But really, I want to thank all of you, our speakers, our supporters, and those that joined online through the SFAN website or YouTube to witness this history-making event, 100 hours of live interviews. Can you imagine that? It was an amazing experience. And now, I invite you to check out what we're working on next with the Ready for Work.Africa initiative. Please visit Ready for Work, Work.Africa initiative to see what we're doing with the next cohort of Ready for Work. Let us know how you want to participate. Thank you very much. All the best. Bye-bye.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom.
October 28th to November 1st will remain unforgettable.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple: our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow.
Was design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform, and I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. I'm just waiting for the party, so congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. What'd you say? Can you repeat that question one more time? And it's beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, this is total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today, and I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming
All good? It's 59. Okay, we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2025 Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you will remember, as you know, we are using to break the Guinness World Record for the longest running interview marathon, which I said last year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
we are starting hot,
2025
and
Global
I'm
Student
very
Fellowship,
excited about this program, this meeting, this opportunity to do this again with all of you. My profound gratitude goes to everyone joining us to make this happen. Now, our guest on the seat is not who you see on the agenda because Elizabeth is still stuck on the way. So we are starting with the second speaker. I was talking to Amadou. I'm sure he's live already in there. But since you're already here, so let's start with you. Amadou was offering to stand in for Elizabeth until she gets here. All right. I know we put you in an uncomfortable situation. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling, really? Okay, wonderful. That's good. Last year we had an amazing conversation. So if I'm a listener, if I'm someone listening to you and trying to weigh how this conversation will go, what would you say should keep them listening to you for the next 30 or so minutes?
If I'm a listener, if I'm someone listening to you and trying to weigh how and this conversation will go, what would you say should keep them listening to you for the next 30 or so minutes?
So what I would say is for the next 30 minutes,
wonderful.
It's all about sharing of stories, ideas.
Wonderful.
And
give them some more insight about who you are. Who is
outside of
your name? You taught me how to pronounce it the last
story
time.
in terms of entrepreneurship.
Right?
In terms
yeah.
of
So who is Akest?
African
and
almost everything.
What is it that makes you so different
so
that people should listen
nothing
to?
But the best.
Wonderful. Yes. Give them some more insight about who you are. Who is Akest? Your name. You taught me how to pronounce it the last time.
You got it. It's Akest. Yes.
Yeah. So who is Akest? And what is it that makes you so different that people should listen to you?
Okay, thank you very much. Akest is a young man on a journey to impact the lives of Africans. We are looking at 1 million Africans through technology and entrepreneurship. And the journey has not been smooth, but we are still on course. I run a startup called Cosby Technologies, and
wonderful.
We are still growing almost every day.
Tell me more about your
so
journey. How did you get
in the next
to
10 years it's going to be
become
interesting.
an entrepreneur building
and
this thing
maybe
that
when you
say
see me,
in
you
the
might
next 10 years is going
be
to
that,
really
of course,
shape
the impact that you made
change things
a lot
for
of lives in Africa
young people and users. Tell me more about your story.
Wonderful. Okay, my story. Tell me more about your journey. How did you get to become an entrepreneur building this thing that you say in the next 10 years is going to really change things
okay.
for almost everything was set. Tell me more about your story.
Okay, my story is an interesting one because I never thought I would be an entrepreneur, especially a tech entrepreneur. But growing up, I wanted to be a doctor.
Okay.
Yes, almost everything was set to be a doctor. I did general science, and when I got to the tertiary level, I also felt agric, which changed everything. So agric is still part of science, but it's a different type of science. It's a whole when it comes to technology.
Yeah.
Then I realized maybe different aspect of science. So I was trying to find my feet around and know a lot about the program. So I was also exploring this IT side of things, learning a bit or two when it comes to technology. Then I realized maybe this is where I want to be in the next years after my school.
You talk about technology. For me, I think that the conversation we're having alone today, if it was to be 10 years ago, we would have been called witches.
Exactly.
Because there is no possibility of somebody saying something here and another person hearing it
instantly.
Instantly, wherever they might be.
Exactly.
Today we have lots of individuals joining us, from different countries beyond Africa. And I'm getting lots of messages already, telling us they are connected and things.
Interesting.
So technology has been a great addition to our lives, but it's also, an enabler in certain dimensions. So let me see how to take this conversation before we go into your main topic, which is, you said, only the crazy survive inside the mind of an African entrepreneur. So as a young entrepreneur who started, probably, I don't know if your parents had savings for you of $10 million when you started.
That was
did you get some
actually
launch pad from your parents when you started off?
Never. Actually, they were even not in support. And some part of my family, they are still, you know, it's that's why the story is crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I want to hear all those stories, because they will inspire young people who are looking to, you know, do something with their lives.
Exactly.
So you get your national service, and then you jump into this crazy world of entrepreneurship. Was it your love for technology, or you saw somebody doing something that inspired you, or how did it come about that you decided to create it yourself?
Yeah, so well, I would say it's a blend of the two, at least learning from other people and my passion for technology.
Right.
But interestingly, it was like jumping off a flying train, or do trains even fly? a flying plane. So
maybe the one that moves. Right, go on.
I was jumping off a flying plane without any parachute, without anything. I just jumped into it like that, and I was like, wow. So it wasn't that rosy and interesting as I saw.
Was it because you couldn't find a job? What actually drove you into creating this business? We'll go into your business, but I'm just trying to establish some benchmark.
Interestingly, I was excited about getting a job.
Okay.
But it was the calling. It was this thing.
Yeah, you saw it as a calling.
Yes, it was this thing that, you know, you can do something with technology. You can use it to impact lives. That has always been the agenda since.
Which technology blew your mind? Was it Apple, or which tool did you engage with in those formative years? Because for me, I remember my first encounter with technology was Facebook.
Exactly.
I was in high school, and a friend of mine, we went to create a Facebook account.
Exactly.
I didn't know how to use it, and he created a Facebook account for me. I bought, you know, those days you buy this, I'm told our desk clock is not working, so let me just quickly on it, because we need to show it in the video.
Okay.
Please, somebody check for me, is the desk clock working now? Not yet. How about now? It's working. Okay, thank you. So you buy this time at the cyber cafe.
Exactly.
I bought 45 minutes, and my friend and I, we went there. We skipped the break period, you know. We went the break period. So we got to the cyber cafe. I bought 45 minutes, and, you know, because he's already vast experience with the thing, so he offered to create the account for me. You know what happened was, he created the Facebook account for me, but he used up the rest of the 45 minutes. I kept telling him, wait, teach me how to do the thing. Let me engage some. This guy, he used up the 45 minutes. I got so pissed that day. I said, the next time I'm coming myself. I came the next day. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was just, you know, figuring it out.
Exactly.
And from then, I got to love how you can message somebody, and instantly they will message you back and things like that.
Facebook used to be very fun back then. It used to be very, very fun. At
Yeah.
least you meet friends you've not heard from
Absolutely,
a long time
yeah.
ago.
So what was the technology that really impressed you, and you were like, I want to toy with this and I see what I can do myself?
Interestingly, I would say the entire Windows platform.
Right. right.
And the story behind it.
Right.
You know, I later heard a story about Bill Gates,
right,
who said back then when computers were so big you could even enter them, like walk into a computer. He was thinking of placing a computer on everybody's desk at home and office. And it was just interesting. At least the fact that you could write a letter with a computer alone was amazing.
Right. So did you go to learn how to code before you started creating yours, or you just dived in there and let's see what happens incidentally?
Exactly. I dived in and I had to teach myself almost everything.
Right.
So sometimes while my mates are learning, I have to go to the computer systems department, or I went to UG, so it was UGCS. So
I'll just UGCS for some non-Ghanaian listeners.
Okay, UGCS is University of Ghana Computing Systems.
Right.
Yes, that's the ICT directorate or department for the school. They offer these 2 hours for every student. And interesting, some of the students don't even know.
Right.
It's available for free. They also offer free training on computer, almost everything from typing, Microsoft Word, everything. So I started from there to just polish my skills on MS Word, PowerPoint, in fact, MS Suite.
Right.
Then I got interested in the internet itself. Initially, those days, remember, I think it was Linda Ikeji.
Right, the blog.
Yes, so she was big in Ghana, and
right.
at that time, so I think this blogger, Ameya Debra. So I started. I wanted to be a blogger.
Right.
I just loved blogging, so I wanted to create my own blog.
Right.
That's why I started, and I had no idea what a domain was, what hosting was, nothing. So I had to. I'll go learn about it, practice, and do till. Interestingly, while in final year, I got my first contract, which was free, to build a website for my department. I was like, wow, yes.
That's impressive.
Exactly. So I took on from there. The next one was actually paid because it was for my lecturer. I think most of the first deals I got were around the people I met, some of whom were even teasing me when I was sneaking to, learn web development and blogging and coding and all that.
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay. It seems like you got started, very good because you got a confirmation of your vision through the paid contract.
Exactly.
Okay, so now let's digress into the topic of the day. You said is only the crazy survive.
Exactly.
Does that have anything to do with your business at all?
Not my business, but the African entrepreneurship story.
Okay.
In fact, if I think if you are still alive now, then sorry to say you are not a normal person.
So what's your business, by the way?
My business is called Biotechnologies.
Okay.
We build platforms for general. Let me say we look at the society problems around.
Right.
Then we build a platform for it. The last time I came here, I talked about GSEW25, which is a freelance platform we are building for tertiary students to get employed on small gigs while doing in school. So we are almost about launching very soon before the year ends. So that will be the first flagship project that we'll be releasing.
I see.
Yes, and it's basically looking around.
So
the
indirectly, you are launching on global student entrepreneurs.
Exactly, and then since I think I'll be coming here very often because we have to work together to reduce the unemployment rate in Africa. We have to.
Only the crazy survive. I'm eager to get into that topic, but you keep raising vital points that I need to explore further. So now, as a young person, you are looking at this unemployment situation as you've highlighted. So when you think about it, does it make you excited that you have a solution to solve it, or do you feel? How do you feel about the whole situation in general?
I have mixed feelings.
Okay.
But it's about 60% excitement and 40% doubt. The doubt is not that it's not going to work, but the doubt is that you're working with, you have broken systems and frameworks in the society that will not let you even go beyond where you want to be. For instance, if you want to even register a company right now, I don't know whether it's only Ghana or Africa, I don't know. The journey is not smooth.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, someone can be here and register a company in Delaware, in the US, So though you meet some of these things and you wonder if indeed you can. And that is why if you are crazy enough, you will survive.
All right. Steve Jobs, everybody loves Jobs.
Exactly.
I keep knocking over this thing. Excuse me. He did a fantastic ad that became almost like an anthem for the entrepreneurship community at the time. He did the ode to the crazy ones. So
it's the one they threw this hammer.
Exactly. I love that ad a lot. I love that ad.
It's one inspiring ad.
Yeah. So now, what informs this topic of crazy survive for you? How do you, for someone who wants to capture an instrumental point from your conversation today about this topic, what would you say as an introduction in how that craziness can lead, to their survival?
Yes. First of all, let me say a disclaimer.
Yeah.
The crazy there is not the mental health crazy that we know about. It's just someone who is defying, conventional wisdom in doing something that is not seen to be, ordinary or normal.
Tell me more about that in your own context. What will be some case studies of you defying the norm? We already know that you jumped from a safe zone of your academics into this crazy world of entrepreneurship. So tell more stories that can relate to someone listening about, maybe I'm depressed at home. I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know how to even begin to navigate this maze of adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
How has it been for you?
First of all, let me address the last part. For someone who is, still finding their feet in life and finding their mission and purpose, what our advice is that they should first of all experiment with a lot of things. If you're young, if you are within your 20s, you don't have. I'm hoping you don't have a lot of responsibilities yet. Probably you're still living with your parents, or maybe if you're in school, you have a bit of cushion, around the risk you can take. So you can try a lot of, you can experiment with a lot of things. Maybe what your likes are, what you're interested in as a person. Then I'm sure finally you would settle on something.
Okay. Apart from what you've told us already, what are the case studies of your experimentation that made you, this artist that is on a global stage talking to a global audience?
Yes. I think there was one interesting story where I had my first, no, it was my second domain that was just about aspiring. I didn't have money and I couldn't go home. So I told my friend who was working in a construction site, I think he's an operator.
Okay.
I told him, I need some money to do this, but I don't want you to dash me. I don't want it as a loan. I want to work for it. So I went all the way to the Bono region, and I think there was a place. There's this place called Brenyokwa in Brokum. Just to join them, I had never done construction before. I was just on site helping them. If it was water, I'll fetch to help them. And I think after the 2 days, I got enough money. I told my friend that I'm going back. So I came, registered the domain, and interestingly, or unfortunately, the business still didn't work.
Wow.
Yes, and I went into something again. That's why I said you have to be experimenting. And even with Cosby, we are still embodying that philosophy. Even if it's the same product, you still have to be experimenting with what works, what doesn't work. So you find something that you're very much convinced about.
Right.
Then you just go all in.
Okay. Experimentation costs money, costs morale. Sometimes it gives you even a dent on your shoulder.
Exactly.
And sometimes it disappoints a lot of people too, because the thing is, your parents would have invested in you and they have lots of expectations. I don't know your context, but generically speaking, they have lots of expectations of you, and they are telling you, they are comparing you with your age mates and colleagues. So how have you been able to manage that expectation gap of what they think and where you are and what you see?
The expectation is still there.
Okay.
Almost every, and I think it comes from a place of love and concern.
Right.
Because they love you so much, they don't want you to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
And especially if it's something that is not very popular among members of the family, people want to make sure you're not taking any ordinary risk, or you're not even bringing the name of your family into some
Yeah.
So they would want to at least step in a bit to ensure you're on course. But the way they will come might sound like, are you not sure you're wasting your time on this? Because it's been years and we've not had
any tangible roadmap clearing for you.
I told one friend of mine that gradually it's almost like I think about a little over 10 years, since I started this journey. And immediately I told him, he said, okay, just give me money. Then he called back and said he went to Forbes list to look for my name.
Yeah.
He went to the Forbes list to look for my name to see if I was on the list.
So how do you deal with that? You know, when I was thinking about your topic, I had a question that I wrote down for you, and I'll ask you that question. But I want to also understand, how do you deal with these voices that have spoken to you, that have doubted your vision, that have really doubted who you are in terms of the aspirations that you've proposed to them in your privacy? Because, you know, the truth is, for every young person, for our generation, the most important thing that we deal with, or the most pressing thing that we deal with, is those voices when we go back to our privacy. So, you know, I have lots of people talking about AI on this agenda, and I'm looking forward to talking, you know, with them about mental health and how people engage with AI to address mental health. But there's an article that came out yesterday that up to 1 million people speak to AI about their mental health.
Seriously?
Every week, if I'm correct, every week or so. And most of those are young people. And what we are discussing today is the reason. They have enormous pressure from society because they are not meeting the expected goals from their parents or so. They have too much peer pressure. You know, my age mates are already this and I'm still here. So for you, you seem like a decent guy, sane, and you know, your thoughts are well construed. How have you been able to deal with that kind of pressure in your privacy?
That's a really interesting question. And it hasn't been easy.
Right.
For me, I don't know what drove this. I don't know whether to call it stubbornness but I had this conviction. As I said, I was like 60% sure this could work,
right,
and 40%, you know, in doubt. But what helped me most was I had to force myself to program my mind for success, and it included almost everything. For instance, reading. The last time I came here, I talked about reading.
Yeah.
Almost everything that will shape my mind, because when you look around you, there are a lot of things that will discourage you, and if you're not careful, you just call it quit before you even get started. So one thing that helped me was reading, and I also had very few friends who believed in what I was doing. As a matter of fact, if they had a few challenges with technology and they needed help, they could call me. So they knew, they also convinced. But you know, even when you're trying to say, Charlie, I think I want to start something else, they'll be like, no, we believe you can do this. If you're lucky to have a few friends like that, that's fine. If not, you will need mentors. You will need coaches. You will need to read a lot of books. A lot. You have to work on your mind.
Right.
Almost every time to make sure your eye is still on the go.
Okay, let's go to the friend side. So we see the news in Ghana and in some other African countries about the recent arrests. Now, your topic is only the crazy survive. And one of the reasons why we see all this news, for example, we saw the $100 million scam.
Exactly.
And we saw some individuals that have been placed on wanted list by ECO. So only the crazy survive. They are crazy enough to dare the impossible. And this is what they've decided to do. Because Ake says, only the crazy survive. What do you tell such person listening to you now about the differentiation between what you're describing and that crazy aspect? Because they are crazy. I mean,
that's a very smart question, you know. That's a very smart question.
Some person said any way is way. So
wherever, even if there's no way, they will create a way.
So
that's not what we are talking about. We're talking about someone on a call or on a mission to make something happen, irrespective of where he's starting from. So the craziness is not that I must be rich, do or die, not that thing. Because if you're not careful, you might fall for that temptation. It's all over you, all over. People will even be suggesting things. You have this idea, you're good at IT. Can't we come together to? If you're not careful, you would fall for those temptations. So the craziness here is not that thing, that pressure that we have, you know, and I don't know whether to blame social media. There's a lot of pressure, as you described, to make it within the shortest possible time. And that is, though that's crazy, the craziest part is your journey might take you a very long time. A very long time. I think I read somewhere that is it when God gave Abraham the promise that he would have a son, it took him 25 more years. He was 75 then, he had to get to 100.
Somebody's listening to you and saying, Akers, I don't have 25 years. I just want it now. My family wants me to become something. I want to make something of myself. So,
exactly. So that is why I would advise them to start early, because it is not going to be easy. At least you have to be prepared to dedicate 10 years of your life for it. You just experiment, as I say, for the next 10 years, I want to do this and see if it works. But the problem is, if you're already a bit old or late, so
there's no hope for all the late bloomers.
There is hope. That's where the pressure starts.
Excuse my French.
You know, usually when the older you get, the less risk you want to take. So you would either not even try, or you would fall for some of these things if you are not really grounded on the mission. It's all about the mission.
I understand.
Exactly.
Okay. We're coming up to the top of the hour. I'm told our intro speaker, who was supposed to, you know, be out during this event, is now in. So you still have 4 minutes to go. Now, look into the camera and talk to people who want to, you know, make something of themselves. People who are working in entry-level jobs and they are struggling, you know, they are in doubt of where to go next, what to do with their life. Or people who are, you know, experimenting with creating a venture and it's becoming too difficult than they thought. You know, they say you overestimate what you can achieve in 10 years, but underestimate what you can achieve in 1 year. Or the other way. I'm not exactly sure if that's how the quote goes.
I think we've paraphrased it.
Yeah. So for someone in that situation, maybe somebody who just started school and it's like, should I quit this thing? Should I just drop out? Or someone who just finished national service. We have a lot of individuals that finished national service recently, and they are in that situation of doubt, of struggle. What do you tell them, you know, on how to persevere, how to go through this crazy world that we've been thrust into? What do you tell them?
First of all, I'll tell them to relax and take their time, because their journeys are not equal to everyone's journey.
Right.
What might take me a year to do, it might take another person 6 months, another person 5 years. So what is important is to understand that your journey and your path is totally different from the next person. And your role is to focus on your journey. It is not to look at what others are doing and copy or, you know, follow their footsteps, because their stories and their journey will be very totally different from yours. So you have to first relax, identify what you're good at, give yourself a lot of time, because the temptations, the pressures, they will come, and work so much on programming your mind for success. You have to believe in what you're doing, so that in the next few years, when people are saying you're lucky, you would rather say, of course, I did my best, I paid my dues, and now I'm here. So that's all I can say.
Very impressive. Yeah. Okay, so if someone wants to participate in what you are doing, how can they support you? Where should they see you? Why should they support you? And yeah, go on.
So as I said, Cosbyte is on a mission to impact the lives of Africans, like 1 million Africans in the next 10 years through technology and entrepreneurship. And all that we are doing is we are looking around our societies and fixing our problems ourselves. We are just using technology as an enabler. So you can follow us, Cosbyte, C-O-S-B-Y-T-E, Cosbyte Technologies, or cosbyte.com, or our flagship project, which should be coming out very soon. By the end of this year, it should be out. We are looking for a lot of feedback. We want a lot of people to test. We are trying to help people find jobs before they need them. So that one is also GigShip, Gigship, gigship.com. Either of these two, or social media, I'm Akers Ejakun, anywhere else. We are ready to link up and work together to make Africa a better place.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
our platform is ready for work when you say we are ready to link up.
Exactly. The last time I came, you had the ready for work shirt. Yes.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Maybe it might be coming the next day, maybe the second day or something.
know. We're actually launching the new version of it, the V4 of Ready for Work.
Oh, okay.
We are launching it tomorrow. So
wow.
For those, absolutely.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe it seems I feel the beans a bit. You wanted to keep it a surprise.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, nice,
we'll be
nice.
launching it tomorrow. I guess it's been a nice conversation with you. I've enjoyed the thoughts that you've shared. While we wait for our next speaker to be mic'd, let's talk about a few other subjects that will be of interest to those listening to you. In that period of learning your technology, so if I'm someone who today wants to learn technology, is it still useful for me to learn coding? Because AI tools are all over the place.
Exactly.
People can use vibe coding to get what they want to do, get it done.
In minutes, actually.
So are you scared of your career?
I would say not really, because interestingly, it's like, I think I read a book about marketing where someone was revealing the secrets that salespeople and marketers use so that the people will be aware of some of these tricks. And the people that ended up buying most of the books were these same salespeople. So the AI is not an enemy. You just have to learn how to use it. If you are a programmer, if you're a developer, if you're into design, you shouldn't be scared that AI can generate images. You have to use it in your work to speed things up, because what it means is that almost everyone with an idea can come up with something. So you don't have time to waste. You just have to go ahead, test your project, just get started. Right. AI is here to stay, unfortunately or fortunately.
If someone is studying software engineering today, do you think they will be taken over by AI in the next 5 years?
In the next 5 years, no.
How no?
Because AI is still interesting.
Wait. Let me go back. Do you use any of the vibe coding tools?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But I do it for debugging.
Okay.
Because
so now, with that understanding in mind,
yes.
Answer the question.
That's why I said that you have to use it as an enabler, something to help you in your work. Because though AI, I heard AI is even writing itself, AI is programming itself. Yeah. But the interesting thing is that for now, I can see that the smartest AI is still not as smart as a 1-year baby girl or baby boy. Do you know why? Because AI will not start itself. Okay. The fact that you're a human being and you can detect that I'm hungry, I need food. The fact that you can be put into a situation you've never handled before and still do your best to survive, as I said, it makes you a bit smarter than AI. We are not just there where AI, starts autonomously on itself to, do a lot of things. So till we get there, we still need humans. But we need to be working alongside each other. We don't have to fear that AI is taking our jobs. We just have to, of course, be on top of our game, use it as an enabler, and we'll be good. Hopefully, before the AI takes over.
I wish I still have more time with you, but the next speaker is here. Please come. So, I would have said that I disagree to a point.
Sure.
And the reason is, I feel like there are two possible futures for young people, for our generation. One where all they do is to feed AI with talent and data. And the other one is where AI feeds them at this point.
All right, it's been good.
So
that was an awkward transition. Hi, how are you?
Elizabeth is one of our partners, and she's the founder of Girls Education Initiative in Ghana. And traffic spin test has shown you. So,
getting from Pram to anywhere, you have to wake up at 3 a.m. Yeah, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Elizabeth, the conversation we're going to have today is going to help a lot of people. Could we mic Elizabeth, please?
I'm mic'd.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. Congrats, delight. That's impressive. So, this might be one of those conversations we've been waiting for to have, because I've been waiting to have longer forum where I will ask you some of the questions that probably you'll have wanted to give insight to, because I grew up among ladies, and I have my nephews and nieces, and you have unique optics and experience that makes you uniquely qualified to address certain topics. And so with that in mind, if I was a young girl in Kumasi who is following this conversation, what do I need to know about you that will open the window to what we are discussing today?
What you need to know about Elizabeth. I think I don't want to say that I'm stubborn, but I'm stubborn. I'm very determined, and whatever I set my heart out to, I do my very best to follow through. And that's advice that I would give to that young girl in Kumasi, who is me actually. I'm from Kumasi, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you are.
So they can,
I'm a prophet, you know?
they can realize that whatever circumstance that they're going through, that there's a way out, yeah.
Right. Impressive. I know your topic is girls' access to education and inclusion, which I love. I love this topic a lot. But I hope you will give me more time. I know we've taken some of your time.
Slightly more time, yeah, slightly more.
So I want to go back, to the origin of your story. So if I was a fly on the wall when you were 5, 6, 7, who was Elizabeth then?
I would say Elizabeth was a privileged young woman who was being raised by middle-class parents here in Ghana, in Kumasi.
Right.
In Ghana, yeah.
So where did the accent come from?
The accent came from, well, me being away. That privilege gave me access. When I was 10 years old, my mom came home one day and said that one of her customers, she used to work for SSB Bank, or so did my dad. Customers had put her into the Visa lottery system, and thankfully of all the people, so many people applied, but my mom was lucky to be chosen as one of those people. So we left Ghana when I was young, and then the imprint, 1995, the imprint of that leaving or migration is this accent that still follows me everywhere I go. Yeah.
That's impressive. So you were one of the lucky winners of this lottery.
My mom was, and then
indirectly.
Yeah, I benefited. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about your education abroad. When you've spoken about it in another forum, but reflecting on it now, what would you say were some of the thoughts or thrusts that exposure gave you that has been instrumental?
Okay.
Because it seems, I remember during the Quantum Leap Career Fair that we had, which you were a speaker, you said, isn't it let me see if I can phrase
You're
it
going back to
accurately.
2016.
No, the one,
yeah,
the
most
one,
recent one this year. Okay.
You said, isn't it funny or isn't it amazing that we still up to now have to think about going abroad before we can see ourselves becoming instrumental in our community? Why don't we create those systems here to ensure that our young people can also thrive?
Yeah.
So obviously it seems that that exposure gave you foundational assets that has been useful all through your life. So what are those foundational assets?
I know that the best thing my parents taking myself and my sister out of Ghana, the best thing that it did for us was to give us access. And I could have been in Kumasi, but because of the way my parents are wired and because of the privilege, let me call it privilege, of being able to be middle class, we had access to certain things that the children who I serve now don't have. And I would say my education, especially after my car accident in 2003, the best thing that being abroad did for me was the fact that I had access to touch base with my education again. Like, even though I was in the hospital bed, literally fighting for my life, I still had access to teachers and people who were coming in to tutor me so I could graduate from school.
Right.
Yeah. So it's that access.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me more about that. I know that has become one of the reasons why you do a bulk of what you do today. So is it an experience you want to share?
I'm comfortable. I've shared it severally before. In 2003, I fortunately or unfortunately was in a car accident where I was left with a traumatic brain injury and a stroke and paralysis on the left side of my body. But like I just said, the fact that I was really hoping and pushing to come out of it, to be able to graduate from high school, and then later on access, I'm saying access a lot, I think that's the theme of this interview, access master's education, and then go on to use that knowledge to and the fuel to come to Ghana inspired by my own self and other things that I had been exposed to start an organization to ensure that other people, other girls who may unfortunately have been in my situation could have the same access that I was privileged enough to have.
You know why I was happy for you to tell me about that experience? Because a lot of people are going through different kinds of traumas that, you know, I had an interview with Aisha Bedwa, I'm sure you know, and we're talking about trauma, and she made reference to this beautiful book, you know, The Body Keeps Score. And I know from my personal experience with some of the individuals that I have guided that some of them have this story of their experience being the reason for X, but it seemed to me that your own experience has been like, you know, a foundation that led you to find greater purpose, greater mission. So what was it about that experience, you know, that gave you this new outlook to life that you're exploring today?
So I don't want to be like the hero of my own story or the hero of everything, but so it was the fact that I was literally pronounced dead, and Aisha Bedwe, Farida's sister, I mean, she's her own person in her own right, but I'm sure trauma can do a lot to wreak havoc on a person, who you are, everything. And for me, the fact that I didn't allow that trauma or the circumstance did not define who I am, I think really propelled me to trying to find greater purpose for anything and everything that I do,
And you've written a book about it, so...
Yes. So you're looking at my bag, I brought a copy of the book.
That beautiful book. It was a recent publication, correct?
Yes, earlier this year,
What was it like, authoring a book?
Since we met, like way back when, I don't think we had met again since earlier this year, and my life seems like it's an open book, and now it's literally an open book, chronicling portions of my journey, my childhood, the accidents, enduring, now becoming a mom, a professional, all these things. It was invasive. Like I had to open myself up in ways that I didn't think I would be comfortable doing, because I like to think I'm a pretty private person.
So you have this material out there, everybody is reading it.
Yes.
What makes you excited about people having to, you know, get a closer look at who you are, your journey and your mission?
It's a glimpse into my life, number one, and number two, I think people have this perception that if you're a person with a disability, like that's everything that you are, and it's not everything that I am. I just mentioned I'm a mom, I am a partner, I am an educator, and I'm a businesswoman. It's just for people to know that life could come and hit you sideways, but there's still life after death, literally.
And that's the title of the book,
Yeah,
right?
My Life After Death,
Lucy Quiz left an impressive remark here. Elizabeth is one of the most remarkable women I have ever met. May her story ignite in you the same fire to live fully, fiercely, and without limits. Impressive.
Well, I'm thankful to Lucy.
Breaking the limits.
I guess there's a theme here,
Absolutely,
I'm thankful to Lucy for agreeing to forward the book for me,
Very impressive. Let me break a little here to, you know, seek advice from you. If someone wants to write a book, how do they get it right?
How do they get it right?
Yeah, because it seems your book is really well published. That's nice.
Uh-huh.
What was the experience that could be useful to somebody who wants to author a book?
Since this, like, there was a lot of anxiety around writing the book and sharing my life. The first thing I would say is coming from an authentic place. When you have something that you think could connect to one other person and you feel like it needs to be told, then you should push yourself to go ahead and do it.
The picture looks really good.
Yeah, Prince, who you're familiar with now, shot the image for me. Yeah. So.
Impressive. Is it this Prince?
No, the other Prince,
right, okay.
who you met. Yeah.
That's
so,
impressive.
Yeah.
That's
thank you.
Impressive. All right. Let's transition into the topic.
So that that was not the topic.
No,
I mean, it's a segue.
Yeah. Elizabeth and who she is, and life. You know, her life after death, and overcoming and learning to live. Learning to live. That's impressive. Learning to live. What was it that you're learning to live, by the way?
So
I get many questions, you know,
from just picking up the thing. Yeah. So it was literally learning how to speak, learning to think, learning to walk. Wow. Yeah, I had to do all that. Yeah. Yes, everybody should get a copy of the book and read it. Yeah.
Impressive. Girls' access to education. You made this your mission, Girls' Education Initiative of Ghana. Okay, you've told us how that vision started. So, growing that initiative and building it to where it is now, leading social enterprise in Ghana.
Yeah.
What was that experience of that mission for you?
As a returnee, I was born in Ghana. I'm Ghanaian by birth, but American by citizenship. As a returnee, getting that access, I keep talking about access, like coming back to Ghana, a place where I was familiar with, but now as an adult, it felt like a new terrain for me. So navigating the space, it almost felt like I'm an outsider trying to prescribe something that has worked for me, worked for others who I had researched and interacted with, and telling them that if you have this three-pronged approach of education, academic support, mentorship, and then service and professional development, professional advancement, you too could probably find yourself in a space where you could propel your own life to a different place where you find it. Yeah.
Impressive. So for an African diaspora that is looking to do something on the continent, have you been able to advise them in any capacity? I know you engage with a lot of them.
I speak to friends, I speak to others who talk about, like, I want to move back to Africa, but we need to realize it's 54, 55 countries. You're not moving back to Africa. Pick the specific place that you want to go to.
Right.
And then whatever it is that your interest lies, or your passion area, passion project, whatever it is, pick it and then go with the mindset that you'll see it through for at least 3 years. I came to Ghana with a 3-year strategic plan that I had people vet, former board members, like everybody tore it apart, and told me if after 3 years, if you see that there's inklings of something that's working, then I would advise you to give it another 3 years and stick with it. Yeah. I think a lot of people have this, I don't know if it's a fantasy, with the year of return, people, it's like over romanticize Africa, Ghana especially. We come for dirty rave and all that, and we have all the good fun, and we think, oh, I can move back, but it's hard work. If you actually want to live here and be here and make impact, you need to commit and put in the work. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, talk about your Girls' Access to Education and Inclusion project. What is it? And I'm going to come back to the strategic plan, but please talk to our audience about that project. I love that project.
GEIG, as we say it for short, is a nonprofit organization that provides academic and financial support for girls, including applicants with special needs or disabilities. We've been doing this for nearly 12 years. It will be 12 coming January. And we've supported
this month.
Wow, congrats. I think we started around the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we did actually.
So we've been providing students financial aid, financial support, so they could go to and remain in school at least till senior high school and then beyond. Because if they get to senior high school and then they return to that same cycle of but the things that were impeding them from advancing, then you haven't really done anything. So yeah. We have I mentioned we have a 3-pronged approach, along with the academic support, mentorship, leadership development, and then if you want to really be someone who makes an impact on your community, on your country, your globe, you also have to adopt that service mindset and give back in some capacity, either through your work or through professional exposure. Yeah.
What's success for you right now?
For me personally, I think I'm successful.
Okay.
I have the anxiety and the year-long process of getting this book out, and now it's out, and the fact that I work myself up every day to promote the book, talk about some of the content, I think for me personally it's success. But for the organization, I would say success would be when we're able to build a school, and it's something in the pipeline.
Okay.
We're working on it. Just we need to put 1 or 2 together, and then we'll get there. Yeah.
Okay. So the goal really is to build a school where you do what?
Where we adopt our model, the pillars of the nonprofit, and
which is?
Academic support, GIG learns, GIG leads, GIG serves. So that 3-pronged approach, where we imbibe that into students and society from like grade level all the way to whenever they're done with school. Yeah.
How's that different from what other, agencies are providing? What makes you supremely unique for Ghana?
So at GIG, we prioritize quality over quantity.
Okay.
Like I don't know what you would say if I said to you, over 11 years, we've supported 70 students to transition from basic education to tertiary. I don't know if you... Yes, financially and through other programs. Other people may think that's laudable, give me a pat on the back, or give me and the team a pat on the back. But in this environment where we are looking for large numbers, like everything is hey, and we're trying to do a lot of things, is minuscule compared to maybe like a CamFed or another entity that's doing like thousands annually, right? So we prioritize quality over quantity.
Would you say now, this might be a controversial question, you can answer, you can answer or decline to answer. You talked about CamFed.
I'm not pegging us against CamFed in any way at all. We see ourselves as a baby CamFed.
Okay.
Like, even though we kind of started around the same time, I think CamFed is a year or 2 older than GIG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please ask your question. I just
that's actually my question. I wouldn't
think that we're
Okay, that's impressive. Do you collaborate with them at some point?
I personally, as an individual, have spoken at the CamFed conference. Yeah.
But not GEIG.
Yes, I have sent proposals, but it didn't transpire.
No, that's fine. Yeah. It's one of those things. So what do you see as the limiting factors from, because most of the programs that I see that support young women and girls, one of the things that they emphasize on is access, and it's been the theme of your thoughts this morning. So what is the problem with access for women and girls?
Okay, so I would say there's a cultural bias still about the lens and breadth of which women and girls should aspire to be. And if we're culturally and if we as a people are limiting our girls or anyone from the onset to think that you can't aspire to do that, or you have to limit yourself in this way, that's number one. And then I want to touch on like people with special needs or disabilities. Those people, well, us, let me not say those people, us.
So you identify with?
I hate that term, I identify as, but yes, I identify with as a person with a disability. It's something that, like, I live my life in the margins because I wasn't born as a person with a disability. But I think it's given me a different appreciation for what it is to be this kind of a person now. And yes, as people with disabilities, we're not, a lot of times the data is not even out there to count us, right? And so if we're gonna say, and I fully support President Mahama's initiative that he recently set out, the free tertiary education thing. I am forgetting the right name for it, but it's free tertiary education. As I sat in the room at the launch that day, I was like, oh, this is so great. But then there are a lot of people not in the room who would get access to this information. How are we ensuring that it reaches them? There are a lot of intelligent people with special needs or disabilities from wherever, right, who yearn to also get access to this level of education. And this thing is being launched in Accra. And I don't know if there was a radio tour or something that was announcing to the whole country that now we have this opportunity available. You get me?
Yeah. Okay. So we've unpacked the problem with women accessing opportunities. One, cultural limitations. Okay. And maybe
like
with systemic bias with the last thought that you've highlighted about the policy angle. Okay, what else have you seen?
I would say at the micro level, like families could also impede girls' and women's progress.
Yeah.
Because of that same thing where they've been made to feel like my boy should be the one that should be pushed. I have had students who, the girl she did very well on the YC, and I don't remember how well the brother did, but the family asked her to stay at home for 1 year so they could push the boy to go. And thankfully now she's at the Institute of Mines and Technology, or the University of Mines and Technology.
Right.
So those things, imagine if she had sat home, and then maybe to some people it's a blessing, but God forbid, knock on wood, if she got pregnant or something, it's not the end of her life. She could still pursue higher education, but imagine if that's the situation she found herself in. Like, family didn't allow her to proceed, and then now she has a kid to take care of. Her going to school would be a different ball game altogether. So we, at the nuclear level, we need to address some of these things and ensure that our girls, especially our girls who have special needs or disabilities, are being included in all the spaces, and opportunities are also being provided for them.
Before we go to the next point, what has been the response to people that you speak to about the need to reorient this, especially at a family level, because it starts from there, right? Yeah.
What has been the response? I started out by saying I don't want to be the hero of my story, but way too often it's like, oh my God, Elizabeth, you're so inspirational, blah, blah, blah. And they receive it well, but I would like to see things being practiced.
Right.
Like, if you see my story and you're inspired in any way by my story, like, take a nugget from that and practice it in your home. Because had my parents said, oh, our daughter almost died, she doesn't have use of one of her arms, so we will not allow her, or will stop her from pursuing anything that she wants to pursue, I would not be sitting here doing this with you. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, what else have you seen?
What else have I seen? You go from your family and then you go out into the world. You're received differently based on how people see you, what you put out there in the world. If I was walking around like, oh my God, I am disabled, so like the society would invariably disable me. Yes. Mindset shift. Like if I don't talk myself up every day, but I wake up knowing that this is what I'm capable of doing and this is who I am. And there's a reason why Tom-Chris and I are sitting here having this conversation, because he knows that there's value to whatever I have to say. And so if you wake up every day thinking, like, I'm not even going to go out there in the world to let the world know who I am, right? How would someone get to know what your talents, what skills, what you're bringing to the table. Right? Like, we need to push ourselves in spite of whatever our story is and let the world know.
One of the imageries that have inspired me the most is that orange. Somebody did this orange. You see the inside of the orange, then you see the back of the orange carrying the inside of the orange.
Yeah.
And it's literally what we have to do for ourselves, because we are our biggest asset. And sometimes it's difficult because we get to become our biggest critic. And I'm speaking for myself, you know, on this note, because I'm my biggest critic. And I get to also be my biggest champion. So I was talking to Akest about this kind of thing, your private voice. You know, we've done this before, this Guinness World Record. So let me use it as an example. We did it before, and for me, I hate to lose more than I love to win. I love winning. I love winning a lot, but I hate to lose more than I love to win. So now my private voice goes like, now you've disappointed people, now you've done this. But then I have this other angel on my shoulder that goes like, you remember our ethos, we don't fail, we don't quit, we don't lose. So for a young person that hasn't developed that forceful nature of superimposing the negative side of the conversation in the head, how did you get to tame those impulses? Because honestly, you know, I haven't been in your shoe, but I had my fair share of trauma when I was a little boy, and I shared it in the book as well. So in those moments where you're alone, where you might have encountered, you know, some smacks on the face, people would have said what they say. How do you pick yourself up? How have you been able to do it, and what can you tell young women and girls?
Okay.
Yeah.
So up until recently, I would say that I functioned from a place of being a pessimist. Like, anything that could go wrong will go wrong. And then, like, with that mindset, I would find solutions that can tackle, like, anything that could go wrong that would invariably go wrong. But after my accident, I remember one day in grad school, after class, one of my friends just said to me, "Why are you always smiling? Why are you always smiling?"
No, you're always happy, actually.
I'm not always happy, but it's what I have to put out in the world, right? So Rosemary said to me, "Why are you always smiling?"
1 second. So say that again. You're
I'm not always happy,
but you choose to put that front to the world.
Yes.
Is it like, I need to wear this face because of X? Or is it like, I need to wear this face because it's the truth beyond the fact? The fact is, I'm sad today, this sucks. But then I need to be happy because I know happiness is the destination or my true reality. So the fact doesn't really matter if I live in the truth. So which is it?
I think it's a mind, like, it plays trick on my mind. If I could wake up, I mean, the worst maybe I would keep me in a state of being sad, but if I could wake up and all hell is breaking loose, like, take this morning, I'm someone who is really respectful of time.
I know.
And I left my house at 6:30. And as I was coming, I'm like, oh, now Tom Chris is not responding to me. I'm pissed off. He's probably pissed off at me, right? But if I came in here gloomy and thinking, oh, Tom is pissed off at me and our friendship this is the end of it, like, I would probably not even come in here. But if I smile and I put on a happy face, and that really changes how I would walk into the world for the rest of the day.
If we ended the whole Guinness World Record attempt here, it would have been worth it. Because what you said now is extremely vital.
Yeah.
It is vital. You know, I read this quote that if you are above 30, you are responsible for your face. And some people have really bad face.
Yeah.
And I do get to have stony face sometimes. Pardon me, I'm going to take more time from you. Okay. So pardon me. I do get to have, I remember, let me digress a little bit. When I was in in the uni, we went for this career seminar at British Council. I remember one of the fashion names in Ghana was at the panel. And this young guy, he asked the question, he was like, why is it that you go around frowning your face and you still want us to buy your brand? I never forget that question, because I get to be sometimes zoned into my mission, and you know, it makes me serious. Some people think I am X, Y, but inside I'm just thinking about what I have to do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So and now you said this thing about the fact that you need to condition your face in such a way that it helps with human relationship, because we're in a world of people. So for someone who is traditionally angry, is it workable for me to put on a good face just for people to find it easy to deal with me? I know some people that are not people. You know what I'm saying? Someone say I'm not a people person. So, but then we live in a world of people, and if someone cannot approach you because maybe your face is too, what do you think?
So this just reminded me, I was at the Bold New Normal conference, Lucy's conference over the weekend, and the final presentation, or one of the final presentations, Jibodu, who I cannot pronounce her last name for the life of me, was talking about, are you a morning person? Like, are you the type of person who's zoned out, who will not show face to the world? And if you walk about just greeting everyone, good morning, right? Like, try it for a week or a few days and see. It will shift the way in which people engage you. And perhaps you could still be tunnel vision and stay on your matter, but it will shift how you engage with people. And your day will be better off.
Absolutely. Now I remind myself. One of the things I do is when I leave from the house, even though I'm not, in a hurry, I do put myself in that excitement. I run, to put myself in excitement, because honestly, I'm not a morning person. But I'm not a morning person. I like to do night owl, but I'm not a morning person. And sometimes I do have meetings in the morning, and it gets me on my nerves, So what I've been practicing is that reminder in my head, remember you're a leader of people, and if your subordinates cannot approach you, that kind of thing. So now you're saying anybody can really reconstruct their approach to happiness and how they put their face. What makes you happy?
What makes me happy? As corny as this is going to sound, like waking up and seeing my kids, or if they're going off to bed and, like I say, give me a hug, and they genuinely give me a hug, and just seeing how pleasant it is for my children are in love with me, and so that makes me happy.
And it's so natural.
Yes, I mean, they don't have to be, but I must have done something right in the last couple of years for them to be so affectionate of me, right? So them being around them makes me happy. And then on the professional side, if I get news of a student succeeding in any capacity, it makes all this
worth it.
Yeah.
Do you build your professional happiness from your family achievement, or do you? So I'm trying to understand. For, let's say I don't have a child yet. I have a wife,
well,
but
congrats on getting married. Hopefully very soon.
We are putting off children for a while now. So I don't have a child. So now, do you think there are other things I can do to build happiness in my private life so that my work is not the only thing I have?
Your work should not be the only thing that you have.
Okay.
Find balance.
Right.
Find balance.
Is balance possible today?
I am consciously trying to do that every day. So I saw you posted about Stephen Bartlett's company reaching a certain threshold, and I'm reading the book, The Diary of a CEO.
Right.
Find balance, like if your mental health is not 100%, nothing else that you do will transpire into success, right? I love to travel, and this year I really made a conscious effort. Even if I'm going for a work conference, I would go there a few days earlier and then take a vacation.
Right.
So that's balance. Like, I'm a workaholic, just like I think you probably have me beat. You work all the time. So if you have to be somewhere, carve out moments within that space of time where you actually are introspective and doing things for you. And
that's impressive.
It's possible to find balance.
That's impressive. You are the business. I always say to my my team, you are the business and the business is the product.
Of course.
Especially in our world today where individuals in businesses are becoming, even more vital, Okay. So I'm a young woman. I've just had these impressive thoughts from you. Where do I begin? Let's say I'm not necessarily underprivileged, but I'm so confused about life. So what are the foundational precepts that I can put in place to ensure that my life is not miserable in X number of years?
I would say, as a young woman, don't buy into the idea. Don't start with, I'm a young woman, I'm a person, right?
Right.
And just like any other person, you're also trying to achieve something for yourself and for your life. Push yourself out of the limits. Whether you're within, like, you're coming from a marginalized group or you're sitting comfortably, you're like a, what do they call them? Dadabi in Ghana. Like
Dadabi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Locally, I think they call them Dadabis.
What's Dadabi?
Like, if you're your dad, you have like a golden spoon or a silver spoon in your mouth, and everything that you would want would be good for you. Don't live in that space. There's always a threshold that you could get yourself out of. So I would tell this young woman, there's somewhere that you aspire to be, and build a life, a practice where you wake up every day, start with gratitude, and then acknowledge where you want to get to.
Okay. Relationship is not part of what you have here, but obviously relationship is one of the essential parts. You talked about the one that you have with kids. So relationship. Let's talk briefly about relationship. I have somebody on relationships at 11, Erica. So
Erica
building relation. Yeah, you know her. Yeah. How did you maneuver those? Dating was fun for me, but so tell me more about relationships for you from your perspective.
So romantic relationships, if that's the angle you want to start from.
Yes. The girls are smiling already, so let's do it.
Because I live my life at the margins, even after the accident, I did not see myself as less than. And if somebody approached me, it's in the book, there was a silly guy who approached me on the bus in New York one day. Like, I was sitting there, and when I'm sitting, you don't see that I have a disability. He started like trying to rap to me, talk to me about, do you want to get together? And then I gave him my number. And then when I went home, he later called, and he was like, what happened to you? And I explained the circumstances under which, like, I walked the way I do. And then he asked me, would you be able to have kids? And I was like, my body is the thing that got affected, not my uterus.
Right.
I can still have kids. And so from that angle, relationships, go into, like, it's not transactional, but go into it as your full self and be confident in who you are and everything that you can do. But it's unnerving that we don't see healthy relationships, especially for people with disabilities. Like, I keep saying that I don't think I've ever seen a pregnant woman with a disability within this context, or even in the US. I have not.
That's interesting.
Think about it. I don't think
Has
I've
anybody
ever
seen recently? That's interesting.
I don't think I've ever seen it. Like, think of yourself as the person that you aspire to be, and all that you want to be is visioning it, right? Like if you manifest it, in some ways it will come true. Yeah.
That's impressive. You know, Elizabeth, one of the things that I was really happy, one of the reasons I was very happy, excited and thrilled about this conversation is that the way you talk, the way you think, the way you deliver your presentation, I have met a lot of people as the nature of my work entails, but I have met very few people that have that optics. And I think it's because of some of the experiences that you've gone through. You know, there are very few people that, you know, have your unique experience, and that makes you, you know, qualified to be on several stages, and you share your thoughts with authenticity and honesty. And you know, I feel like if I have the whole day, I'll have a lot more questions to ask you. Yeah. So inclusion, inclusion is a topic that has received both negative and positive reception, because, and I think from my private interpretation, one of the reasons is, especially now, it seems like inclusion makes it possible for people who might not be qualified to do certain things to be given responsibilities just because we want to meet a certain percentage. So obviously you're coming from the US culture, and I'm looking at it from that direction because most of what the materials I read come from over there. So now, what makes this topic exciting still for you with all the cultural shifts that we've seen in the past couple of months and years? Yeah.
So inclusion benefits everybody. Like one example that I recently got to hear of was like the rolling bag, like the travel bag that has wheels on it. Apparently it was made because a pilot was tired of trying to grab his bag and hurry to his next destination. So their innovation came out of that, and then and now something that was supposed to be for a certain subset of people is benefiting all of us, right? And something like the little lift by the roadside, ideally, I think is the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, ensured that that would be put into the sides of the roads, so people with wheelchairs can easily maneuver the street and get to where they need to be. But you use that, I use it, right? It benefits everybody. Like if we look at inclusion as something that is beneficial to all of us, then it will be for the greater good. And my politics aside, what's going on in the U.S. right now, like, I'm sure this is going to be broadcasted somewhere. It gives me anxiety. It gives me trepidation. Like, I can't imagine. I often think about my son, like my 6-year-old, American-born Ghanaian, right? And he's a citizen, but imagine someday he will be made to not feel included in the country that his country of birth, right? He's so talented. I don't see why anyone, for some silly reason, should want to deny him of certain access. And we come back to access, certain access, and navigating the space that he's rightfully earned, right? And inclusion benefits everybody. So
what is it that makes, what is it that people are getting wrong about that topic? Because again, you know, I always try to listen on both sides, you know, from both sides, and I always try to merge the thoughts, you know, to create my own perspective. So what do you see that people are getting wrong about inclusion? That, because we've seen case studies that the proponents have highlighted. We've also seen case studies that the opponents have highlighted. And we've seen different interpretation of the inclusion subject. What is it that people are getting wrong that makes you be like, but this you know?
I think at the heart of it is power.
Right.
Like, if you give me access to something, it means that there's something invariably has to be taken away from you to add it to me, right? But it's about power. For me, that's how, if I want to frame it in any way, I think it's about power and certain people not wanting to share their power, share the certain privileges, for a synonym for power, privilege, that's other people who have been marginalized. Like I'm sure subconsciously, unconsciously, I do this, but people are not comfortable with certain spaces with certain people because you've gotten comfortable being maybe the 1% of something, right? And then all of a sudden, why should I be, like, let's say taxes, why should I be paying enough taxes that all these people who are coming after me can also benefit? Like, we're selfish, we're hungry, and it's a way to hold on to power.
Right.
I wish we could adopt that that narrative or that logic that if we share resources, if we share certain things, it benefits all of
everybody.
us. Yeah.
But still, there are things that you're looking forward to that you. Okay, so would you say that if you had the opportunity, you would want to run for any office at all?
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
not here, not the US. No.
I shouldn't ask. What about in Ghana?
No.
Okay. Advisory? No advisory role? You don't want anything
I could.
Okay.
I could, but...
Okay. Have you been sought advice of?
Like some years ago, someone reached out to me to like do some research on their behalf for political candidates.
Okay.
And I was hesitant, but in the end, I think I did it. Not I think, I did it.
Okay.
But it wasn't like, it was a nonpartisan thing. Like it wasn't me aligning with any one party. It's just, I'm a public servant at heart.
Right.
So it's anything that would benefit the greater good is what I'm after. Yeah.
If you were to change anything about inclusion today, maybe in Ghana or in the US, what are the primal aspects of introduction that you make into maybe policy, or what is it that you introduce or change? What, let's say 2 things or 3 things. 3
okay,
things.
now you're pushing me to think.
Yeah.
The first thing I would say, let's stop othering other people.
Right.
Right? Like, there are too many boxes for us to check off, and let's stop othering other people. And like, when we start to think of people as fitting into certain boxes, I think that's where the separation starts, right? Like, if we see, we're not all the same, but if we see the dignity of Tom-Chris and you see me as whoever I am, and then there should be no reason why I shouldn't be sitting here with you.
Right.
You will start to include me in your space.
Are you speaking to something in particular in Ghana?
No, I wasn't thinking of anything specific, but oftentimes, like, we other ourselves too much. Like, I don't like it.
Okay.
Just the idea of, yes, tick the boxes for data collection.
Yeah.
It's okay, but I think we've come so far that like is very diminutive, where I don't know what else is left for us to like separate ourselves with. We're humans, number one, and we don't need to be just like separating ourselves. Segregation has come and gone, and there are some people trying to introduce it, but it's come and gone. Let's leave it in the past.
Okay, let's transition to another side of the conversation. So you have a book, you have a growing organization. By the way, how are you funded? Your mission, how is it funded?
In the nearly 12 years we've been around, we've received 2 grants.
Okay.
So it's mainly from the relationship management of people.
That's impressive.
Yeah, our relationship management, people telling our stories of impact.
What's your secret?
What's my secret?
Yeah.
I'm always smiling. I'm always smiling. I think that's
that's one of your assets.
Yes, maybe my biggest asset. I'm always smiling, and there's no one who will approach me where I'll be like, I'm too big for you.
Right.
So I'm not gonna talk to you. Like it's a humbling experience.
Right.
To be in this position in my life. Yeah.
Okay. I wrote something down that I was planning to go back to. The strategic plan. Yeah. So when you were coming back to Ghana, you had a plan, you had a goal, and you came objectively to execute that plan.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Okay. So when you're doing strategic planning, I'm sure you know, you have to start from the ideal. Like, what would the ideal situation look like if I succeed, right? And then build it, backwards planning. I'm sure now it's morphed into different names.
Right.
So for me, but I learned it as backwards planning. So what would the ideal situation look like if GIG succeeds, right? And so I worked from there, and I was able to go do an informational meeting. I held fundraiser. We did that with the support of one of our board members. We held a fundraiser, and then it turned into a fundraiser. And then when people heard my story, which I just narrated here, they were touched, and the trust in me that, if Elizabeth is saying, if I give her $5, she'll definitely buy a textbook or something for a student, it obviously means that she will put it to work. So I did that, and since all these years, I still keep in touch with some of those people who invested in us from the beginning. So the strategy was think about what the ideal situation will look like. And then for me, I think we've achieved that ideal.
Right.
To be able to support our first cohort of students, about 15 girls, and now they're all done, they're doing NSS, or they're working, they're young women in their own rights. And so they are now, the hope is that they will come back and support the organization. We've had a student who has been part of the staff in recent years.
Impressive.
Yeah, so that's the model that we're trying to replicate.
I'm inspired by your work, Elizabeth. I'm inspired by your mission, your resilience. So you've already intimated on what you tell folks moving back to Ghana. But would you say that you had an easy transition into Ghana because of that strategic plan that you came with, or was there anything that made it easy for you to transition quickly into Ghana and have all these wonderful accolades that you have?
Okay, so having the strategic plan definitely helped, because I think it narrowed my focus.
Yeah.
It really gave me structure of what I want to do and where I want to go. And I worked hard. I think some people think that, it's easy. But I worked hard.
Yeah.
Especially, I left Ghana at 10 years old and came back as a 20-something year old, right? So I worked hard to
get yourself in.
Build, what am I trying to say? Like build
the structures and the foundations.
Build the structures of the organization and build credibility for myself and for the organization within this Ghanaian context.
Yeah. Okay,
and so
we are getting
to do the same thing. Yeah.
Right.
Put in the work.
Absolutely. We are getting to the top of the hour. But there's one question I noted down here, which is the struggle. You say you worked hard, and I've written down the struggle. There was a time when you were not smiling as much as you are now. Maybe you hadn't had your babies then. But so if someone is, in your line of work and is going through this struggle, what do you tell them? And how do you suppose they can effectively navigate that maze?
Okay. I wanted to go back to the U.S. I think after,
tell us about that.
After maybe 3 years of being here, not really having friends that I grew up with. All the people that I left in class 4 were now in university or working, married, all that, like living adult lives.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the U.S. But what pushed me through and what brought me to where I am now is the relationships that I've held on to. My family, I was living with my mom when I first moved to Ghana in Kumasi, and she really, I'm her daughter, I'm her oldest, but she grounded me. She always ensured that I would not veer off the wayside, And then the people who I met, I think I've been very intentional about keeping specific people in my life, and who doesn't belong in my life, like you'll find your way out, So the relationships that I've built also have
so
been
family,
helpful.
stick to family, build strong relationships, and of course find something that makes you want to wake up in the morning.
Yes.
Impressive. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Where can people get this book?
You could get it on Amazon. I don't want to. Amazon is there. Barnes and Nobles is there. Book Nook store here in Ghana.
Wherever they get their book,
locally,
they should look for My Life After Death
and then you
by
can
Elizabeth
call
Patterson.
054-246-5919, and then we'll deliver it to you anywhere for free here in Accra.
Impressive.
Yeah.
All right. So now we are transitioning to France. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Claire, are you there? Wonderful. Please help Elizabeth. Yeah. I thought you gave me one.
When I get a copy of your book.
No worries.
I'll give
Hi,
you
Claire.
one.
Can you hear me?
Please. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
All right. Let's take a quick moment and do sound check. Is Claire audible on your side?
Rushing to try to get on my next call. So that's who I am. Yeah.
Thank you for being early.
I don't want to.
Please let me know if you can hear Claire. I need to start off immediately. Okay. There's a brief of a loop. So, sorry, Claire, just a few moments. Let's be sure that we can hear you because I have lots of things to speak to you about or speak with you about. All right. Can Claire hear me now? Please make sure that the sound is good. All right. It doesn't seem like she can hear me. Can you hear me yourself? You can't hear me. Hi, Claire. Can you hear me now? Okay, but can you hear Claire?
I don't know.
Please, let me know if you can hear Claire. I need to start off it.
Me, I can hear very well.
Okay, she can hear me very well. All right, good. Thank you so much for your patience. Now, yeah.
You're very welcome. I'm excited to be here online with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing great.
So far, so good. I'm hyped. But I've been told, some person have told me that I need to slow down because I still have a long way to go.
Yes, exactly. Let's preserve your energy small.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Are you in France or in Africa?
I'm in Lagos. I'm based in Lagos.
Okay.
So I'm in Nigeria right now.
Impressive. How are you finding Nigeria?
Good, very intense, but I enjoy it so far. There's much to do, so it's exciting.
Right. Very impressive. Okay. Today we are having a warm conversation about economic diplomacy and how it can drive innovation between Africa and France. So for someone who is just logging in now, haven't had time to explore your LinkedIn profile and, read some of your biography online, what do they need to understand about you and your work as an introduction to this topic?
What do you mean exactly by this question? Sorry.
So
can you yeah.
So if I'm looking to understand who is Claire, some intro that will be vital for them to know, for them to grasp what you're sharing today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to give a bit of background and context, I did a business school.
Right.
And I was at that time very interested in tech and innovation. So I had the chance to go to China actually during my business school, and I think my desire to understand better tech and innovation was from that experience in China. It was 8 years ago, but at that time it was actually very, very impressive how digital payments, digital services were developed back then in China. It was very futuristic to me compared to what was existing in Europe at that time.
Right.
And then I get a very strong interest in the African continent, just based on intuition, honestly. There is not like any rationale behind it. And I had the chance to live in Niger Republic for 2 years. And it was another experience that also shaped my desire to work in innovation and started to build bridges between countries, because before that experience, before I experienced in Niger Republic, when we think about tech and innovation, we think about high tech and like AI and robotics, like very high developed stuff, But the innovation is also to be able to provide services and products that can be inclusive to everybody, including the one that maybe have limited access to internet, ATC, like limited access to, say, internet infrastructure also. And sometimes we forget to focus about that challenge, while they actually concern a lot of people, and in some part of the world is even the majority, So I find it also very interesting. Anyway, so then it was also for me interest to just build bridges between nations, obviously my home country, France, and at the moment, I'm in Nigeria. So, of course, Nigeria, especially that, as you know, Nigeria is one of the big four of the continent. They are the birth of many the tech ecosystem, the fintech startups are plenty. Different ecosystem builders and innovation lab, incubators around like society that are built differently, have different challenge, but at the same time, we all want the same thing, We want the same future of an inclusive society where all the digital rights are respected, the consumer can feel safe online and all of that. So how can we reach that based on our experience, knowledge, expertise, and So I don't know if I answered your question, but...
oh, yeah, you did. You did. That's impressive. It seems like you've had a flamboyant career so far.
Well, honestly, it doesn't feel like that, to be very honest and transparent. No, honestly, for my, the way I see my career is just that for so many time, I tried to have plenty different experience. I worked in private sectors, I tried startup, I tried big companies. Then I had a second degree in international relations and political science. And I was like, okay, let's try to have public administration experience. So that's why now I work in the embassy. So I really try, and still until now, I feel like I'm trying to experience different things. I think it's very impressive. So people who know what they want to do and it's very clear, they have a clear objective of what they want to achieve and all of that. That's not my case, honestly. I would say for me, I just try to have different experience to see what I enjoy the most and then and continue in that direction. And for now, I think what I really like is because I don't have a tech expertise, like I don't code, I don't have any data science expertise or whatever. That's not where my added value here is. I have some knowledge. I can understand when someone talks about AI and stuff like that, But I would say maybe my added value is connection, bridge, maybe between person, people, actors that we didn't think about. And like a good point is, as a French and European citizen, it's not common to go to China, Niger Republic, or Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
People want maybe to go to US or things like that. But I like the challenge of going to places where we think maybe it's hard to build a bridge, or is the context is harder, more challenging and stuff like that. Because I also think that there are many opportunities to be built, basically. So yeah, my career is just like step by step. I'm trying to see what I like, and I continue in that direction. It's not like a strong objective, very clear in my mind. It's not the case.
Right.
Yeah.
You said something that is quite key. My wife is French and half French anyway. Yeah. And I've always loved French. And I've always loved the French people. And I'm thinking to myself, do you suppose that you have been as successful as you have been because you always come in with that outsider's eye? Because obviously you bring your culture to the environment and it allows you to play your role more effectively. So I'm thinking somebody who wants to build a career in economic diplomacy and is listening to you now, what would you say has made you successful in your role? Would zoom into the main topic, but I'm reading some of your profiles and it seems you've done so much in a short time. So what is it? Is it skills? Is it your optics? Is it relationships that you've built over the time? Is it foundational assets that you have access to as a result of who you are? What is the secret that people can learn from you?
Okay, I think it's actually a very, very interesting question, honestly, and conversation. I think I would say, of course, it's different parameters. Yeah. One of them, I would say, is the capacity to understand the needs and understand the ecosystem you are in, because one of my big lessons was back in China. Back in China was my first experience as an expatriate, I would say. Yes, I traveled before as a tourist and all of that, but it's not the same to travel as a tourist and to live in the country, right? Then in China, so I stayed 1.5 years in China, and my first 6 months was really, really tough because I was doing a mistake. I was analyzing or approaching my environment with my French and European college, right. Society, culture, whatever, how you call it. So maybe things that are part of the society in China are considered as rude or impolite in France, for example, or stuff like that. Tiny details, but then what I'm saying is the challenge is being able to have a very, I would say, a beginner mindset, a blank page in your mind, and being like, okay, I need to understand, I don't know anything, and I need to understand everything. So what is it here? Why the ecosystem is built like that? What history is behind? Yeah. And what are the needs of people, because I think it's important not to arrive with I know what's best for you. I think that's the worst mistake we can do, okay, I can see in my country this and this work. I'm sure it will work also in your country and stuff like that. But that's not the truth.
Yeah.
We are different society, different history, different culture, different anything. Yeah. So the first parameter is to be able to arrive I would say a beginner mindset or very good, but let me first understand what's going on. Have exchanged conversation of people who are there in the ecosystem for years that obviously know better than me,
Right.
Understand that feedback, the experience, and trying to identify opportunities that I can bring value on. So that's the first parameter. Second parameter, I would say, is trust. I think it's really important to build trust and to build connection. I'm saying that because yes, we are in a capitalist society, so making money is very important. But I think like being able to value the human behind the project and initiative is also very important. Like knowing the person, like the journey of the person, the vision the person brings in the project behind, so you can also build trust. Like for me, at least, like it's really important when I work with people, I need to feel trust. I want them to trust me and I want to trust them. So we need to get to know each other. It's also, yes, there is a work, there is a project, but it's also important for me to know the person as a human being, And the last thing, of course, is important that I would say I'm a very privileged person. So it gives me some kind of power to do things. So the question is, how do I use my privilege to
do good,
to do impactful work? Like I have a certain visibility, for example, on LinkedIn. In African country also brings somehow some privilege. So it's how do you use this privilege in a way that brings impacts and value in your project, And I think it's important to be aware of that. It's not to be in denial. It's how things are at the moment, bring positive change with that privilege too. So I think for now, it's the 3 parameters I identify. Maybe I forgot some of them, but at the moment is what I have in mind.
Impressive. Very, very impressive.
And sorry, just to add about the privilege, and I think it's also just the question about what I have at my disposition at the moment and how can I bring some change at my scale, because yes, we all have dreams, we all have big objectives, but how can I start at my scale to do some things, to contribute to what I want to see in the society, in the work, in the ecosystem, I would say. So it's to be aware of what we have and what we don't have and how we.
Awesome. Okay, so that leads me into my next question about economic diplomacy. On the African continent, as you know, many businesses are struggling with working capital, especially the SMEs, and you have privileged information about this issue, and you are working at the center of unlocking that economic opportunity. So what have you seen that can make this bilateral relationship that you're proposing effective? And are there success stories in your work that you might want to share with our listeners?
Okay. So, for the economic diplomacy, so if I take the example of my work in Nigeria first, when I arrived in January 2024, so it was kind of obvious for me, Nigeria is a big tech ecosystem in Africa. Like we all know, the numbers is very impressive. But then I also realized that France was not very known to be a good, like one of the best actually tech ecosystem in Europe, And for me, I was like, okay, that's the first problem we need to solve. Like, is first to show to the French actors to know better the Nigerian ecosystem, because yes, the one working in tech and interested in the African continent, that we know that something happened in Nigeria, mainly around fintech, but that's not all of it. There are way more than that. So it's also to be able to show them that there are way more than that happening. And same for the Nigerian ecosystem, to show that there are things happening in France around innovation, that we have opportunities around innovation, fundings, and incubation and all of that. So we try to bring this visibility. So the first step is just to get to know each other, to understand how our ecosystem works and what the opportunities are, and then create some space where you can have conversation, networking, and see how you can plug people, founders, investors together so they can have conversation. So I would say it's like one example of that is in 2024, I went to Vivatech, so one of the biggest tech events in Europe that happened in Paris. I went to Vivatech with a delegation of 6-7 Nigerian tech talents. And so first it was good for some of them that didn't know the event to see how big it is and the different actors that are. It's not only about startup, it's also like big companies that are having like research lab around innovation in different sectors, like as you know, agriculture, creative, electricity, fashion, and all of that, health. And then in 2025, we were able to have the first Nigerian pavilion at Vivatech. And it was the biggest pavilion from the African continent we had. It was last May.
Right.
So it was like a big achievement because this pavilion was a platform, like it was organized by the Federal Ministry for Communication in Nigeria. And they were able to bring like a very, very big delegation, again, of different kind of actors, startups, but also like individuals like Flutterways or other big companies like Globalcom and all of that. And they offer them a platform to networking and identify actors, and not only about French actors, because they're all like European actors coming to that, even like beyond. And one key indicator for me of how successful was it also is like one of the person who went to that pavilion, we met like 3 months later, and they were working like on a big initiative for the company, and they told me like how this experience in Vivatech shape his project. Like you were able to adapt and to change a bit and to bring another international component to the project that he didn't think about before. And for me, that's bring value because he open opportunities. It means like before maybe you have a certain idea of what you want to do with your project, but then if you have access to a certain platform for international cooperation with other foreign actors, then it open your objective and open what is reachable, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one key point. And another maybe successful projects that I can mention, let me think, is so there is the French Tech Lagos community.
Yeah.
So the French Tech Network is it exists in France and all over the world. It's independent communities of entrepreneurs, francophone, francophile entrepreneurs, and they create like event, conference, webinar, networking opportunities, and all of that. And here in Lagos, it exists for 3 years now. And there is a Coolbox that is a French startup, but the French startup there is one French co-founder and one Nigerian co-founder, and they were able to build this startup in Nigeria. And I think it's a really good example of how economic cooperation can happen between two countries. That you're able to build a successful startup in Nigeria, where you create jobs, and they also have a lot of gender inclusion in the project, because they try to promote to they try to boost the woman entrepreneurship basically. And it's also about solar panels, so there is like environmental component, very strong environmental component also in the project. And that's the kind of project we want to see. We want to see more collaboration about strong projects that also try to solve like problems like environmental issues or gender inclusion and all of that. And it's happening. It's doing very well. Like I think in 2 months ago, they were able to do another fundraising. I think it was of 10 million euro. And we are very looking forward to what's the next step of that development. Yeah, Coolbox is actually a very good example of what we want to see more in terms of economic collaboration between countries.
So I can imagine somebody is listening now and is wondering, all right, that's impressive, Claire, but then how do we get more of Coolbox, right? How do we make it more accessible to individuals who are building businesses and looking up to these kinds of incentives? What would you say?
Yeah, I think for example, I'm talking about Nigeria because I'm based in Nigeria, right? But it's very important to get close to the Franco-Nigerian business community, I would say. We have different actors, economic actors. There is the economic department where I'm working at the embassy. There is the French Tech Lagos community. There is also the Franco-Nigerian Chamber of Commerce. All of us will organize different type of event that we post online. That it could be webinars, it can be conferences, it can be workshops sometimes. It can be like, we also brought some delegations. So like we are able to offer those opportunities to the people who are in the Franco-Nigerian business opportunities, because we exchange with them, we get to know each other, we know more about the project and their ambition, and also how serious they are about developing some business connection with the French ecosystem. So the first thing is, as I said, we need to get to know each other. So my job is to go to those places to meet the people, but also is for them to come to us and attend our events and try to reach out to us and see, how the project can align with the different, I would say, business opportunity or tools we have developed, and have conversation basically, and see how we can help create those business opportunities together. But a lot is happening. Like, for example, last week we organized a webinar around creative economy. In 2 weeks, the Franco-Nigerian Chamber of Commerce organized what we call the French Week. So in 1 week, they organized 4 different events: a B2B forum, a tech event, and 2 big networking events where it's open to public. People can come. They can also pitch, like the tech event, for example, is a conference and also a pitch tournament. So we'll be able to highlight 5 strong pitch of Nigerian startup. And then the winner, we have the opportunity to go to France and maybe attend Viva Tech and all of that. So we will this is how we try to create opportunities, to get to know each other and have conversation about your business objective and how we can help you achieve that business objective and how they align with also our objective, I would say.
So I'm sure you would have heard this conversation or some segments of it in terms of centralization of some of these opportunities. Lagos has, as you rightly mentioned, the most number of startups, compared to some African countries. Lagos seems to be the startup capital of Africa. Now, I can imagine somebody in maybe Zimbabwe who is looking up to some of these news articles and is thinking to himself, okay, I'm not in Lagos, I'm not in Accra, so how do I get involved? Do you have programs that cut across Africa they can tap into, or maybe chambers that they can contact to see what's possible for them?
It's like in every country there is an economic department, and I think, if I'm not wrong, a Franco-Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, and also business funds, and these 3 operators the job is either in France or with the other maybe country. For example, for us, we also try to work closely with French Tech Casablanca in Morocco, sometimes French Tech Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire also, to create bridge also between our communities. And then also I would say purely online digital platform.
Right.
A very strong one is Afrique France Entrepreneur, which is like an online platform. And the main objective is to create bridge between African and European French entrepreneurs. So there are like different type of actors, again, startup companies, investor, incubator. And basically you can reach out to anyone, share your work, your initiative, and have conversation about what you want to build, So that definitely different. It's either with the operator present in your home countries, or online platform like the Afrique France Entrepreneur platform, for example, which is a good example. Even the AFD, they have the Fund for Innovation. So basically you can fully apply online with your job. There are different grants, different stage to apply. I think there are 5 different stages. And so that 5 different type of grants you can apply for. And the process is fully online. So wherever you are in the world, you can apply and maybe get the opportunity to get this grant to scale up or depending on your objective. Yeah.
All right. We are coming to the top of the hour, but Claire, I wish I have more time. In 2016 or 17, my pleasure. I had one of your operators in Ghana during my breakfast meeting. She was talking about actually launching the French tech ticket. Is it still operating? Is it still something that people can access to maybe grow their business or operation?
The French tech what? Sorry,
ticket.
Can you repeat that?
The French tech ticket. So I think what they did then was selecting some businesses that are operating in Ghana, has some metrics they've met, and sending them like the one you did in Lagos. So they sponsor them to go to France, do some networking, pitch their businesses for funding and things like that.
So it's a good question because all the economic departments, we have our own independent because we are in different countries with different ecosystems. So I don't know for my colleagues in Ghana, honestly. I think
what happened? What happened? I'm logged out. Yes. Is the video on?
Yeah, the video is still. You can talk. You can hear you.
Okay. I can't hear her, so I need to hear her. Sorry, Claire. My secondary device logged me off. All right, so we're transitioning to Erica, but I missed your final comment. If you would want to repeat it again, please. My apologies. I missed your final comments. My secondary device logged me off.
Okay, no, I would say like the best is to reach out directly to them because we have different projects and different priorities, I would say. So it's changing from one country to another. So I cannot fully respond to your answer, to your question.
Right.
Sorry.
Understood. Thank you so much for your time. It's been informative. I would reach out to you again for a follow-up on this conversation because I think there are other topics that I want to explore that you are, very qualified and I think eager to share insights on. So till then, thank you so much. And I hope you get time to follow the rest.
Thank you so much, Tom-Chris. Thank you so much for the conversation. Thank you for the opportunity. Good luck with the rest of your day. Take care of yourself, Phil. Don't forget to drink water.
Yes.
And looking forward to our conversation.
Yes. Thanks a lot. All right.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Transitioning to Erica in Kenya. She's in Kenya now. Erica, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you. Wonderful. You were with us here last time, but now you're in Kenya. Are you based in Kenya now?
No, I'm just here momentarily. Just happened to be here during this specific time.
Right. Wonderful. Okay, great. So this is going to be a rich conversation because I would like to pick up from where we stopped the last time. But some people have, asked because they realize that you're doing relationship work now. So for these individuals that want to understand you, to gain a more excellent insight into the topic that we are going to be discussing, what would you want to tell them about who you are, what you do, and why you do what you do?
Yeah, so if you are one of those people, what I would say to you is I literally help people be their most authentic self. From the time we're children to as we're raised and growing up, we're told to be something other than maybe what makes our heart beat the most. So maybe when you were a child, you really wanted to be an artist or a painter, but somebody said, no, you have to go and support your dad's business instead. So you started to transition, you started to shift. And when that happens, we start suppressing who we truly are. We start suppressing our most, like the things that light us up the most. So working with me allows you to get back in touch with the real roots of who you are. And when you're able to do that, then you're able to actually deepen your connection with others. And that is really getting into that, how to live, how to work, how to be in existence with you, and you being able to understand that with them. And that leads to deeper, richer, hotter relationships.
Impressive. That's a great introduction. How did you get into this? Because I remember, like, Claire, you were in diplomacy before. So how did this happen?
Yeah, so, this really happened for a number of different reasons. And I like to tell people that I don't believe in coincidences. I just believe that sometimes we walk into things with more clarity. And when we walk in with clarity, things start to align in a way that may feel like a coincidence, or others may say it may feel like divine intervention or divine alignment. So for me, this is something that has always been a part of who I am. Growing up, I was a peer sex educator. I was a peer conflict mitigator. And then as I moved into college, I was also doing lots around STI discussions and whatnot on the college front. And then my friends started getting married and asking me for advice. And I would remind them, hey, I'm the single friend, like go and find marriage counselors that can help you. And they would always be like, no, but you're so wise and we need help. So in 2017, I underwent a really dramatic breakup. Super, super, super dramatic breakup. Heart was broken. Person I thought I was going to marry hit me with a, nope, we're not doing this anymore. And not only did that happen, but they ended up leaving me to be with one of my best friends at the time. So talk about my whole world was just pulverized, and it felt so depleting because the two people I loved the most in my space at that time had now both rejected me or hurt me or devastated me in a way that felt really big. And so as I was coming out of that, God told me to start a business called For the Love of Fufu. And the first event that we did for that business was called Indulgent Play. Right. And it came with a lot of flack. There was even a member of my church who told me, I don't think you should worship here anymore. I don't think that like what you're looking to do in your life aligns with what we do in this church. And I was so heartbroken that somebody in the church could say something like that without understanding what I was doing. Well, that event was a huge success, and I started going on Ghana TV, Ghana radio, and I was in therapy. And my therapist said to me at the time, Erica, you don't want to cause any unintentional harm. And I didn't know what she meant by that. And then a couple of weeks later, I was on a late night television program, and there was a man on the program who said some really damaging things to women. And I remember I had a very large response. And then that's when it dawned on me. This is unintentional harm. So when COVID happened, I don't know about you, Tom-Chris, but during COVID, it felt like everybody started leaning into that passion, that thing they were most passionate about. How could they do something more with it instead of just like, oh, I like photography, but now how can I take a course to help me develop my photography even more? So I decided to take a course on sex and relationships. And when I did that, I realized, wow, we are so nuanced and one shoe does not fit every foot. And I decided to go from just taking a course to being certified. And so now I am a certified intimacy coach. And I'm also one of the faculty members at the Somatica Institute, which is based in California. And we train other people who are interested in becoming sex and relationship coaches or intimacy coaches. We train them on how to do that so that they realize their life experience is not enough when you are helping people in this intrinsic part of who they are. So that's the long answer to your question.
You know, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, did she also do voice training? Because, you know, I can imagine somebody just sitting down there listening and like doing deep breaths, exhale. They can use your voice for meditation.
I haven't done any voice training. This is just naturally how I speak.
Impressive. Okay. All right. So you started your work. First, you went to school. You did what you were supposed to be the course for your career, and you started a really rewarding career. You worked with exciting individuals, and then you had this spark, and you're on a new journey. Obviously, there were some hitches before you fully immersed yourself into getting accredited, and now you are embarking on this transformational experience of guiding other individuals. Okay, the question now is, what do you see in this career that makes you want to stick with it as your life journey? What motivates you about this? Because I can imagine to some people it might not be popular. So what makes you want to do this?
Yeah, great question. It's not popular. It's highly scrutinized. I get a lot of flack, especially doing this work in the West African context. But at the same time, what keeps me here is the fact that we are all human. We all have highs and lows. We all have experiences from our past that have left lasting imprints. We all want to be loved, seen, heard, cared for, respected, appreciated, acknowledged. And it's not everybody who knows how to do that the right way for everyone. And sometimes the things we go through even makes it more challenging for us to be able to communicate to a loved one or partner the things that we need. So my biggest reward with doing this work is really helping people not just find the language to articulate what it is that they need, but also helping them feel it inside of their body, because I am a somatic practitioner. So I'm all around what are you feeling in your body? Because your body will guide you.
What's a somatic practitioner?
Say that again?
What's a somatic practitioner?
So somatic just means inside the body.
Right.
So as a somatic practitioner, I'm always gauging what's happening inside. So if you work with me, when I notice your body do certain things, I'll say, seems like something happened there. What's going on inside? And maybe it's a flicker. Maybe you feel fire. Sometimes when we feel embarrassed or we feel put on the spot, you know, when you blush, white people, we can see them blush in their face. Their faces will turn red. Well, we know that, okay, that's an internal response to something that is happening. And those responses can really let us know about the things that do and do not feel good for us. So the most rewarding part of my work is not just helping people realize what their bodies are telling them, but also seeing how they take the tools and the things that we work on together out into the world in every relationship, not just their relationships with their romantic partners, but also their relationships with their colleagues, with their siblings, with friends. Like, this transcends every area and every relationship that we embark on, that we have.
Okay. Very impressive. So I've got lots of questions from this alone, but the primal one is expectations of how people should relate with us. Now, the question becomes, should I have really expectations of how people should relate with me? Or should I have that expectation of how to relate with myself, and then my express value becomes how people relate with me. So what is it? How can people convey their identity or personality or whatever the terminology is on that side of becoming, to ensure that, people can see their value, relate with them as they might want to be related with? The reason I ask...
This is a...
Right. Go on. Go on, please. Go.
No, you finish. You finish.
Yeah, because, sometimes I've read in a book, like in marital relationships, you say you help your partner understand how to love you the way you want and not how they want to love you. So, but then it can create tension in the fact that we have this expectation of other people who might not really understand who we are or how to accurately, relate with us. So then it becomes like a forcing function. So what do you think?
This is a brilliant question because it gets at the root of relationships.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to answer this question in two different ways. Because one answer is just for people in the world. And one answer is for your most intimate relationship. So that would be your spouse or your significant other, a life partner, those people. Because how you treat the two are not going to be the same.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we're looking at the outside world. When you are engaging in the outside world, know that there is enough space for you. People will try to tell you, oh, you're going to this networking event. Make sure you tie your tie the right way, put on the right shoes. And so even before you walk in, you are almost assuming another identity. And that's not necessarily bad if it helps you focus and do what you need to do. But if it makes you feel like you've put yourself in a box, if it makes you feel like you're not really being who you are, when you walk into that room, your representative is walking in. You're not walking in. And so what I would tell that person is know that there's enough space for you to exist. If you've been invited to that networking event, you were meant to be there. Do not shadow who you are. Don't take away from who you are. Allow yourself to be in the truth of all of this is some people are going to like you and some people are not going to like you. The people who don't like you aren't your people. Don't waste your time trying to bring them into your circle if you don't have to. Don't waste your time trying to get them to change how they feel about you. You do not have to please everyone that you meet. Now, in your romantic relationships, in your intimate relationships, that's different. Because here is a space where you should be able to be vulnerable. You should be able to be open, transparent, and you, again, should be able to show up as your most authentic self. But the reality is, those are the scariest relationships. Relationships to be in. And so you feel like we're in relationship time. And I said, okay, can you tell me the last time that you told him that you wanted fresh flowers? And she goes, well, I mean, Erica, again, I just told you, I tell him all the time. I said, okay, but just tell me, when was the last time you told him? And she sat there and she thought about it, and she thought about it, and she thought about it. And she said, wow, you know, Erica, I don't think I've actually explicitly said it to him in probably a good 7 years. And I said, 7 years? Wow, how did you remember it was 7 years? And she remembered because it was linked to an anniversary. So in 7 years, she's never told her husband that she actually would love fresh flowers. And for 7 years, she's been rolling her eyes at him and saying he's a bad husband because he doesn't buy her fresh flowers. So when it comes back to your question of like, how do you mitigate that? How do you show people how to love you and not necessarily just take on the way that they feel they should love you? Communication.
Right.
Communication. And I say that because the things that I may love and want, if you don't know that, you can't do it. And at the same time, you may know it, but it may not be something that you can do.
Yeah.
But when we are able to communicate around it, now I'm able to work with my disappointment around what you can and cannot do for me in our relationship, and to find new means or new things that resonate so that our relationship isn't impacted by what I feel I'm not receiving, and I'm not then overlooking the things that you are doing. And this is constant. We don't have this conversation one time. We have to have this conversation in an ongoing fashion because things in our lives shift and change. We're ever evolving, as are our relationships.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Let me go back to the networking event example. So, you know, as an entry level, I'm thinking like an entry level job seeker right now. A lot of our audience are 16, 35-year-olds. So imagine somebody who just finished school and is looking for their first job and is going to this networking event and has heard you say, go your true self, regardless. And now they also heard that if you adapt to certain context, then you are sending your representative and not your true self. So how accurate of, in blunt sense, would you think it will help them get a job? You know, if let's say they are going to a networking dinner for bankers or senior executives and they wear a t-shirt like what I'm wearing now and everybody else is suited. So can they belong? Wouldn't they be judged? Because sometimes also I suppose our culture and our environment sets an, you know, a tone of how we eventually seem to appear in these relationships. So would you think it's a great advice for maybe Faustina, who just finished school, to go in that setting carrying her true self? Because again, her true self might be wearing what some people might seem to disagree with. Where is true self accurately defined, or how is true self accurately defined in your perspective?
Ooh, excellent. And I really hope that all of your 16 and 35-year-old students are listening, because this is a really important question. And thank you, Tom-Chris, because this is the nuance, right? This is the nuance of what does it really mean to be my most authentic self?
Yeah.
So to the job seeker, to the student, to the young adult who's trying to get out there, who's trying to grow their career, you have to be cognizant of the environment, especially because if you are coming into a situation, you want to make sure that like the people within that environment can see you as a potential peer. They can see you as a potential colleague, right? You don't want to come across as the young, naive person who isn't ready. So in this case, when I'm talking about your most authentic self, maybe in this case, we're not leaning on how you dress.
Right.
So if you're a banker and you know that, okay, standard outfit is a suit or the formal dress wear, but maybe suits aren't your thing, but you're okay to wear a dress that's equally as nice. Wear the dress. You don't have to be confined to the suit. I had a friend who pointed out, Erica, you never just wear like a diamond stud or a gold hoop. You always have on some kind of funky jewelry, and you're a whole exec. And I was like, yeah, that's me. Wearing jewelry, you see my ring, you see my earring, you see my bracelet. You know, some people will find that to be very different for somebody who's been working at an executive level in a professional career.
Yeah.
But that is where my personality gets to shine through. And it's not shining through in a way that when I walk into a room and I take a seat or I start working with new corporate partners, that they're distracted by what I'm wearing. They're not. They may be intrigued, but I will dominate that conversation. So if you are younger and you are job seeking and you're wondering, how do I remain who I truly am, but also how do I make my way in this environment? Go to the networking event, dress in a way that you know that you can be taken into that room. But every conversation that you have, know why you are there. Know why you are wanting to move in this career. You know, what is positioning you there? What makes you a thought leader? You don't have to know everything. And that's something I also love to tell young people. You don't know the answer to everything. Sometimes you just need to be in the room to listen and to absorb what else is being stated. So don't think just because you're in that room, you have to make some kind of splash of a presence. No, but find other ways for your personality to shine through.
Yeah. Okay. Hence the question, who am I? I remember when I was 16, I didn't really know who I was. I have some idea. I've always had a good understanding or general understanding of what I want out of life, but I knew that I had lots of passions, lots of interests, lots of things I would love to do with my life, and I wasn't quite sure where to direct my aspirations and energy. So I suppose that's one of the biggest challenges that young people are facing, direction. So for someone who don't really know where to start, what do you tell them in defining who they are, defining how to even engage with the world? Because it seems to be scary sometimes looking forward than looking backward.
Yeah.
So what do you tell them?
It is scary is the first thing I would tell them. Like, anyone who tells you it's not is probably not being 100% honest with you. It's scary. We don't always know how things are going to work out. Go and talk to 5 people, and they will likely tell you that how they started is not where they are right now.
Yeah.
And listen to how that journey unfolded, because that's where the beauty is. And it's okay to fail, right? I like to tell people we fail forward. And when we fail forward, that means that we're looking at what worked and we're leaving behind what didn't work. It doesn't mean we're not acknowledging what didn't work. We are, because later that might be the missing piece to something else that will propel us forward. And so, like, don't be afraid to fail. Take heed of every lesson that you make along the way.
Yeah.
Where I am today is not where I thought I would be. Like you, Tom-Chris, I had a lot of passions. I had a lot of desires. And I knew what the career that I wanted. I knew I wanted to be in development. I knew I wanted to make an impact on the world. And I did that. And while I was doing that, I also operated a travel business to help people be able to see the world in affordable ways, because that meant something to me. And now here I am again on a career transition that is working with individuals and corporates, right? Because I'm helping corporates now with those interpersonal skills that often lack in the work environment. So if you're out there and you're young and you're not sure what to do, I would say lean into your top 2 things that are really resonating with you.
What
There's space for both if you can handle it. Yeah, Tom-Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are those 2 things that they can lean into? Or I mean, you were talking about the passions.
Yeah, so let's say that you just finished your bachelor's degree and you got a bachelor's in business, and you're very passionate about business, being a business person. And let's say you're also very passionate about skincare, but for men. Merge those worlds. Or maybe you go and you seek work opportunities for a company that's well established, doing the type of business that you're most interested in. And then you're also leveraging a passion on the side around skin routines for men. And then you just see how it goes. Like, don't be afraid to lead in different ways. Don't be afraid to lean into your different passions. And just because you're not monetizing something doesn't mean there's not space for it. That's another thing I've been hearing is, oh, but I really like this space, so it means I should become an entrepreneur, right? It means I should sell that as a service, right? Sometimes the answer is no. It doesn't mean that. It means that you should continue to enjoy that as a passion.
Yeah.
And you can receive a paycheck from a corporate employer who also is doing work that resonates with you. There is space for both, but it does take diligence, practice, and boundaries.
Okay. Let's talk about failure for a moment. I have a topic on the agenda, Fail Forward. Fail Forward by one of the speakers. I think it's today. Yeah. Esther. Now, when some young people hear the subject or advice of failing forward, it seems like a license to not prioritize their personal brand or not build their personal brand, because you can act well, and for want of a better descriptive word, anyhow, and still get away with it. After all, there is room for failure. And you and I know that there are some failure that are extremely punishable, either by life or by the constituents that you have report to. So at which point do you know that this is not, this fail forward advice is not for me in this context? Because it's in the entrepreneurship space, every webinar, every event, every conference talk about failure in the sense of failure is okay. And I do give it as an advice sometimes. Failure is okay. Failure is part of the game. Failure is part of your learning process. But we don't always have the time to define what failure is. So what have you seen? Because obviously you have right now, you have people that report to you, and you've had in your previous context, you've had portfolios that you've reviewed that made you want to buy a cane. So how do you define failure for your subordinates?
Yes. So for my subordinates, how I define failure is when you have worked diligently to produce something, and you honestly believe, based off of the data, based off the results, based off of everything that went into it, that what you have created should have an impact. It should work. And then we've trusted you that you have done everything required, everything necessary to prove that this intervention, this impact, this tool, this system is going to work. And then once we put it into motion, it does not work. Right. That is failure. If you have not done your due diligence, if you have not done the job, you didn't fail, you procrastinated. You were ill-equipped. Right. You failed at your job. Right. But if you actually put in the work and everything you did showed that, like, we should have success, something good should come out of this. And once this was up and running, we started noticing, oh, we didn't account for this. Oh, we didn't think about this. That starts to show us where we can plug our holes. That is failing forward, because it's not the system that failed. It's not the work you did that failed. It's that now, because we're actually implementing it, we're able to see just where we have to plug things to ensure that we can have success. But if you've just thrown something together and you haven't actually put your work, your heart into that work, you haven't delivered a quality product, yeah, you failed, but that's that's not the type of failure we're talking about. Absolutely. Again, that was just poor work. That was a poor product that was produced, and that gets into your work ethic.
I'm with you on that 100%. So for managers that are leading teams, for company execs, for startup founders that have oversight of these young employees, how can they still lead them with empathy in this space where you know that there is still room for them to understand what you've just described here? So how do I apply empathy while helping people grow from giving them opportunity to do their utmost best? because obviously you give people responsibility because you want them to grow through those responsibilities. But in some cultures or sequences, it can be misinterpreted as being, oh, she's too tough, she's too strict, he's too X. How can you still lead with empathy while giving room, for that margin of error?
So, double, maybe triple response to this one. The first thing I wanted to say to the young people that are listening to this, to have a leader who leads with empathy is a gift. It is not something that we see very often. And I want every young person to hear me when I say, do not show up entitled. Do not show up believing that this person has to give you a second chance, that they'll understand that you didn't get it right. No, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to ensure you are executing the job and to help you if they feel that you have done something well, but this is now an opportunity for you to learn from. Now, if you are one of those leaders and you're leading a young person, you are in a unique position to work with entry level and even sometimes even mid-level staff to help them develop their careers. I'll tell you something that one of my World Bank colleagues told me years ago. And she said to me, Erica, when I retire, that's it for me. I retire. But you're still going to be here doing this work. So I want to equip you so that you can soar. You can do more than what I'm able to do right now, because I'm only able to do this because of where I am, the resources that we have, the technology that's available. Yeah. But by the time you become my age, there are going to be more advancements. And I want you to understand this, and I want you to understand what's coming. So I'm constantly going to pull you forward with me. And it's not going to be easy, because sometimes you're going to feel like I'm dragging you, but it's because I need you to become the next expert. And when we talk about leading with empathy, the first thing we have to do is define empathy. And empathy is really when we put ourselves in someone else's shoes. So if you're a leader and you're like, oh, I'm kind, oh, I'm nice, that's great. Great, but it's not empathy. Empathy is when you can actually feel the hurt, the frustration, the discouragement that your colleague is also facing. And you can speak to that. You can say, you know what? I know it must be really frustrating for you that 2 days ago I asked for this and now I'm asking for this and telling you to leave that. And you've been working super hard on it. I don't want you to think that I don't value your inputs. I do. But due to the nature of our work, we've had to switch gears. When a person that you work with feels like you understand what they've gone through or what they're experiencing, and you're not just blowing over it as if it doesn't matter, they're going to want to work with you. Mm-hmm. They're going to want to stay connected to you. They're going to want to see every goal through with you. And so if you're a leader and you're wanting to be more empathetic, and there is always a time to do this, right? Sometimes you have to have that iron fist with some colleagues. Sometimes you have to come down hard. But if you are a leader who can lead with empathy, all you're really doing is building trust with your team members. Yeah. You're letting your team members know that, like, you believe in them, you see them, and you can understand when things feel hard and difficult, and you then become a place of safety. And when you have trust and you have safety, you have more dynamic outputs, you have more efficient teams, and things seem to just continue to grow. Impact is made, people are meeting their deliverables because now they want to work with you.
Okay. I want to digress a little bit. I don't know if you've seen this thought from Elon Musk. By the way, are you a fan of Elon Musk?
We'll come back to that. Continue with your question.
So he said that relationships often get in the way of results at the workplace. So his argument is that managers should be primarily concerned, primarily concerned about getting the best from the team, from themselves and the team. And sometimes when there is over familiarity in the team, it gets in the way of results. What do you think about that?
So I think that there can be some truth to that 100%. And I say that because I have definitely heard the take of some managers say, well, I don't know how to say this to them because, like, I hang out with their family and this feels like it's going to ruin the friendship that we have. And that's not what we're looking for necessarily in the work environment, right? We're not necessarily looking to have best friends in that sense. The end of the day, you still need to be executing your role. However, if you go back to what was stated there, Tom-Chris, where it says that like relationships get in the way, but also you need to be focused the outputs in people type of organizations also tend to have really poor retention because nobody wants to be where they don't feel wanted.
Yeah.
Right. Those are the environments where there are no boundaries. You are considered at work 24/7. You go on vacation and yet you're still having meetings. You are sick and in the hospital and yet you're still sending reports. Like nobody is actually caring about your personal autonomy or your livelihood. They're only focused on the output. And there are some environments that function really well that way. And guess what? Most of their employees will tell you they're burning out, they're sick, they're afraid to lose their job because they don't know if anywhere else they would go, if they would be accepted. Some tell you, oh, I'd rather stick with the devil I know than go and be involved with another devil. And so there's a lot happening in those environments. And you know what most of them lack? Trust. A lot of them don't feel safe in the environments that they're in. And they feel that they can be fired at any time. They feel that somebody's going to do something that may hurt their role or their position. So they're always on edge. They're always kind of looking over their shoulders because these aren't environments of trust or safety. These are only environments of produce. And that's where you fail to consider people. Awesome. And we go to work and we work with people.
Yeah.
And so there's some truth in what he's saying, but I think at the end of the day, it's how we interact with each other that leads to how our teams, our systems, and our environments function.
Yeah. You're absolutely right in your summary. So that also makes me wonder, for example, now, piggybacking off what you said, now my team is on site, to produce this event. And I'm thinking to my head, oh, okay, am I doing what Erica is saying, getting people to produce? And I think about some of the inventions that we experience and some of the products or some of the events that we've enjoyed, I can imagine at one point in your life, you've been part of teams that had to stay on site over a protracted period to be able to deliver a project. So I am part of this team that is trying to make this happen, or I'm leading this team that is trying to make this happen. Is it a communication that I need to master to help people see why we are doing what we are doing? Is this system that I need to design to ensure that, what we need to produce doesn't become the enemy of what we are doing? So how do I structure this? Because the sheer nature of our work today requires that, people really put in more than they think they can. So what do you see? What has worked for you? And what do you recommend to the teams that you advise?
Yeah. So I think for something like this is an output. This is a really big output. This is a Guinness World Record attempt for the longest interview in the world. And so getting to this point, I imagine as a speaker on this side, you know, I was also part of a system that was created to ensure that this moment could be successful. So sometimes I want to distill out that it's not every time that you're working these long hours or you're having to do your part to execute on such a big task like this. So for me, when I am leading up to something big with the team, or I'm advising a corporate and they're doing something like this, it's everything that happens before, it's what's happening during, and it's what happened and what happens after that keep those teams in motion and moving forward. So you have to communicate that this is a shared vision. This is not something that just happens by your own efforts, Tom-Chris, right? Like Absolutely, you have an entire team helping to produce this attempt.
Yeah.
And if somebody fails to do their role, they put this entire attempt at risk. If one of the interviewees don't show up, if one of the cameras go down, if something stops working, everything is at risk. So everybody understands that while Tom-Chris is the one leading the interviews, if we're not all in his ecosystem, if we're not all supporting this effort to succeed, we all fail. That is joint accountability. And during the event, everybody has to not just take on their role, but sometimes you also have to be able to see when maybe a gap is happening in somebody else's role. So you can ping them or nudge them or say, hey, I noticed this, the microphones were having some feedback. Let's make sure we turn it off before we hook a microphone on to the next guest so it doesn't interrupt any interview that's happening. Because sometimes we can be so laser focused on what we're doing, we forget that we're all in the system trying to make this thing work. If you are running a tight deadline project, one similar to this, and you have not communicated with your team the value and importance of their role, they will walk out.
Yeah.
You will have a gap.
Yeah.
And they won't understand why you're upset or why something has happened because, oh, but I did my part. I set the camera up. I'm just taking a quick phone call. Why does it matter? And it's like, So if something like that is happening, it means that the communication has failed. It means that person has failed to understand the systems. And it means that they've also failed to understand how important it is for them to be a part of something so monumental. And yes, I've had a lot of these. I've done hackathons that take place over 3 days, and we have to be on site, and we have to make sure there's food and drinks and internet and all these other things. I've been in communities where we've had to meet with the highest level of representation. And sometimes that also means you got to be able to think on your feet when something shifts. I might be your leader, but I might be in a meeting and you may be seeing something else happen over here. You need to know that I trust you to pivot if something isn't going the way that we thought it would go, to ensure that we can still have the results that we're going to have. You will only do that if you know that I trust you, and I'm not going to chastise you, and I'm not going to judge the decision that you've made, but I'm going to trust that you did what you had to do to ensure that our overall impact and result was still going to be met.
Very impressive. Okay, the last aspect of our topic today is conflict resolution. So one of the risks that entrepreneurs face is co-founder conflict, and and that's one thing that keeps happening. Maybe they start a business and one person has a different opinion, and I wasn't always a single founder. I had a co-founder in the past, and it's like this. So I always say to my team, the enemy of now is next. So it was exactly what happened. And I see it happening over and over and over and over. Not exclusively to co-founders. Maybe in the team, somebody has a next, whatever next is, and it becomes the enemy of now. So when you advise organizations, teams, individuals about managing expectations and conflict, what have you seen that really works? Because, anybody can read 1,000 words about this subject on any LLM, but then you bring first person perspective of doing it yourself and helping organizations of different levels or financial output manage conflict effectively. What has worked?
Yeah, so conflict is not fun, and yet it is a form of relationship, and it is a part of every relationship that we have. And a lot of us avoid it. A lot of us want to just please, or just, we see it happening and we want to run away, we want to hide. And that isn't the reality of what we have to do when conflict shows up. And oftentimes conflict shows up because somebody is not feeling heard. Somebody is feeling like their opinion doesn't matter, or, they're not being fully understood, or they're being lost in a conversation. And so for me, what I typically do in the corporate situation is, first, I have to understand, is this a conflict of a team, or is this a conflict of two individuals? So if we're focusing, let's just say, on the co-founder situation, that's two individuals. And maybe it's a superior and a subordinate. That's two individuals. And the first thing I like to do is to have everyone just come to the table, and we make space just to hear what is going on. And it's not even necessarily around the conflict, right? So if we have two co-founders and they are thinking about how to move forward, but their vision on how to move forward looks different, when you come to the table, I'm not asking you to come to the table and to wag a finger and say, and they don't, and they never listen to me, and they never understand me, and they keep me out of every meeting. That's not helping. Come and say what you see. Come and say why you feel that this is important. Because oftentimes, again, you feel like you're not being heard, or you feel like you're not being seen. So this is an opportunity for you to feel like, okay, this is my soapbox. Let me stand on it. Let me say the things that matter. Because what I have learned is when you can actually create space for others to feel they are heard, then we can actually move into what the real problem is.
Yeah.
And as somebody who works closely with individuals, most times when there's conflict is also coming up because you've hit someone's wound. You've hit something in their life that didn't feel good. And this situation is actually making their whole body feel that they have to preserve themselves from something bad happening again. So if we can actually get them back into their bodies and to realize that you're okay, you're not in harm's way, and that this is a situation that we can talk through and it can be worked through. And sometimes being worked through means separating. Sometimes something being, having the best solution means that we're not moving forward in a work relationship, or we're not moving forward working on this task. And so when you bring the people to the table, you allow them to express themselves while being heard, you automatically can start shifting the dynamics of that conflict.
Have you had to do this for maybe a couple? Because obviously, sometimes people also bring the problems they have at home to work. Have you had to,
I think I lost your sound, Tom-Chris.
Sorry about that. I was asking, have you had to advise maybe a couple about this subject? Because a lot of time people also bring the problems that they have in the house, to work. So the conflicts might not actually be happening at work, but it is happening at work now because they had issue in the house. Have you had to manage experiences like that?
All the time. And that's exactly what happens, right? Like there's dissatisfaction with something at home, often around the same reasons, not feeling heard, not feeling seen, not feeling understood. And we bring that right into the office. Someone says, "Oh, good morning." And you snap back. Well, of course it's a good morning. And they're like, "Oh, okay, I just said good morning." And so when I'm working with couples, it's the same thing. It's first getting them to understand that there's turmoil. somebody is unhappy with something. And then it's allowing them both to share without being interrupted while the other person is listening. It's helping them understand how to move in empathy so that they can really, truly hear and feel what the other person is experiencing.
Yeah.
And then it's getting them to, this is the hardest part of conflict with couples. It's getting them to admit that one annoying thing they know they keep doing, that they haven't changed, that the partner is just like, but you always interrupt me when I'm talking. This is an opportunity for them to say, you know what, I know I always interrupt you when I'm talking. And I know I always keep saying I won't do it again. And I know I am going to keep doing it again. And the reason this is really important when you're talking about managing conflict with a couple is because we're so quick to say, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again, and think that that's enough. It's not enough, and it's a lie. Because whatever that little annoying thing is that you do, it is you. That is a part of you, and you're going to do it again. So don't try to just brush under the rug how you feel or how your partner's feeling. Really make sure that they feel how you feel. Really make sure that you feel how they feel, and that they can really feel that you understand them, that you get it. And then name something you know you do that's annoying, because that helps them realize that they're not crazy and that you do know your bad behaviors. And typically they will laugh and, you know, come back into connection with you. And it helps to soften the deepest parts more than us saying that there's something vulnerable happening inside of me that I'm really afraid that you can't handle.
For a moment, a scenario played in my head, and it's a movie scene. Okay, so what you said now is a heavy sentence in my understanding of first impression of it. Make sure they feel how you feel. And the reason why some couple find it instructive or interesting to inflict pain on the other partner is because they really want to show them that they are hurting. And so, okay, I need to come back here. I got into another dimension in a moment. So
I think I know where you're going, and it's a good place. I'm happy you're bringing it up.
Talk about this, because it can lead to different understandings. So what do you mean by that statement, and how do you coach people to go through it?
Yeah. So, you know, there's that phrase out there that hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
And it's true. And Tom-Chris, you're not wrong. If somebody is hurting, oftentimes the first thing they say is, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to get back at them by doing this, so that it, just like you said, they can feel what they're putting me through. That is not vulnerability. That is not something that is going to bring you close or build connection between you and a partner. That is a tool of manipulation. That is something that will drive dissension and disconnection in relationships. So when I'm saying allow your partner to feel how you feel, if you're feeling hurt, feeling happy, feeling sad, those are super generic. There's something underneath the pain that you're really feeling. So if, for example, I am in a relationship with somebody and all of a sudden they're supposed to go with me to a work event, and the time that we're supposed to meet for us to be leaving to go to this work event of mine, they don't even call, they send me a text message and say, I'm not going to make it. Okay, how does that make me feel in that moment? It makes me feel hurt, right? That's the generic word. I'm hurt. Ooh, that hurts. What's really underneath that hurt? Well, now that I'm feeling humiliated, I'm feeling embarrassed because this was a work invite. This was a work thing that I really wanted you to come to. I'm feeling distrust because now I don't know if I can trust you in this space. I don't know if I can trust you in this relationship. And I might be feeling, if I have abandonment wounds, I might be feeling abandoned. Like, oh, this is a time again where I really needed somebody that I love to be with me. and they've just left me without any explanation. That is what you need to communicate with your partner. And it's not a finger wagging, you did this, you did this. No, it's about what you feel. So when I get with that partner, I'm going to say to him, hey, Kofi, you know, you not coming to that work event that we had on the calendar for a couple of months, it really made me question if you want to be in this relationship, because it made me feel abandoned. It made me feel like you were leaving me on my own devices, and that kind of made me feel humiliated that I even trusted you. Now, Kofi has something to respond to, because maybe it was never Kofi's intentions for me to feel abandoned or humiliated or embarrassed. Maybe he was literally just stuck in traffic and had an accident and was ashamed to tell me that he was going to be late. And so now we've opened the road to connection because we're speaking our truth, which is our most vulnerable statements.
Right.
It's not the things that say, you did it, you did it, you did it, it's your fault.
Yeah.
That's not connection.
Very impressive. Erica, you have expressed your true heart in helping people, and I have zero doubt that individuals, organizations, and entities that seek your service know exactly how you can help them. And I hear from the words that you speak and the solutions you've provided, you are an expert in this field, and you are deeply interested in the work you do and the outcome that you deliver to organizations. And I wish you a wonderful experience in this new career journey. I have no doubt it's going to be exciting for you. It seems like this is meant to happen. You are well comfortable in the topic. Regardless of where I take it to, you are well-rounded in your answers. So thank you very much for joining this session. I hope you get to, pop in to see how we're going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom-Chris, and best of luck.
Thanks a lot. Bye for now. Okay, so transitioning to Natalie in Canada. Hi, Natalie.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm well.
Hope you can hear me just fine.
Yes, I can hear you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Natalie, we had a brilliant interview the last time, and I was so disappointed that people didn't get to watch it back.
Yeah, it is well. There's been very great development since then that I can't wait to get into.
Absolutely, yeah. So, are you good? Okay. I can't see Natalie's face. I see the logo. No, it's not from you, Natalie. It's from my guys.
Okay.
Are you good now? Okay, wonderful. All right, tell me about it. So for someone who didn't get to capture all the eccentric insights that you delivered the last time, what do they need to know about you that will make this conversation quite exciting to follow for them?
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Natalie Derek Kagole. Natalie Mary K on LinkedIn. I graduated from Michigan State University with the Mastercard Foundation Scholarship back in 2021. After that time, I was able to secure a job at Microsoft straight from college, from a non-tech background or an unconventional background. And this was within like 7 months. Currently, I live in Canada, in British Columbia, and I started a business where I actually help college students and new grads to position themselves to stand out in the job market today, just like I did back in 2021. So I'm excited to dive into it.
Yeah. Natalie, you have a brilliant, career journey and accomplishments. I don't want to revisit all that we discussed the last time, but I'm so interested to help those who are seeing you for the first time, get to see your exciting career journey. Because scholarship, new job in 7 months, non-tech, but in tech, lives in a bubbling, fast-growing community, new business to make people who you were. These are amazing, amazing topics. So if I was your classmate during those early years of high school, can I reconcile who you are today with who you were then?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. And I really appreciated that question the last time.
Yeah.
This time, it's a lot to reflect on, because I would say to 90% yes. Right. And this is because back in high school, I was conscientious. I was what you'd call the teacher's pet. In 2012, I was awarded Student of the Year, which was an award that was only given to A-levels at the time. In Uganda, we call the last 2 years of high school, you'd be considered in A-level. And the Green Hill Envoy Award, which is the ambassador for the entire school to the outside schools. And I was awarded all this as a junior, as an ordinary level student, which means that from back in the day, I've always stood out somehow, right, among the crowd, in a quiet way, though. It's a quiet kind of strategic positioning. Yeah. And today, in the business that I do, having got one of the biggest scholarships for African students, and then also worked at one of the top companies in the world, the business that I do is in helping people position themselves, build a brand, a professional brand in particular, to be able to stand out in a way that is unique to them and portrays their unique values, right? So nothing has to be fake or exaggerated for you to be able to put your, to gain all the opportunities that you believe that you deserve. So I'd say 90%. The 10% would be, I don't think people would think I'd be the type of person to start a business. Right. I think I was so much of a teacher's pet that the corporate journey would make so much more sense. Or working somewhere in the UN or something like that.
Impressive. Not many people use the word that you used, conscientious. So it shows that you are pretty much well-read. What books did you read those early years? Yeah, you're welcome. What books did you read those early years that made the highest or the most impact on you? I'm curious to know.
And to be entirely transparent, I was never really a reader in the early years. Okay. And yet I was a writer. So I did stand up for my writing. I will say, just to be honest, is the Bible, honestly. Like, there's so many stories in the Bible, whether you're religious or not, that have so many insights and wisdom on how to navigate a world like the world we live in, right? So whether it be power, politics, or, the way to the top, the guaranteed way to the top, which is, humility, like patience, certain values that will really make you stand out. So I know between when I was 15 to 18, I was heavily in my Bible at school. That was the main book. And minus the books that were assigned to us, but those were subject specific. So, yeah.
That's impressive. So that connects a dot in my head. Okay. So the question is, or I know the answer, but what role has your faith played in all of this accelerated career journey?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'd say confidence first and foremost, because a lot of people think you know, a lot of people think faith is just a religious factor that you, like it's a behavior factor, right? It's like, oh, you go to church or you cover your head with the Sharia, or if you're Buddhist, you do this and that. For me, a lot of my confidence to apply for jobs that I'm 60% qualified for and still believe that I'll get it. The confidence in interviews to talk about my entire vision versus just the role fit all comes from the fact that I believe that it's mine before I go into the interview. And I only believe that because of my faith, right? The Bible tells us things like, you shall decree and declare things shall be done unto you. So there's specific hacks that if anyone would care to know, that you can get from the Bible that I've seen translate in the real world, not just on the African continent, but also in the North American continent.
Please share a few. I'm sure some people will be like, yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay. Well, just to kind of match them to evidence, when I was applying for my scholarship to the United States, I didn't actually do the best in high school. In my last year, I was in I'm from Uganda. Sorry, I didn't mention that. In my high school context, I wasn't like the creme de la creme or one of the people that got the maximum points. When I was applying, I used my actual grades. So nothing, I wrote my actual story, right? So I just talked about my leadership and all these different things. And I believed it was mine. Got the email. I was selected. When we flew to the US, people were curious about my story. You know, they were like, it's rare that we select a profile like yours, right? Granted, I was one of the best essays in all the scholars that they selected, but the overall profile was a route to the US. Still, my first year of university, I won a fully paid trip for me and part of my team that we had worked on a project to Canada, to the World One Health Congress at the time. And all that just because I believed that I was meant to be where I was. I believed that I deserved to be where I was. There's no imposter syndrome. I had prayed for this. I had worked hard for it. And it was paying off. And then in my second year of university, there was a essay competition that they would have for international students. And at the end of that, you would win $1,000. And for any college students, that's a big deal, right? Mm-hmm. And I remember even within the scholarship that say, oh, this is really hard to get, right? Because all international students are applying for this. I went to a school of about 50,000 students total. And that's a lot of students. That's a lot of brilliant students. And I was able to emerge first place and, got the money. This was the COVID year. I started a project where we were kind of preparing African-American students from, basically disadvantaged backgrounds for the job search. And even back then, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just, I just felt the pain for these students because it was COVID, they're being set back, just like you think of students in different contexts, even from where I'm from in Uganda. But I was in a different location. Yeah. And I asked God, I was like, I want to do something about this, right? And I was able to have 3 different organizations back me up. We're able to create something. During COVID, I was working with Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was the top correspondent to the White House at the time for the entire pandemic. So some people may feel aware about him. I think my portion of the story is having been selected as one of only 5 people that were his fellows at the time. So I was constantly at the forefront because of the confidence I had that comes from my faith. And then, of course, in senior year, that's when I got my job at Microsoft, and was able to negotiate a package that was very comparable to a lot of engineers. And I was not even an engineer. And yeah, so I feel like all 4 years of my college life were very fruitful, and it all came from confidence. I was in a new context with new challenges. I was now a minority group in a very massive country like the US, and yet I was still getting the same exact results as in Uganda, where I was the student of the year, where I was the Green Envoy, and I've seen the same in Canada now with my business and how it's fast growing. So yeah, I think all these pieces of evidence just show me that I'm on the right path. And why would you change a winning formula? Yeah,
that's amazing. So if I'm trying to build my own equation in this conversation, and I'm listening to you, I've heard authenticity, confidence among the keywords that drive your career. Was this from family or your own personal journey with your Bible and your faith?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. It was all the above.
Okay.
Family played a huge factor. I think I mentioned that a little bit last time. The way I was raised by a lawyer, and with my sister and our mom. One of the things she did strategically was expose us to different content. Today we'd call it content. At the time we'd call it movies or series.
Yeah.
So we'd watch law series, would watch series about the United States elections, would watch the British series, would watch Australian series. Like, we were exposed to the world, I would say, in our home. And whenever we watch these things, she would pause and ask us what we're learning. And that's one thing my sister and I hated so much, because we just wanted to watch, like the entire story and just kind of consume mindlessly. But she always engaged us. And by the time we came into these environments, we were confident, right? We, in my university second year, I had like a ride along with some policemen. And usually, if you know anything about the US, it's the stereotype, or really the context is minority groups and police officers have, rightly so, had kind of tense relationship. Yeah. But I was able to make so many friends in the police department at our school, friends that don't look like me, because I was just comfortable around them. But I was comfortable around them because I was raised in a context where we were taught how they think and how to communicate, how to articulate, how to speak their language. And that it has helped me connect with people in influential spaces, and people who don't look like me. So I would say family is a huge role, and that's not just my mom, my uncles, my aunties. They all were very strategic about how we were raised. And then, of course, my faith I feel like my faith, because even when I would apply, there are levels my family didn't get to in faith. So my family was like, yeah, sure, you get a good school, but you won't get a full scholarship to the US with the grades that you have. So that's where my faith comes in, right? It's like there's no, if you know the story of David and Goliath, there's nothing that's too big for as long as I have God. If I come in the name of the Lord, then I can even become the president of the United States, even if I'm not, born or raised in the US. So that's kind of my mindset, and it has served me well so far.
Is that an aspiration? Do you want to be a president?
No.
Okay.
It's not an aspiration at all. Maybe of Uganda.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Exposure, environment, these are keywords. I love keywords. I'm an SEO practitioner, so I love keywords. Now, every research, every report, every psychology book, you've read some of them, I've read some of them, they tell us the same conclusion is repeated, that environment plays a key role in how we turn out as individuals, especially in the formative years of our lives. But there's something that you mentioned that is quite primal. You said exposure. Your mom, she exposed you to different content and it helped you to live beyond your nucleus in Uganda. And you saw the world before you eventually got to be immersed in the world. So I'm someone in X country, and I have what I consider to be limited opportunities due to my environment. And I've been so disbelieved that I can only go X far because of where I live, where I was born, who my parents are, and the kind of access I have. Now I'm listening to you and I'm realizing that I can live above my environment. So what would you tell this kind of person on how to, so to say, recreate their world to actualize their potential, like Natalie?
Yeah. First of all, well put. Everything is well put and well asked. Thank you for that question. Yeah, that's a very good question. And I'd start by saying in the world today, I don't want to sound like our old aunties and whatnot, but there's no excuse, right? The information that my mom had to expose me to at the time is readily available, or, like Namibia or Egypt. The information is already available. That's the first thing I would say. And the second thing I would say is the world right now, as SFAN would know, is going remote, right? There's a lot of employers that are looking for global talent right now. And it's a very rare occurrence. In the past, people had to really study really long and gain so much experience to be able to start with even a decent paying job, let alone in a company that's global. Right now, you can teach yourself on all these platforms, Udemy, Coursera, O'Reilly, Pluralsight, so many platforms, YouTube, of course, university as we know it. The subject matter experts that you'd only see on TED Talks that are on YouTube every single week, right? Releasing content every single week. And if you listen to them, in no matter what context you are, it's not even if you're trying to go to a different country. If you're in India, I'm sure the subject matter experts in India that create content every week. So if you wanted to stand out, all you need to do is study them, I'm huge on instructions. So if someone says, I read this book, I would recommend it. Just read it, right? These are people who have walked the path and are subject matter experts. And if they recommend something, do it, because you don't know how far it will take you. You can expose yourself. You can do for yourself today what my mom did for me. And there's no limit, right? You can learn about American politics, Chinese politics, whatever you want to learn. And then, not just that, there are opportunities online as well. The entire package is online, right? So not only do you have the platforms to be able to learn, you also have the opportunities to apply for. If you go to a lot of job sites right now, all you need to do is to change location to remote, right? And you'll be able to find roles that you can start on. People are looking for virtual assistants every single day. So if you wanted to build experience in remote roles, that's where I'd say someone can start. There's a lot of startups like my own, people that you can find on LinkedIn. I would encourage everybody to be on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a hack that I think a lot of people in all generations, actually, LinkedIn is not even specific to, like the boomers are not on it enough, or no, I would say, in spite of all the content that you see, because LinkedIn has access to people that have opportunities or know someone who has the opportunity, no matter your context. And you can connect yourself to any opportunity in the world that way. So, yeah, I feel like right now the world is, if the saying the world is your oyster used to be very abstract, right now it's very practical and tangible, and you can curate your path to whatever you want to do.
That's very impressive. Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because we are creating, the premise of our operation is that young people are smart, and if given the tools, resources, opportunities they require to engage the real world, magic will really happen. And tomorrow we'll be launching the new version of Ready for Work, which is deeply rooted into what you've just expressed. One of the things that struck me when I began to intentionally consume information and content is learning how to learn. And it's becoming predominantly clear today that learning how to learn is a skill that everyone must develop, because information is all over the place. By the way, isn't it amazing that we live in a time when anybody at all can have access to the same information that you have, the same priority information or some part of the priority information that you have in any part of the world. And yet, access to opportunity has never been unequally distributed than it is today. Access to, life-changing content isn't always available to everyone. Meanwhile, we have these amazing technologies in AI and tools. So I realize that to a large extent, the problem is that some people are not taught how to learn, because in the foundational building blocks of information acquisition or knowledge acquisition, we have to understand the reasoning, and then utility value, and then, how to convert those information into what people can need or might be able to apply in, for maybe monetization, I should say. So when you teach your mentees how to position themselves, how to go for information, how to learn, is this something that you've seen that people need? And if yes, what do you tell them about how to learn today, where we know that everything we are discussing now might not be as relevant as it will be in the next 5 years? So when things are changing in this quick pace, for example, I feel that in the next 5 years, job boards might not be useful to anybody, because systems like what we are releasing now will make it easy for people to find opportunities quicker, find opportunities faster. So the do it for me approach of life is becoming predominantly more useful. So how do I learn? What do I learn? Where do I focus? Where do I start? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. Honestly, I think first with your mindset, right? So when you have a confident mindset, you are able to have the audacity to ask yourself what you actually want to do in the world. A lot of people ask themselves, what opportunity do I have so that I can position myself for that? I would say find a way to figure out how you want to apply yourself to the world. And by this, I mean, like, when my clients come to me and they're like, oh, I've been searching for a job for X amount of time, let's say a year and a half plus, and sent out so many things, found nothing. I always ask them, like, first of all, what do you want? What do you want? What, you know, a job is just like, the word job it's a word, right? But you're so much more than that. What are you trying to accomplish or spend the rest of the next, let's say, 10 years of your life doing on this earth? And then they'll say so many different things. And then I'll be like, well, now we can curate something, right? If someone comes and, well, I work specifically with the niche of tech, right? Someone comes and, let me just use myself as an example. A tech writer, like, I'm a technical writer. Okay, AI is using that job. So there's no point, quote unquote, in going to learn about tech writing and basically starting from the beginning and like, oh, okay, these are the fundamentals, because AI can do a good enough job, like a good enough draft in like seconds, right? And if someone on the team already refines it, that's like what? Minutes, right? Your job is quote unquote redundant. Is it or is it not? So I would say, first of all, no. What do you want? And if you say it's tech writing no matter what, then figure out, the next thing is research, right? It's like, never make a decision before counting the cost. So, okay, if this is what I truly want, what's happening in this space? Okay, AI is taking over technical writers, to what extent, right? And then you start learning. So you find the position of entry into your particular industry, particular craft that you want to work on. When you find the position of entry, let's say is around strategy, right? The companies are looking for people that can handle entire portfolios of content and specifically strategy. And maybe being able to oversee the AI situation, then you start learning from that particular point onwards, right? So I would say it's kind of like with every revolution, there's always people that are attached to the to the past and who will get left behind. But there are people who are proactive and are going to say, okay, what is the forefront of this? Where is the value happening, right? Because a job market is really just supply versus demand, right? Yeah. So where is the demand for this particular field or particular craft? I'm going to position myself where the demand is, and I'm going to learn what I need to learn to be able to be of value in the market. In regards to how to learn, it's still about learning, who you are and yourself. I used to be someone who, I used to actually think I wasn't that smart because, my background, I started off in Uganda, and the way we're taught didn't really work for me. I learned by doing. I learn best when, if I figure out a concept or read about a concept and then apply it immediately, right? That wasn't our reality. So someone else will need to read like 2 books, 3 books, My boyfriend at the time was a reader. Like for him, he needs to read like 3 entire books on the same topic and then he can go, right? Mm-hmm. For me, I need to read the first chapter and find a way it works in the real world, right? And again, that's still an opportunity we have if it's something like photography or videography, right? If you go on a platform, study it, and then get as hands-on as you can immediately. Like find a project. If you're in a context where you're like, well, they don't give people like me opportunities to find, to handle the technology, they don't trust us, then I would say figure it out. I don't believe that, even in the Ugandan context or any context, I don't believe that if you're willing to work for free, if you're willing to add value even for free, anyone's going to stop you. Yeah. Trust is earned in no matter the context you are. So just go to a place, prove yourself consistently without expecting anything, which I think is still a thing we struggle to do, especially as we need it the most. And you'll be able to gain on the experience you want. So I hope that kind of provides a little bit of insight that can answer the question.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I have written 2 quotes and some ladder that people can apply immediately. Trust is earned. That's a very key quote right there. Anything is figure outable. We can always learn things. And we can always do things, In the tech space, it's a popular quote. You can always do things. Yeah. So find a place to start. Expression of value to output is how people get interested in what you're offering. Research, of course, and find areas that have going concern. I think these are key instructions that anybody can use now to activate whatever the aspiration is. Okay, now let's go to how to stand out in the tough job market of today, where we see the layoffs, we see the number of jobs that are, supposedly being taken over by AI. Now, the competition is already tough as it is. And now we have these new developments. So how do I stand out?
Yeah. It's a good question. And I feel like I have authority to talk about this particular subject because I was actually laid off, impacted by the layoffs at Microsoft this year. There's been more layoffs this year in the company than its entire history, right? More layoffs than even right after COVID. And yet I still, I've started a business, we're kind of building a brand, starting out. I just started in August, but I do have insider connections within Microsoft and continue to stand out. My clients have been able to land roles quicker than they expected, when they work with me. So I would say, first and foremost, it's a mindset thing, right? I think there's some life principles that don't change at all over time. But the same principle that got Kobe Bryant to stand out and be Kobe Bryant or LeBron James or, Thomas Sankara or Nelson Mandela is the same principle that you apply in terms of mindset to the job search today, right? First and foremost, you need to believe in yourself and the value you have to add. Without that, it's going to be very hard to convince anyone else of your value. It has to start from within, because once that mindset is, you start to realize, oh, actually, this LinkedIn platform, I want to be on it, right? Because you're like, I have something to add. Or I want to post on LinkedIn and I want to tag these people. I want to reach out to this VP of this particular startup. There will be no block. So I would say get the mindset first. A lot of people, you'll be surprised when they come to me, in spite of, if they're students, because I have interns as well, in spite of being straight A students, don't believe in them. They come to you and they're like, I don't know, like, I'm hearing that the job market is horrible. Like, I don't even know if they laid off these types of software engineers. Me, I don't even have this. Like, I'm not of value, right? And then you'll have the professionals that already have jobs that are looking for other jobs, right? Which are the majority of the job market in the North American context, ironically. The hidden majority are the people that already have a job, but they hate it, and they're looking for other jobs, right? And they'll also say the same thing. They're like, I don't know if I have enough value to go for a senior position, right? Maybe because in their particular context, they're not documenting their wins, so they have nothing to refer to see if they're valuable or not. And my job all the time is always to first get them to think and see themselves in a way that to see themselves in a way that we can even take outside to the market. Yeah, because even without that, in spite of my guidance, honestly, we're only as driven as we believe that we can achieve something. What confidence really is the trust that you have the ability to bring an outcome to life, right? That's what confidence is. That's why when people prepare, they're more confident because they're like, I know I will speak well. I know if you work with me, this will be able to be achieved. So a lot of people don't apply that to their personal mindset. They're like, I'm going to apply for a job and I hope I get it. You should get to a point where you're like, I know I'm going to get this job because I know the value I have to add. So when you're communicating to the employer, I always talk about how when I was applying at Microsoft, interviewing, I talked about my longer term goals. And I was being interviewed for a new grad position for writing. But I talked about how, and then I see myself here in Microsoft for this long. And then in a few years, this is the long-term goal. I'm trying to go back to Uganda and join politics. And it's like, I'm sure if I worked with a job coach, they'll be like, yeah, no, don't go there. That's irrelevant to the position, right? Which I agree with. If you're talking to your manager, maybe not, right? But I had an interview panel of like 5 people. So when I was talking to the director, I spoke about my longer term goals. But that's because I really had gotten to a point where I believe it's going to be their loss if they don't hire me. But it wasn't arrogance, right? There's a difference. It wasn't because, hire me or not, it's your loss. It was more like, I know the value I have to add. I know the kind of person I am, and I know I'm an asset. So I'm choosing your company, and your company's choosing me. I have power in this equation, right? It's not in any equation. Everyone has power in any kind of dynamic. Even if you feel like you're a victim or the beggars aren't choosers. Beggars have power because most of the time people at the top, the one currency that they need is people. Absolutely. So you have power, right? But you have to understand the power you have and how to articulate it. So I'll stop there just so that I don't go on and on. But yeah, I would definitely start with the mindset.
That's fantastic. There's this popular screenshot I saw one day. I think somebody created it and another person screenshotted it and it's gone viral on social media. It says, I am humble enough to know that I'm replaceable at work, but I'm also confident to know it will take 4 people to replace me. And I really love that. It's the mindset, I teach my team because the future of work is changing and employees are no longer employees, quote unquote. They are becoming primary stakeholders in the business because they are the business and the business is the product. So everyone has to cultivate that mindset of understanding what their value is and bringing that value to work, because it's only when you can pour from an empty cistern, The only way you can enrich your work is when you've poured into yourself, and the outflow, the overflow, the spillover becomes the work that you deliver to clients to enrich their lives and, commoditize the business. So how did you, design this fabric of your confidence? Because it keeps coming up as a thread of everything you've said. And really, it's true. Confidence is the secret of all human achievements. If you don't even believe that you're qualified to be in the room, then what's the point of being there? So how did you design your confidence?
Yeah, that's a huge question. So kind of like we spoke about, my confidence did not begin with me. It began with, my background, right? So how I was raised, confidence was instilled in us. But for that person who says, I don't have people around me who believe in me, who affirm me, who even tell me my strengths or my weaknesses, I think that's where faith comes in, right? Or, if you're not really, you can read different books, right? in my faith, we believe that there's a scripture that says faith comes by hearing, right? And hearing by the word of God. Yeah. So whatever you hear, you're going to believe. So if you're in an environment, if I'm to bring it to the African context where it's like, oh, it's really hard to get jobs, especially once you graduate, I'd say now, like in this particular economy, then you're going to start to believe that, and it's going to affect your confidence. So I'm very particular about what I let in. I remember going through a breakup, and then I told my friend, I've never listened to breakup music since I broke up. She was like, what? Processing. It's like, no, why would I amplify anything that's not going to help me achieve the goal that I'm trying to achieve? So if your goal is to stand out, then listen to people that have stood out and listen to them consistently, right? Consistency is also key. Read things of people that have done the things you want to do, crazy things. Diversify. I mentioned Kobe Bryant. That's a whole basketball player. Yeah. I'm not really that I don't watch basketball games much or anything, but I know about his mindset, right? The current president of the United States, no matter how you feel about the person, right? For me, it's the principle. Absolutely. This is someone who spoke their way to victory in some ways, but I don't want to start a political conversation here, but if we're to just extract that particular mindset of no matter my past failure, I believe, this is someone who will constantly say, we're doing better than we have before, right? These small things, the brain doesn't know the difference. Whereas people will be like, oh, I don't want to exaggerate or sound arrogant. Your brain believes you, right? So what you take in is very key, and what you take in consistently. And then, of course, the people you surround yourself with, which is something also I've been blessed to have. Sometimes I curate it, but sometimes you just attract who you are. So you find that the more you consume these things, these are the conversations you start to have. And naturally, the people that will feel comfortable around you will also be confident people. My family, I currently live with my cousin. We're raised in the same environment. We have the same faith. So we speak the same language, right? She's also a business person. She's doing extremely well in her business. So I'm constantly surrounded by high achievers who do not feel like they have a limit in life. So on those inevitable days when I feel like, what is the point of what I'm doing? Or is it even going to be relevant in the next few years or months? I'm surrounded by people who are going further than I ever thought. And it was the same for college. I think if I hadn't come to college with the Mastercard Foundation scholars, I might have settled for less. But I was surrounded by people who were constantly looking for opportunity, finding opportunity, and achieving the things they desire. So I would say, watch what you're hearing, watch what you're ingesting or consuming, watch the people you're surrounded by, and I think lastly, decision. You have to make a decision to be confident. It's a resolve, because life will throw so many things at you that are fashioned to actually feel that. And you kind of have to have a resolve that no matter what, I'm locking into this mindset. And the only way I'll stop is if I'm dead, right? And what you start to see is you will start to see evidence of the mindset working.
Absolutely.
This is not one of those things where it's like, oh, just believe. You will see wins, and when you see them, stick to them. That's what I do on a daily basis.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. You said some vital truths. Your input determines your output, and you can choose to attract and curate your environment or you can just go haphazard on it and let things fall where they may. But, that raises another question. So when you are intentional, I take myself as an example. When I was in high school, I kind of wanted to live a certain life when I'm in this age where I am now. Everything I'm doing now, I've seen it before, I kind of see things before they happen, So it started in high school. I began to be intentional about my future and the environment I wanted to operate in. So I began curating my environment, and it meant that I wasn't popular among some of my friends, but I desperately wanted to belong. I wanted to be one of them. I wanted to be just a normal guy. I didn't want to be that guy who speaks English all the time and not our vernacular, So it earned me some not so exciting reputation. For someone who is going through that, the pressure is there to be like everyone else. I don't know if you've read that letter by Jeff Bezos. He said, the environment just wants you to be one of the same, but the secret to success is distinction, So for a high school student, a university leader, a young entrepreneur in corporate or building a venture who is there wanting to be different, wanting to curate and intentionally attract what they want into the environment, but the society is pressuring them to be one of the same. What can you tell them? Because I could imagine that when you made your own decision, you face those friends who are like, oh, do you think you are better than us? Who do you think you are? Are you now avoiding us? That kind of thing. So what insights can they glean from your journey and experience?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And I felt that exact feeling in multiple contexts of my life that I've chosen to be different. You mentioned something very powerful about seeing things before they happen. I think that's one of them, right? Vision. I know the scripture that says where there's no vision, people cast restraint. So people don't have self-control when they have no vision. When you have no vision, if you don't see a particular future and see it vividly, it's going to be really hard to keep the resolve to stay different, because we're human, and belonging is a need. It's a core need. On even Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's one of the most core needs. Without it, it's truly hard to keep going forward. So I would say, first of all, write your vision down. If you need a vision board, if you're more of a creative, create a vision board, something you can look at and be like, you know what, at the end of the day, this is worth it, right? This particular image in my mind is worth it. If you're not a creative, read an inspiring book. It's really impossible to do it alone, but you kind of have to find your tribe. If you can't find it in person, you can find it online.
Yeah.
Which is another thing that the internet gave us, right? If you listen to, let's say, Tom-Chris, and you're like, you know what, I want to be like Tom-Chris one day. I want to have my own organization where I'm actually impacting lives and changing history, then watch Tom-Chris's content every single day. What will start to happen even psychologically is you start to your soul will start to bond with Tom-Chris's soul. Like, you will start to feel part of him, and it's not ideal, but it's worth it, right? When you lock yourself in an environment where you have no people per se, if you have no people, I would challenge them to realize that those people are out there. But let me start with the online community you can build. Tom-Chris, you have lives, right?
Yeah.
You guys go live. There's people in comments. Meet people online. They are there. Your community exists. Your niche, your tribe exists. When you're in a space where you feel different, it just takes a little bit of effort to find them, but you will find them online, right? They're there. And they will carry you throughout this season of life where you feel like, okay, no one at my school cares about becoming the next Elon Musk, and yet I feel like this is my life, purpose. Spend time with people on YouTube that do that. They have communities now. They have chat rooms. They have all sorts of things. But then also in your immediate environment, sometimes the people are out there, but both of you are quiet about it, right? Maybe you're both feeling different. So no one's really putting themselves out there that this is who I am, which is something I've struggled with for a long time, so I can empathize. But there's a lot to lose, right? You never find your people without being yourself.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know what I mean? So you kind of have to take the risk to be yourself. And there'll always be that one person. Maybe they won't even be the type of person you want to associate with you. You'll be like, no, I want to be different. And this is the person that is literally like what I don't want to be like. Like, they're also a bookworm, or they're constantly future oriented. If you have one person, just persevere through that season of your life. I promise you, it will be worth it. And you can only know it's worth it if you're constantly looking at people that are living in the reality that you want to live within a few years, right? Yeah. I'd also say, honestly, don't be too hard on yourself. If you want to be a chill person, schedule time to be a chill person, right? I'm a firm believer that you can have both and, but in what amounts, or in what portions, right? If you say, I want to be the cool guy and the guy that dresses up, or the girl that's like super cool, but I also really want to be like super ambitious and all these things, you can create the time for these things. Really, the world, it goes back to confidence, like I told you. What do you want? What do you want? Apply yourself to the world and stop being at the mercy of the world. Because the world is always looking for leaders. So you kind of have to become someone who's like, this is who I am. And if there's no one like me, then I'm going to set the trend. There's no shortcut to courage. Like, courage has to be involved in the equation of success. Yeah, you can achieve success without the courage to be different or to apply yourself. Because what you'll find is like, maybe people think this is cool because you haven't shown them what being uniquely yourself is, right? Which is why I don't believe in, oh, well, I'm either this or that. I'm either the bookworm or this. No, be everything so that people see a difference. And there might be more people that accept you than none. But when you stay in your head about it, of course, you're going to repel pretty much everybody. So it is a little bit of a hard one. You have to have courage. With, like you said, the secret to success, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that if I'm myself, there's a lot for me to gain. It's really hard for the world to just constantly be against you.
Yeah.
When you are also fighting back. It's not. Yeah, they're principles of the universal, or of the laws of the universe that will work. Input, output. If you're authentic, you will attract authentic people, and they also won't just be one thing. So, yeah.
That's impressive. There are a lot of things to unpack from what you said, but I want to challenge you on one aspect of your submission, which is the brand, because obviously we live in a world of personal brand right now. So you said you can be everything, but we know that being the outlier seems to be of more premium now in the marketplace, where you have a clear understanding of who you are, what you provide, what you offer the world, and how the world can benefit from your existence. So for an individual who hasn't cultivated that sense of, I know who I am, identity, service, availability from whatever context they operate from, and you are telling them to be everything. So what is the advice really? Because I know I can't be everything to everybody. and I get paid more when I can deliver clear value. So what is it that you are telling them to do now?
I see what you mean. So I think you're coming from the saying that the riches are in the niches, right? So you kind of have to niche, be specific about the value you offer. And that will make you richer faster, which is very true. I agree with that. The advice, though, is how you go about it. If you go about it with your full self, then you're going to differentiate yourself from anybody else. So that's really what the advice is. I think what I'm trying to say is, if the specific path is, let's say the person wants to be more like Elon Musk, you're like, okay, I want to go into automation, right? That's the niche. Automation for African women, right? That's the niche. There's no shortcut around that. That's another principle, right? The niche, the more niche you are, the more specific the value add, the harder it is to replace you, because then you've made yourself an expert, right? However, the way you go about delivering that in terms of, terms of sustainability, in terms of sustainability in the sense that you will enjoy what you do, so you will do it excellently and you do it for a really long time, has to involve your full self. I think I have two examples for what I'm trying to portray. I'll use one from the scripture and I'll use one from real life. I think from the scripture, I'll use David again, right? David and Goliath. When David was going to fight Goliath, they gave him, the armor, right? That is what the world says. It's like, if you want to be a doctor, this is the path. If you want to be an engineer, this is the path, which is very true. You do need armor before you go into a war. Your authenticity, though, is how have you, in your most natural element, when you're in your element, how do you solve? How do you learn? How do you, understanding self? You use the winning formula. Use your authenticity. Use everything that you are, everything that works for you behind closed doors. Don't hide any part of it. So if behind closed doors, you're the kind of person who likes to dress up, put on music, and then solve a math equation. When you go out there and you're like, well, people who are studious only, they don't listen to a stereotype. How about you come with your music, your outfit, and solve the equation? Because now you are creating a path, it's a different type of niching where you're the only one to do it that way. I think in real life, even Elon Musk is an example, right? Jeff Bezos, all these people, they had to take risks that felt more authentic to them and who they are, like dropping out of school. I think about Oprah being a Black woman, just starting your own show and trusting that the way you do what you do is going to work. So the niches are the riches. That is the what. That is what you need to do. You need to narrow down to specifics. The how is I want you to be your full self, your full authentic self, because that is what's going to make you different from your next competitor. And they might like what you have to offer. And if they don't, then build your own thing, like Disney.
Very impressive. Yeah, well said. Okay. We're supposed to be transitioning to the next speaker now. Is Regina on? Oh, you're here. Okay, wonderful. All right. While she comes to the stage, Natalie, you have unquestionable expertise in this subject, so I have lots of questions I wanted to ask you, but we really have to transition to the next speaker. So please, I just wanted to rephrase something that you said that sort of struck me strongly. Apply yourself to the world and stop being at the mercy of the world. That's a statement that I wish every one person who is listening to this that is in that 16 to 35-year-old bracket would understand and make a mantra for themselves. But thank you so much, Natalie. You are an amazing communicator. You think clearly. you have, so many ideas of how young people can improve their lives that are applicable and useful in any context. And I do believe that we would have other conversations to have as a follow-up to this. And of course, I'm looking forward also to working with you. So final comments to those listening to you.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Tom-Chris. Thank you for this opportunity and, for the platform that you built. I think it's very beneficial to all Africans. We're immensely grateful for the role you're playing in our history. And yeah, to everyone out there, I'd say start with believing in yourself. And if you want to try it, start with faith and curate your environment. There's nothing that you cannot do if you believe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're a living proof of that. Cheers.
Yes. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Back to Accra from Canada. I was thinking you would be joining from Nigeria.
Actually in town.
Wonderful. That's great. So you have lots of pictures. Okay. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Okay. All right. Let's go. By the way, it's such a pleasure seeing you again.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a real long time.
Yeah. Has it been?
Oh, it's been, should I say, grace all the way.
Yeah.
And we're meeting on a different note.
Yes.
This time on a more global context.
Yeah.
And so it's my pleasure to meet you again.
Queen Reg of the Love World Nation. Wonderful. Okay, so for those who don't have, who haven't had the opportunity to explore your work, get to know you more, what do they need to know about you to appreciate what you're coming to deliver to them today?
Okay, so first and foremost, I'd like to say a very big thank you for this opportunity, this platform to become vulnerable, because I've never had to share my story.
Oh, wow.
I've never had to be, on this side of the screen for many years, because I'm the one, I've been a director, a cinematographer, so I've had to always put people in front of the camera while I direct from behind. So pardon me if I don't have so much vocabulary.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
So, but really, people who know me for the longest know that I've been in the media industry, doing production, directing, and in the recent years, drone piloting. It's been one of my major hobbies recently, but generally I'm a cinematographer and a producer, and that's what people know me for. And it's something I'm not just building a business around, but it's something I'm very passionate about, translating my passion into a very viable business right now that's taking over the space.
Yeah. So how have you seen the media industry over the past, let's say since COVID, over the past 5 years? Where do you see the industry going now?
The industry has evolved.
Yeah.
Greatly, tremendously. The industry has evolved since the post-pandemic years. We've seen the rise of internet, the digital space, platforms, and even now AI. So it just keeps flying like non-stop, right? Before then, we knew that people were producing for online platforms, right? But after the post-pandemic, where we were all sort of forced to do most things online, it seems like the world never really recovered from it. So we just grew or evolved from that era into now most productions going on the online space. And like now, you just came from Canada, sitting in one spot in Ghana, and now talking to people from in France, in Canada, across the globe. So there's been a massive disruption of our space, and it's a good thing. Although some people feel threatened, which we'll get to that why, the reason why. But really, it's been a massive explosion in that in our industry, and to me, I feel it's come of age.
Yeah,
it's come of age.
That's impressive. So let me go back. Did you always want to be in this space, or it just sort of happened? Assignments became passion, and passion became ministry, and ministry became a livelihood source.
Well, for me, it was something I picked up from a very early age.
Okay.
The journey has taken me through different dimensions, right? But the actual passion started when I was a kid. You know, back then, I grew up in the suburb of Lagos, Nigeria, precisely, and there we used to have NTA News, Nigerian Television Authority. They used to, read their news at 8 p.m. And so there was this particular lady, God bless her, Eugenia Abu. She's a legend in the industry. She's a broadcaster. And so my name being Regina, I think I sort of took a liking to her being Eugenia. Mm-hmm. So it felt like I was seeing myself at that very young age, maybe like 3, 4, 5 years old. I was seeing myself in her because TVs only came on air at 4 p.m. around that time. So from 4 p.m. they show the cartoons, and until the 8 p.m. when I would hear that national anthem. And then you know that the Nigerian news is about to come on air, and every time I just I took a liking to Eugenia Abu. And every time I hear that, montage, I would rush to the TV and check if the first face that comes up to read the news headline is not hers. My interest would just drop. Yeah. But if she's the one, I'm just going to stay there and I'm going to listen like I could understand everything. It was so I was so attracted to her to the point where it became a habit. And then my family, my father, everyone around me started calling me Eugenia. Like when TV was not on, when news was not on, I would take my textbooks, I would take any newspaper. My father used to buy a lot of newspapers. I would take them and I would, be reading and looking up, reading the way I would be mimicking Eugenia Abu. So at that young age, the only thing I wanted to do was to become a broadcaster. I didn't know much about media, but I somehow got so inclined and fascinated to her that I just knew that this is all I wanted to be. I didn't know the nitty-gritties of the profession, but just because I liked her, I only wanted to be like her. So I wouldn't say I was pursuing a career. I only saw someone I loved doing something that was so fascinating, and I just wanted to be like her. So from a very young age, the people who knew me around the neighborhood would call me Eugenia, because the name spread beyond my family. So it took a long time for some other people to know that my name was actually Regina and not Eugenia. And interestingly, many years down the line, I got to meet her.
Right.
And I told her, I'm here because of you.
That's impressive. That's an impressive story. Oh, wow. So was that how you chose the course you studied in school?
Well, I didn't study media.
Okay.
As much as I wanted to study media, I wanted broadcast and journalism.
Okay.
But the situation of Nigeria is such that what you call what I ordered versus what I got. So I actually applied to study journalism and communication in University of Benin, but after all the results and everything came out, the last batch, I discovered that I was given linguistics. So initially I didn't want to take it, but then my family convinced me that the study of language is related to journalism and all that. So I went in to study linguistics, and somehow that inclination for media never left me. It never left me, and after my studies, I started to see where language intersects with media, and how language forms how we think and how we talk and how we share our stories, and moving on from my studies, immediately I joined ministry. I started working in church with, God bless him, Pastor Chris, as one of his media people. And from there, I was able to build on my media, career, my media dream to become a producer. But prior to that, I must state that after my university days, I actually was posted to work with the Nigerian Television Authority.
Right.
Then again, it came from when I was young, looking at Eugenia Abu. All I wanted to be was like her. So when I went for service, I asked the director, please, is there any way I can work with the Nigerian Television Authority? And he says, oh, they usually don't take couples. But since it's a special request, we could find out, we could ask. And then right there he made a call and the man said, oh, they can come. We don't take couples, but they can come. And I jumped up, so I rushed the next day to the interview with 2 other of my friends, and all 3 of us were taken. And then I started my career as a presenter in the Nigerian Television Authority. So I was presenting 3 different programs, and I was supposed to move on from there to continue, production in the Abuja office. But that was where ministry met me, and ministry called me, and then I had to go behind the scenes to start doing production behind the scenes.
Wow. That's impressive. So it started from admiring Eugenia.
Yeah.
Then you got to become Eugenia. And then incidentally, we went into ministry. Okay, so life in ministry. This was around 2015, if I'm correct.
Ministry for me started at about 2008.
Oh, wow, that's that long.
Yes.
Okay.
2008 to 2015 thereabouts.
Right.
I was, video editor, trainer, assistant producer. I was all of that in the ministry.
Amazing. That's
across South Africa, Canada, Europe. Yeah.
Do you still do some of those now?
Oh, essentially, all of those have been, put together into what I run as a business now.
Wow.
So right now I'm into media business, as it were.
So would you say those volunteer work in church was what set you up for your career today?
I started out as a volunteer, yes, but eventually it blossomed into a full-fledged job where I was one of the A-list staff of Pastor Chris at that time. And we had to do multiple things. And, being in the ministry with Pastor Chris gave me an opportunity to see production from a different light. Because back in the day and up till now, media has been a male-dominated space. We are bridging that gap,
right?
One lady at a time.
Yes.
So,
which is part of what we'll discuss today.
Going into the ministry, I saw that Pastor Chris worked a lot with women in the media, and it was an inclusive environment where it didn't matter your gender. If you have the passion, you have the grit, you have the resilience, and you are able to, that space was created for you. You could be, and all around me were women producers. And so it gave me a platform to soar, to just explore all of the media areas. Like today, I'm a video editor. Very well. I edit very well using professional softwares.
Yeah.
I'm a camera woman. Like they used to say cameraman, but I've said no, I'm a camera woman.
Yeah.
So I'm a camera woman. I can record all angles, right? I can direct. So working in ministry, being posted to handle multiple tasks, gave me that platform to venture into the different areas of ministry. I'm also a photographer. I can take pictures. So in terms of media, it became like an all-inclusive, So with that, I could say you know, I understood that women can actually do anything, because I saw women in the ministry do amazing things, not just in the media department, but across board in the ministry. So I would say, you know, categorically that Pastor Chris is one of the key ministers who pioneered women in the media industry, who showed other ministers that women can actually handle camera and do a good, excellent job with it. So yeah, that gave me the platform to the springboard to actually what I'm doing today. Today, I handle my own media business, and I work with teams of media professionals, right? But sincerely, every task I give out, I am well versed in those tasks. So even if I hire a photographer, for example, I can take photography. I'm very good with angles and shots. So I know the job. I only delegate or hire because it's a place of expansion, expanding my business. So yeah, ministry gave us that.
That's
that
really
grace,
impressive. You know, one of the things that people disregard sometimes is the volunteer role has a way of preparing you for your greater assignment. But yours also became a big assignment because you had access to, you know, pastors' global work. You traveled, you managed exciting projects. Before we move into the opportunities that are available for women, particularly in media and other adjacent fields, would you say there are specific mindset shifts that helped you to, you know, make the best of this, so to say, volunteer role, you know, and use it to acquire useful skills and, you know, make important connections with people who paved the way for you?
The thing is that part of our training in ministry is dedication.
Right.
Right? There's a place where, as you're being trained in the Christian life, you understand commitment, dedication, loyalty, and with that comes your giving your all. So there was, to us, serving was an honor. And to me till today, when I have the opportunity to serve, is an honor. Why? Because I was raised early enough to know that when you give of your time or of yourself to a particular cause, and especially a cause that is good for humanity, good for God, there's always a payback, both to you, to humanity, and to God himself. So when I was working, there was no question of giving half measures, right? It's either you are in or you are in. There were no two ways. And the way we were trained is that you don't come back with excuses.
Right.
You are not coming back with, I couldn't. And so the more we dared new projects, the more we kept on daring. And the more we kept on daring, the more we learned. Today, I see a generation where many young people just are in for the money and not for the service. Like there's a huge question, or there's a huge gap between the young people, most young people, and commitment. They just are in for what they can get right now. But it doesn't work that way. There is a place for training, and that place comes first from a place of commitment. You know, back in the day when I would host, you know, a group of volunteers, because that was one of my key responsibilities, to train young people who are volunteering with us for different events. I always tell them I always teach them the FAT principle, which is you must be faithful, you must be available, and then you must be teachable. So it's not enough to say I want to hire talent. But how faithful is that person going to be? Because the Bible says you don't commit your pearls to the swine, right? So nobody want to train a staff or a potential volunteer or, you know, a supporting team who's not going to be faithful. It's like casting your pearls before the swine. You're not going to get a return on investment. Even God, I always tell people, when I got into business, I understood the person of God more. I began to appreciate the gospel in its entirety, because it's a whole new level
Right.
of understanding, really. You train you to be committed to a thing, and train you to be available and teachable, and that is when he can bless you and you can be able to give back to your society.
Very impressive. Okay, so let's ease into the conversation. Media production entrepreneurship. If I'm in high school and I'm hearing this big word, well, high school students now, they have AI and tools, so they know. So, but for someone who might want to really understand what it means in practical sense, what does your day-to-day life look like as a media professional?
As a media professional, one of my day-to-day life is I wake up in the morning. I'm a mother, so I prepare my kids for school. I send them off to school, and then I bring up my schedules. I find out, okay, which client am I meeting today? Who do I have to get on a call with? Or which post-production is ongoing that I need to follow through? Or, so let me take a typical example of I have a contract, so I schedule a meeting with the clients, and then I go for the meeting, and then in that meeting, they tell me what they want to achieve, what's their vision. Because for every organization that is having an upcoming event, there's something they seek to achieve, a message they seek to tell, and that is in line with their brand story, right? So I understand, especially if it's a brand I've never worked with before, I want to understand, what's your brand about? What's the story you seek to tell, and what's the impact of whatever it is you're putting out there? Because if I can get in the frame of mind of the organization, I can better produce for them. Because for me, it's all about storytelling. Everything that has brought us to where we are today, it's storytelling, basically. We have been told how our fathers moved from here to there. You were told, you were not there when they gave birth to you, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Your father told you your birth story. So man essentially thrives on stories.
Yeah.
So when I started my business, I wanted to tell stories. And because I've been in the corporate organization for a long time, I thought I can relate with the pain point of an organization who just wants to tell their story, and that's been our experiences. When I meet with clients, I find out that, they've had previous events, but they've never had a cinematographer who would come in, like a creative direction, to help them tell their story. And so we get to those meetings, we talk about what they want to achieve, and then where the location is, I advise. And so going forward, I go to the event's location. I want to visualize where the cameras are going to be. I want to see how the stage is supposed to look like, how the places that ought to be branded, because all these little details form part of the story we're telling. So basically, I have meetings upon meetings, and then I have a team of editors who are also working on editing previous productions, and then so I have to follow through, watch, give corrections, and then give corrections again, because I have to vet for quality control before I send to the client, because I am running a brand that also has a story to tell, right? So it has to be my brand story has to be one.
Right.
So either I'm producing for organization A or B or C, it makes no difference. When my edits, my video, my produced video gets to this company, they should be able to see my signature there. Yeah. So that is what, my typical day is like. So
impressive.
It's usually busy.
That's impressive. I'm told to stand after 4 hours just so that I can ensure the blood circulation is going on well. So,
Probably fine.
So let me stand and ensure that that's happening. Okay, so media in entrepreneurship, for someone who wants to do what you're doing, she has She's a mother. You're a mother. Is my voice still audible? Media. Is my voice still audible? So for someone who wants to do what you're doing, she's a mother. She has other responsibilities. She's setting up shop. What are the precepts? How do they start? And what opportunities really exist for them? Is it worth it?
Well, I can say that there are numerous opportunities available for women in the media space. Now, I chose media entrepreneurship because I discovered that, recently in the last 1 year, I've been running a project, a social impact project, which is called Media Skills for Africa.
Right.
Now, in that project, we train young women on production skills, right? Video production, photography, live streaming, drone piloting, video editing. We are training young women. Now, why was that necessary? Because, like I had mentioned before, the media industry is, globally known as a male-dominated space.
Yeah.
So as a woman, when you walk into an event, for example, this is my experience, right? The first impression people get of you is like, maybe there's a planning meeting or there's a meeting for the people who are involved in that event. And then you walk in, the first thing they think, maybe you are the makeup artist, or you are a fashion designer, or you are the decorator, event decorator.
Yeah.
So most times when the CEOs and the likes are told, oh, that's our creative director, she's the one in charge of media and the branding, some of them take another look at me like, okay, this is strange, because most of them are used to working with men.
Yeah.
So the space is generally so dominated by men. And so when I started out, producing, I was doing it out of passion.
Right.
Or something I've worked with in the space of some years, something I'm passionate about. And that is one issue women struggle with, learning to build a business around their passion. Most women only just want to create. And as God may have it, this is the age of content creation. Back in the day, there was not like content creation. So now, this is the age of content creation. So everyone who has, I even have some cousins or young people who say, I want to buy an iPhone. What do you want to use it for? I want to create content. So everyone that has a camera behind their phone or a good camera behind their phone, they're creating content. But I realize that many women are not building a business around their content. So what happens after creating this content and trending on social media, and then when you can no longer create a content, what next? There were no systems. There were no structures. There was no sustainability plan. And that is where I'm trying to bridge that gap to tell women, it's not about talent. It's not just about, I can create, I can write a script. And now AI is even helping in the industry to, generate scripts. And people are just shooting this content, but there's no business. And so if we continue to just create, and there is no business built around our talent, within a few years, there'll be nothing to write home about your content. So there'll be nothing you have put in place as a business that is probably going to outlive you, like a legacy. So I decided that I want more women to come into that space to create a business around their talent. Create a structure around your skill. And how do you do that? It's very simple, right? First, find your clarity. What is it you want to do? You can't just create content about everything.
Yes.
We've been talking about niching. People are talking about niching. Yes, even in the media space, you can actually be known for something. For me, I chose the niche corporate event media storytelling because I am from a corporate world.
What is that?
It's the art of telling event stories. There is social event, there is corporate event.
Right.
So I do documentary style storytelling, but for corporate organizations.
Okay.
Right? It's sort of a new thing because every time I get to submit my work to an organization, they're like, oh, this is nice. I like the way you're telling the story. So it's a thing that's just coming up now. Before, people would just shoot events, and then when you say edit it, they just put clips and clips and clips, put a soundtrack. Maybe they take maybe a Davido soundtrack or any soundtrack from the internet, they put it over the clips, and they just show aspects of the event, and they finish editing. Now, one of the things that make our storytelling different is that we tell the story from the eyes of the observer.
Okay.
People attended the event. Organizers put together the event. People attended it. Many organizers do not have the opportunity to sit with their participants to know how the event was. Did they give value? Was their message properly passed through the entire coordination of the event? They never know. They may never know. Unless these participants decide to call up the organizers, and in many cases, many participants don't even have their numbers or their contact to be able to do that afterward. Now that's where we come in, the media event storytellers. We help the organizers hear from their participants how the event was, what aspect of the event blessed you, what aspect of the event you are taking with you, what are you going to do afterwards. Now this is more like a test, and it shows the organizer we are doing something in the right direction. We are actually making an impact, right? So for us, the bulk of the funds that were put into that event, the bulk of the planning, the organization, the conceptualizing, all falls back to us, the event media storytellers. We help you, make it worthwhile, to show you what you did was impactful. Your brand has actually multiplied, so we no longer leave it to reasoning. Was it successful? Was it okay?
So, in practical sense, what would that look like? Would it be like a case study? Would it be like a testimonial? So, if, let's say, this is one of the projects that you want to showcase, what would it look like? Is it you interview some of the speakers, some of the witnesses? What would it look like?
Yeah, typically when we have production, like I said, it doesn't just start from the interview, the stage setup, from the planning phase, right? Pre-production, or we are part of your planning. When an organization contracts us, we join the planning phase, and then we set up your entire stage, how it will look like, the ambience of what it will look like, and then we look through your table of content, and then we advise, right, from the media lens. And then during the event itself, we interview a cross section of people. We interview, even if you were a speaker at that event, when you come down from that stage, we want to interview you. We want to see the event through your lens. Then if you're a participant, we're also going to interview. So interviews play a very key role in our storytelling, right? So we want to interview even the organizers. We interview the organizers to know, okay, this is it. You spent so many days. What was the behind the scenes like? So by the time we get to our post-production desk, we have an array of views to put together to tell a holistic story of how this event works. And the end goal is that organization feel like they have been well represented, like their efforts, their funds, everything they put into that event wasn't a waste. Instead, it made an impact.
Impressive. Okay. That's really nice. So it's a step away from the conventional recap presentation.
Exactly. So it's more like a narrative documentary style storytelling.
Right.
That is what we do.
Right. All right. So looking up to the future of operation now, what do you see with the emergence of AI? Some people say AI is taking over the space. Maybe it might not affect you a lot because you do event coverage, but then how does AI impact you?
Well, AI, from my perspective, AI is a blessing.
Okay.
I'm telling you, some people think that media professionals should be crying right now because of the emergence of AI. But I say to them, if you don't know your onions, then you'll be crying because it won't take a smart professional to be able to use AI effectively. If you're not smart, you can't use AI very well. You would lag in using AI, and you would think AI has come for your job. Because with the emergence of AI, I have seen my work has, grown in leaps and bounds. Today, we have incorporated AI into our productions in the sense that even before we have to think the whole process through from start to finish, but now with the help of AI, we are able to say, this is what we want to achieve, break down the script stage by stage, and we bring our own inputs, you cross-check it with AI, and then most times also it gives us a global perspective because we're able to benchmark our work, our production against professionals on the global stage.
Yeah.
Right? Because we can say to AI, imagine this was, for instance, a World Economic Forum, and we were the ones handling that production. As a global observer, break down the script. What do you think our scripts should look like? This is our script. What do you think about it? Analyze it, and where are the gray areas for us to be able to scale up, to be able to produce at that level? So AI is an enabler. It didn't come to take anybody's job, at least from my perspective. People have their own saying. And then some other people say AI is going to kick photographers out of their jobs. I don't think so. You know why? Because photographers who are able to use AI have unlimited possibilities right now.
However, though, looking at, how individuals can use their phone, generate exciting content. For example, if you take a picture, let's do an experiment. Let's do a quick experiment. I take a picture of you sitting here right now.
Yeah.
It looks really nice. So I send it to my laptop.
Yeah.
And I go on Nano Banana. Sending it to my laptop, and then I go on Nano Banana and I tell it to transform your picture into a more professional picture. Let's see what it will tell me or what the output will be. So,
but that is where it makes your work easier as a photographer.
Okay.
Prior to now, we will spend hours on end editing. But with the emergence of the AI, you can get professional portraits by even taking a photograph of the person with your phone.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget that not everybody knows how to use AI.
Right.
And only recently, I started something called the SFAN Virtual Studio.
Okay.
Now, in that SFAN Virtual Studio, there's some people who, like me, have never really liked the dress-ups and the show-ups at the studio to go and take multiple photos, right? I have had to create AI images that is like almost 99% identical to the actual person, and they use it for their birthday shoots. I sit on my desk and somebody sends me and they pay me for the job. So I don't even need, I have a studio space in this
I hope they're not hearing you.
No, they know because I'm a media professional.
Right.
That is an addition. It didn't take my job, it added another stream of income to my business. So I actually have a studio where people come in, they dress up, and I know how hectic it is to actually do photo shoots as a photographer, as someone who runs a studio, right?
Yeah.
We have to set up all the lights. It has to be perfect. We have to make sure the backgrounds, the props, everything. We are sweating. The person is sweating. We turn on all the ACs. It's both time consuming. It takes power. It takes energy from all parties involved. But with my virtual studio, I only ask the person, can you take a selfie
of yourself?
Yeah. You know, the thing about AI, the nano banana you mentioned is that not everybody would eventually be able to use it. That's just the truth.
What if, because organizations like ours, our job is to teach people skills. And one of the courses that we have is augmented professional. So let's say, okay, so this is what I've been able to produce from this. Okay. So let me show you the original version of it. So now we are talking about it editing this. And I did take the picture intentionally off guard so that we can see the original version.
Okay.
And now see what
the edited
version from AI. You see the difference?
Fantastic.
You see.
But that's what I'm talking about. So it's aiding our work. Yeah. Right? As a photographer, as a cinematographer, that has come to make my work easier.
So are you concerned that a bystander who didn't spend 15, 20 years building this skill, body of work, track record, history, can easily use their phone, take a picture of a subject, and AI will optimize it into something useful that will take a chunk of revenue from you ordinarily?
I'm not in the least threatened. Okay. Like I say, it takes one who does not know their onions to feel like someone can just come and take their job from them, right? The space is big enough.
Right.
There's enough money for everyone. The online space has become a global, global village.
Right.
Anybody can make money. I'm happy to see people succeed.
Right.
That doesn't mean I wouldn't do me. Right? I'm a media professional. People still come to me knowing that, okay,
AI.
You are using AI. Some people say to me, I know your studio is up there. I produced some photo shoot for some clients who, while I was in Ghana here, who are in Nigeria, clients in Nigeria, they paid me in Naira. But I was right here in Ghana and I produced their photo shoots. They knew I was going to use AI and they were perfectly okay with that. Don't forget that with AI, you have to know to do prompt engineering. You have to know how to prompt your AI perfectly. And most times it takes you to have gone through several professional training to really be able to get 99% identical resemblance of the subject to the actual results. And some people don't want to bother their heads about that. Since it's your field, just produce it for me.
I like that you are using the abundance mindset, because in terms of prompt engineering, it's like the new era of everything might be slow, but as time goes on, it becomes like, it's like social media. When social media came newly, the people who understood what it is, how to use it, they made, a killing, so to say. But with time, everybody knew about social media. That doesn't mean that social media has gone out of utility or it's become so commonplace that nobody cares about it. I believe that regardless of how, like you said, how things change, there will always be gaps for the experts. There will always, I tell Delight, my brand manager, every time, I say, the difficulty you will face or we will face is when you stop using AI.
Yes.
So you have to use AI. You must use AI because the future we are going into, it might be a limitation not to use AI.
True.
Yeah. And companies that think in that sequence are making maximum progress. So
like I said, because you know how to make cake, doesn't mean you're going to have to make cake all the time, right?
Yeah.
Some people make homemade cakes just for the fun of it, right? But when they have events or a big event or something of worth or value, they stick out the professionals.
Yeah.
So no matter how much everybody knows how to use AI, there's a place you play as a professional.
Absolutely.
And that's where you need to be known for something. What are you known for?
Yeah.
Everybody around me, or most of the, I can say 90% of people who've known me over the years have known me as a media producer. Regardless of whether I'm a photographer, video editor, they may not even know the specific media I manage, but you just know that when it has to do with media, this is Queen Reg. You know, and there's this slogan I use. I am Queen Reg, your favorite cinematographer and drone pilot. So
that's nice. Let's talk about drone piloting. How did it come about?
I'm one person who's very, very technologically inclined.
Okay.
I like gadgets.
Right.
I'm not your everyday woman who sees the...
Can you get our drone? Yeah, I want to see if you can help us in some regard, because my drone decided to stop working. Please come this side so that it doesn't make noise. So we have this drone that we've been using.
Okay.
And it stopped working at some point. So I was wondering what's wrong with it. We took it to a certain location. Okay. After that, it stopped working. It would power on, but it can't fly.
Is it a DJI drone?
Yeah. So
because I'm a DJI partner right now. So.
You are? Oh, wow. God is faithful.
So recently DJI came into Ghana, and because I run a TikTok handle which is called the Drone Queen on TikTok, and then they were seeking out those people who are into drone piloting or training or whatever, using their products, and I've always advertised their products. So somehow they found me. At first I thought, oh, are you for real? When I got the call, I'm like, okay, these cameras are teaching. But interestingly, it turned out to be, it was DJI, really, so they came, and then we were able to get into some form of a partnership to be able to spread the use of their products in Ghana. And so since then, I just do DJI. But really, drone piloting is something that fascinated me when I went to upskill at a cinematography school.
Right.
I discovered that drone piloting is one of the courses they were offering, and me being one who is always very having a huge knack for knowledge, I want to know. If there's something on, I want to know. That's how I even studied AI. I've even taken a course on AI. And so I told them I wanted to also learn drone piloting. The first thing the tutor said to me, no, it's a thing for guys. You are a woman. And I was the only, we're two female in that class. The other lady wasn't there for cinematography. I was there for cinematography. I was the only lady for cinematography, as it were, in that entire class of like maybe 34 people, 34 guys. And so when it was time for drone piloting, he said, no, it's a man's thing. I said, because you mentioned it's a man's thing, I'm interested. I want to learn it. And so, interestingly, when we got on the field, right, I was able to outdo most of my male counterparts. And he was like, oh, I think you're having this thing for drone.
Right.
And then I started learning. And before you know it, I piloted my first drone. And since the day I started piloting, I never looked back. And it's been 3 years plus now piloting and building. Now I have a drone academy.
Wow.
Where I've trained more than 38 drone pilots.
God answers prayers. Maybe God wants to answer my prayer through you. So here's the drone.
Okay.
We took it to a certain location, and when we came back, it stopped. Actually, it couldn't fly at that location. But nothing has happened to it.
This is a Mavic. It's a long...
It's an old version?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an older version.
Right.
Why is it not coming out?
Okay. Yeah.
So, hey, it's so massive. I actually fly the Phantoms.
Okay.
I use the DJI Phantom 4 Pro Plus.
Right.
It's more of an industrial drone.
Right.
And there's something you need to understand about drones like this is when it starts losing a GPS signal.
Okay.
Most times it has to do it on unupdated firmware.
Okay.
And there's something about DJI I noticed that they are always changing and updating their firmwares. Sometimes they may delete an entire line of softwares and reload new ones. And you won't find it on the Play Store. No, you can only find it if you're you're up to date with their softwares, and that is through their website.
Right.
So you have to go to the DJI website, and you have to search out your particular drone and see if it's still in progress, because most times when they stop producing, they delete.
I see.
After a period, and they start phasing out certain
line of
features.
products.
Yes, certain line of products, and certain features are no longer available. So you have to download their software from their website.
Right.
That is where you get real-time updates. Right. So what exactly happened with this? What was the screen error?
That was okay. So Delight, are you here? Call Delight for me. So I guess the first time.
So bulky.
I know, right?
The new DJI minis now, they are very small, handy.
Smaller than this one.
Even the Mini 4 Pro.
Do you remember the error message you was showing? Okay.
Okay, so sometimes too, what some people do is when they finish flying,
right?
And this is one of the things we teach at our academy. Many people don't have many batteries, multiple batteries. Some people just have 1 or 2 batteries, or 1 battery, as the case may be.
We have 3, right?
It's only the DJI Fly More combo that comes with 3 batteries.
Right.
Yes, some other ones you have 1 battery, you have to buy additional batteries. Some people buy their drones with only 1 battery.
Right.
So, but if you have 3 batteries, some people, when they take out the battery after flying, it gets hot. And because they want to buy back power quickly, they plug it. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to keep it in a cool place for like 20 minutes for it to cool down almost completely before you plug it. Because when you do, it drains the cells when it is very hot and you plug it. And you also risk possibility of an explosion. So you are supposed to remove that battery and keep it in a cool place for it to cool down almost completely before you charge it. Now, if you do that consistently, that battery life
will be long.
Will just generally die off. You know.
Okay, so if you keep using it immediately, if you keep charging it immediately, it runs out
after use.
Right.
And then not waiting for it to cool down before you charge it. You may not see any visible difference initially, but over time your battery begins to swell and will not even react or respond to your drone anymore. And then also you also need to know that when you plug in the battery, there is a part where it's supposed to, connect to the, what's it called? There is this part.
Right.
You need to constantly take it for inspection, cleaning, and supervision.
Wow.
Because if you don't, it can gather debts. When we live in a climate that is so windy, dusty, and all of that. So oftentimes we put our batteries on the floor.
Yeah.
And whether you like it or not, something can either press on these pins or it can actually gather dust. And after some time, it will no longer read from the drone. Right. Without this battery, you can't power this. And if you can't power this, it's almost useless to you.
Yeah. It's been disturbing me because I haven't really used it. We just used it a few times that we flew around here. And
I met a lady recently. She said she had just bought a Mini 4.
Okay.
A DJI Mini 4.
Right.
And it's been in her cupboard for the past 2-3 months. I said, don't do that. Don't do that. That's the fastest way for your drone to die. Literally just die. So bring it out. It's like a phone, right? You turn it on, you turn it off, you keep it. After some time, it's not getting updates.
Yeah.
Right? These things they function as a body, they function with a bigger body of systems. They are softwares connected to the bigger satellites. They need to constantly be in use. Because when they are in use, they are being recorded that it's in use and they need to constantly get updates. That's why every time you turn on your controller, on the screen, it will tell you update firmware, GPS signal loss. It will constantly give you feedbacks But if you put it, you've used it once, twice, you lock it up. You use it once, and then it stays long term. It loses touch with the bigger, satellites it's supposed to constantly be.
So how do I fix this problem now?
This one, the only thing you have to do is first troubleshoot.
Okay.
We've
done that, right?
You troubleshoot from you went to their website and you troubleshoot. Okay, so then you have to take it to a DJI care center.
Do you know one available?
Luckily, Ghana is now setting up one.
Wonderful.
DJI has come to Ghana, yes. So as soon as the after service center is fully ready, I'll contact you so that you can bring your drone.
Praise God. This is an answered prayer because I bought this expensively. And I haven't used it at all. Yeah.
The machines are not cheap at all.
Okay, final word we are at the top of the hour actually, so in the 1 minute more. Final thoughts. I know. I still have even some questions for you, but please, a summary statement to a young female entrepreneur or individual who is wanting to get into the media and explore some of these opportunities that you've listed.
My advice to any young woman right now is build a system around your talent and start from where you are.
What's a system?
Build structures, build a business around your talents. Start from where you are, get registered, start marketing, get a logo, get a design, brand yourself as a business, and then begin to find clarity. What is it you want to do? When you discover what you want to do, then build a business around it. But don't wait for the expensive gears or to have a studio. You have the studio right in your hand right now because you have a phone. Start creating, start telling your stories, and then collaborate. Learn to build a community. Find out the people who are doing like-minded things, and then connect with them, network, go out, be consistent, show up, and then begin to create. And then before you know it, you discover that what started as a little passion is now budding as a business, and before you know it, you can expand and scale into a global business. So, but don't think about the expensive gadget. Start with your phone. Tell your stories. You have a story to tell. Begin to shoot. Just put a phone there and press record. Yes, if you've ever come to my academy, you understand press record. Always press record is very important. And
wonderful.
Then learn how to use the easy editing apps on your phone, but make sure you're shooting content and putting it out there and build a business around it. And before you know it, you become an expert in your industry and you can scale.
Wonderful. Thank you, Queen Reg. Thank you very much for your time and the insights and the thoughts. I'm sure some people will be like, this is what I've been waiting for. All right, so we are transitioning to M.
Thank you.
M is in the house. I thought she would be in UK. Finally, you are here. Please. So M is going to be talking to us about Finance Ready Africa. And I've been waiting for you to be with us, see where we are. And finally, you are here. Today, we are breaking a Guinness World Record. By the way, it's still Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. And we are 5 hours now. Okay, so 5 hours in and going strong. Wow. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me. I'm so
pleasure.
proud of you. This is an amazing moment.
It's an honor.
Here.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you for joining the mission.
Yeah.
You've been one of the people that have inspired and supported me right from the very, very beginning of my work. I know you way back, but some of my listeners might not have had the time to explore your LinkedIn. Okay. So for someone who is just tuning in or getting to see you for the first time, what do they need to know to understand the topic of today, which is Finance Ready Africa, from your perspective?
Okay, well, I'll give you a little bit of a background for myself so people can kind of contextualize.
Yeah.
As you can tell from my accent, I'm UK diaspora.
Right.
I'm actually a Nigerian diaspora, but I've been living in Ghana for the last 13 years. Amazing country, love it. And effectively, I've always worked in the entrepreneurship space from the UK. From the day that I left university, finished my master's, the first job I went to was around regenerating an inner city area where there are lots of black and minority ethnic young people looking for opportunities, whether it's in employment or in entrepreneurship. So I've always cut my teeth in the entrepreneurship space, and it's always been my passion. And I was working with government in the UK for many, many years in terms of that ethnic minority business space. And I was working on a project with the London Development Agency on the London 2012 Olympics, promoting the city as an investment destination.
Impressive.
And one of the things I wanted to raise the profile of was Africa. As an African diaspora, wanted to raise the profile of the continent in its beauty, in its variety. To the diaspora, what can we do back home to build business, to build jobs and create jobs for many young people? So I hosted the largest B2B event in London 2012 Olympics, which was, for me, where my drive to come and work in Africa really started. I've been working with like Barclays Bank when it was still Barclays Bank in Ghana. I did a lot of work in Sierra Leone, all around business development. But one thing that I thought was missing, which anyone who knows me knows that one of the things I always say about business is you must be credible. Right. You must be very credible. And I never worked on the continent before. So for me, it was like a little bit of that question of credibility. You're telling people to do X, Y, and Z, but yet your experience is limited in terms of working on the continent. So it was at that point, I packed my bags 13 years ago and landed in Ghana. I've not looked back.
Wow, that's impressive.
So in terms of the context of what I do on the continent, ecosystem building is what I'm known for, and what people know me for in the region. My most recent work was with the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, and the role there, the Aspen Institute is a large institution out of the United States, and its drive is really around it's a network of organisations, whether it's an investment organisation, a DFI, an ESO, all of those terms I guess the audience will get to know, or they know already as entrepreneur followers. It was the most important thing there was just to make sure that I was providing opportunity to the members of Andy, which are, as I said, investors, DFIs, ESOs, etc., to connect, collaborate, and build insights, share knowledge. Because, as you know, again, you guys are the drivers of new tech, data, the importance of that. We need to use data to drive insights. We need to use the knowledge that we have on the ground to create the right kind of projects for entrepreneurship. So that was my story when I landed in Ghana. 13 years later, I'm still here, having done stuff with Aspen and taken the narrative all over the world. So I was very fortunate in that to do a lot of traveling and meeting amazing people like you on my journey in Africa.
Thank you very much.
So I haven't even started telling you about Finance Ready Africa, but anyone who knows me, I talk plenty. So I'll try.
That's great. Yeah, because I just wanted to dial back into your career journey because, you know, when you go to the agenda and you look at the picture there, it shows that you've really done stuff, you know. You've seen the investment world, you've seen, you know, different worlds, you've lived different lives. So I'm thinking to myself, if I go back to when she was in high school, I'm a fly on the wall, what would I think of you?
Probably the same thing you think of me now. I'm the same person with the energy that I've always had. It's part of my DNA. So you would have met the same gregarious, entertaining individual as you see today. I didn't know my career path at that stage. When I always thought I'd be on stage. To be completely honest, most kids dream, I want to be a singer. That was really where my thoughts were. But I come from a very strict Nigerian household, and my parents said, "You must be joking me. You are going to school, the usual, law, accountancy, doctor," neither of which I did. I settled for business because that's my raison d'etre. And yeah, that will be, you would see the same, as I said, gregarious young person. But I'm not quite as young as I was then.
Right. Yeah.
You will see the same me.
So what shaped your career trajectory the most? Is it the news about Africa, or is it how things evolved as you went along?
To be honest, when I did my master's in economic development, so I've always been interested in the development space. I just never knew whether it will remain local, as in the UK, or it would take me wider. I've always wanted to, I remember when saying to my mum was about 12 that I wanted to work for the UN. So I've always had that drive, international development. So really, I guess many people would not be surprised to see that I'm here today. But my career journey really has been a series of blessings, I think, you know, that I've had on my journey, meeting amazing people, getting the kind of encouragement that you need as a young person to be able to fulfill your dream, you know, to be able to believe that something is possible, you know, regardless of how ambitious, how it's always, I always say to people, think big, you know, because that's what's going to feed you, feed your passion, feed your drive. So that's something that's always been part of me.
So the thing that impressed me the most is understanding where the fundamental began from. So you have this drive, you have this passion, you have this energy, but development has to have come from somewhere. Is it family? Is it exposure in school? What was it?
Frustration.
Okay.
I didn't get it.
Okay.
I didn't understand when you look at my experience of Africa, which is, I've been going back to the continent from when I was 2. Every year Christmas, I'm always there. Understanding family, knowing family, seeing family grow, evolve, go to different parts of the world. My frustration's always been, I don't understand why Africa is why it is. We have 30% of the world's resources on this continent. We have the youngest population, surrounded by the most intelligent, incredible young people around. So for me, my frustration was why? You know? And so as you start to scratch beneath the surface of, you know, that there's so many permeations as to why Africa is the way it is. You go back to the colonial masters that had a role in shaping the way the continent is today. But it's also about us and our mindsets and how we have not been able to grasp what it is that we have and collaborate, because really and truly the art of our success, the reason for Africa to be successful and will be successful is if we collaborate, we see each other, we really see each other and recognize that we are our own masters, and we have a responsibility to not only ourselves but to our continent, that we must work together to solve this problem. It's not insurmountable. It's not impossible. It's will.
Right.
So that's what drove me into the space.
That's impressive. So you have a why, and you had an entry point. So now we have gone beyond the educational purpose, finding entry points. I'm thinking to myself, okay, you've been working in the UK before you came to Ghana. You came to Africa, right? Okay, so it seems to me that you had a very seamless transition into the continent. Was it as a result of your habitual, or should I say, periodic visits, and now you have some local context that makes work easier? What was it? Because I see some people, or I've met some individuals that, you know, came and after a few years now it's not working and they had to go back. What was it for you that made transitioning very seamless?
I don't think it was seamless.
Okay.
It wasn't seamless at all.
Right.
It's the reason why I'm still here is because of my passion and my drive.
Right.
You know, people are still amazed that I'm here. You're still where? You're there from 2012. And it's really, so it's because everything in life that you do might not come easy at first, but you have to keep, when you have a vision of what you want to do, you have to keep striving.
What's your vision?
My vision is to be a part of a change, to be a part of a transformation of this continent. I know that I won't see it before I die. I know I won't, but I'm determined to work with, I think the lady that was interviewed before, is what is there, what we are, where we are. Let's work where we are and then build on. And through dialogue, through meeting people like yourself, translate some of those headlines. Guys, no matter how hard it gets, it's easy to give up. It's easy to give up. What is not easy is continuing. You know, and I will say to myself, I've continued that journey.
Right.
And regardless of where it's, I would have still been here fighting to make sure to realize the dream that I had of contributing to a transformation.
Okay. So I have vision, I have connector, I have energy. So I understand the vision. Yeah. So where did you learn? Because it seems like you're a magnet and people are drawn to your energy, people are drawn to your positivity, your passion. How did that begin? Or was it as a result of the work you do? Or you realize that, okay, for me to have an easy time of operationalizing my vision of being part of the change, transforming this continent that I love, I have to mobilize human capital that I can work with, I can sell my aspirations to, I can collaborate with. How did this energy that you so obviously dispense, how did it build up?
Wow. Oh my gosh. I think that the first steps for me when I first came to the continent was understanding it. Every place, from the tiniest village to the largest, they're all different. And I've always said to people, again, don't cut and paste because everything is unique. So you must understand the environment you're in. As a coach and a business advisor, that's a normal thing to say to someone, understand your market. So for me, that was it. I had to go and understand my market. So I worked within local politics. Again, you have to get your hands dirty in terms of understanding the lay of the land and the will of the people, the vision of the people. So I worked with an organisation called United Cities and Local Governments for Africa, which was really around promoting democracy, decentralisation, and providing voice to the voiceless. So that meant I was working in local governments all over the continent, which took me from the most rural areas up north all the way down to South Africa, in areas in South Africa. So I had a really good wide continental knowledge of the context in which people live in. And I think it's important, that bit was important to understand before starting on my journey with the business development coaching, which has always been my core. But very much within the first, even though while I was doing that, I was coaching and mentoring on a program called Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Africa. I've been doing that again from as long as I've been here, for about 12 years. Very hard to let go of that because, again, women's entrepreneurship is a driver for me. Women's equality, gender equality is a massive driver for me. And one of the things I wanted to contribute to coming to the continent. So providing over 50 women a year I coach and mentor across both Ghana and Nigeria, and they are my inspiration. They're probably the reason also why I'm still here. Every year I'm inspired by the energy that comes out of the continent. I'm inspired by women, young people that are daily trying to solve the problems around them, you know, and these things are my drivers. That's what drives me to wake up in the morning, is to be able to know that I'm gonna touch someone's life, whether it's through a piece of advice or just greeting someone that you look nice. Little things like that make people's day nice. You know, just by doing that. And I think by providing that kind of energy, that kind of drive is what I do.
So is this a personality or a skill?
This, you know what? It's something that I never recognized as much as I should until I came here. I think it's a combination of the both. I think personality-wise, without a doubt, I think that I have an energy that attracts people. You know, and I think everybody has something, you know, that is their attractor. And for me, that's my energy. And it's something that people have always said to me from that. I didn't get that in the UK. Yes, people attached to my personality, attracted to attention, and got engaged with people very easily. People trust. So people were very open with me. I've always had that as part of my personality. And in terms of honing it, you hone that natural ability, so it becomes a skill.
Yeah.
So my art is the art of networking. Anyone that knows, hey, this girl, she can network the hell out of a room.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I do. And because I like people, I like meeting people, I like finding out about people, I like engaging with them. You know, when I meet people in a networking event, I don't talk about what I want from people. You know, I just talk about them. Hey, how you doing? You look great today. How have you found the day? You know, just engaging with people on a personal.
Does it come back?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We work in a highly charged environment. We work in a very competitive environment as well, where people are vying for the attention of the funder or the investor. Or so I'm fortunate enough, because I do have that kind of personality, and I've worked for organisations that have that appeal. I've managed to attract. I've managed to get responses. People respond to me, but it's also about the art of following up. You know, we know, people talk, you go to events, it's nothing new going to an event. It's not new. But what is new is what you do with the connections you make at an event. How you reconnect with people, how you reestablish, how you be strategic. I'm always saying that to people. What does that mean? It means when you go to a meeting, what's your vision? What do you want to achieve at that event? And don't say, I want money.
Yeah.
Because that's where you fail. Instantly, when you have that approach, I want money. We all do. Yeah, I'm still looking for mine. But at the end of the day, there's a vision, there's a role I have to play. Yep. That's engagement. So when you walk into a room, be very clear about why you're walking into that room. Be very clear about who you want to talk to when you enter that room. And be very clear about, you can talk about yourself in a way that's engaging for people. You know, so because networking is exhausting, and networking can be very unfulfilling. It can be very unfulfilling if you don't know what you're doing and why you're doing it. You know, even though I'm tired.
Very impressive. Okay, let me go back to your journey. So when you were doing the work for the rural government and traveling all those places that you ordinarily might not want to be, did you find the value early on, or is the value developed from retrospect?
Okay.
Steve Jobs said you can connect the dots looking forward. Is the dot that you've connected now as a result of, now I realize why I had to go through those experiences?
No, I think I was very intentional in the start. I was very, very clear about understanding my market, and very clear not to make the same mistake that many diaspora do, and that is coming into a space thinking that you know more, thinking that you know the space. I think being humble and coming into a space where I don't know, and I'm not embarrassed to say I don't know. It's okay not to know, but my role is about finding out, being part of the space, engaging with people. So, it's really about the humbleness of entering into a new space and a new environment. Because effectively, I started my career again, coming to Africa, and many people having done half their career journey, because really I've done halfway point, mid-management career, doing very well. I was running my own social enterprise. I topped my £1 million turnover. I was on top of the world. On top of the world. Things were going great. So coming here was, for me, again, the icing on the cake, because it was always about how do you transform the little spaces you have on the continent. It's always been that little thing that's been niggling in my head.
What was it? So I talked to some individuals that have this epiphany moment that you had that made you come to Africa. Some say something was missing. I had a great career, I had a great job, I had a great salary, I had, a great everything, but still I felt something was missing. Some said I wanted some new challenge. What was it for you? You had a great social enterprise. Why leave it behind?
I didn't. I brought it with me.
Right.
So that was the first. It was, my social enterprise has always been about supporting women entrepreneurship.
Right.
It was what we did in the UK and what we're still doing now. Right. So I didn't leave it behind, but it changed. It changed massively by moving into this space. What was ask me the question you asked me?
Yeah. What was the spark that made you?
I think really it was doing that 2012 event for London 2012 Olympics,
Right.
where we're positioning Africa as a place for investment. We brought together the Caribbean, and leading up to the event, I had the opportunity to travel around the continent to build partnerships. So I was in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia. I did a little bit of a...
You know, I get the picture now. You saw Africa beyond the news.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's really...
I get it.
Yeah, that was really... Because, you know, again, the media, how we're portrayed in the global north, and reality for me are poles apart.
Right.
You know, and I wanted to be around a space where my people, the energy was there, and I felt that I was really truly doing something impactful. I think for me that was that when I did that event, that was that spark moment. It's like, no, you've got to. You can't do it from this distance. You can't do it, you know, remotely. Wow. You know.
I wanted to unpack your career journey because we haven't had time to do this kind of interview, and I now feel like your career journey could be the interview itself.
Yeah. No, it could be internet.
Absolutely.
I prefer it to be. But I was financially Africa.
Yeah.
I mean, just to touch on that a little bit, really, my journey. I've had again. You listen to all the narrative. You listen to the insights. You listen to the suppliers on one side, and then the entrepreneurs on the other, and I just get frustrated why. And again, is it controversial, or me? I just speak my mind. Is that how is development not working?
Right.
60 years of how much money? I don't even know. You probably know the amount of money that's been pumped into development. And if we can truly say, if we're a business, you would have shut down a long time ago.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that with all of this, we haven't reached our end game. And for me, I don't get it. And I'm passionate about, please, guys, we need to find the answer. I appeal to the young people because it's about young people.
Yeah.
Not about me.
It's about our fish, yeah.
It's about the young people.
Yeah.
Grabbing, speaking, sharing, collaborating, connecting.
Yeah.
So we can find these answers. And it's not always been nice.
Absolutely.
I had the door slammed in my face.
Yeah.
On many
I was actually going to ask somebody with your energy. It might be sort of intimidating to some people. It might also be like, okay, who does she think? Did you get those kinds of moments?
Absolutely.
How did you deal with them?
I always deal with a smile, because number one, it's usually showing their own insecurity when they respond in that way. So when people, I always give this example of when I go to Nigeria, but I won't do it this time. It's a little bit of an unfair one. But often when you're whether it's a gender issue, it's you've got the gender issue that I have to face. You've got the diaspora issue that you have to face. You've got the non-Ghanaian, if I'm in Ghana,
right.
and then if I'm in Nigeria, you don't live in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So it's always something that's gonna try and separate you. But your own self-determination and your own justification for why you are being. I don't need anybody else's approval to be in a space, to be in a room, to be in conversation with anybody. As with many, I deserve to be in that space.
Yes.
So I deserve to have my voice heard. So regardless of people's response to me, I know why I'm there and what I'm there for. So I will always remember that I'm not there advocating for M.
Right.
I'm there advocating for entrepreneurship, for job creation, to save the lives of our young people who are dying. Okay,
so now I can imagine somebody listening to this and envisioning it or hearing it as a sales pitch. So if I'm that kind of individual who is listening to it and seeing it as a sales pitch, what would you like to say to that person?
It's not a sales pitch. Number one, right? It's not a sales pitch. I'm just telling you a story. I'm just sharing my journey.
Right.
And as with most things I do, I mean, I don't pitch.
Right.
I have conversations.
Right.
You speak to certain issues. You speak to certain, and you speak with a level of knowledge and understanding.
Absolutely.
So for me, that's more my positioning. People will disagree. We live in a world where there's loads of different strategies and permeations going on all around us. Loads of different agendas happening around us that got nothing to do with you.
Right.
But will impact on your work regardless. So I think, is that being very determined? Because you're always going to have someone that's saying, you can't do it. Why are you here? Or what are you trying to prove? And I always come back with, I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm trying to, when we question our existence, why am I alive? What am I here for? You know, God gave me breath for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, and I like to go to bed at night saying that I fulfilled something. Have you fulfilled part of that journey?
Right.
What have you? Whose life have you changed today? You know, and that's really how I go about my daily life. So
That's
anybody
impressive.
who thinks I'm pitching. But you'll find me on LinkedIn.
That's impressive, you know, because the rhetoric I hear sometimes is the diaspora, our diasporan brothers and sisters, sometimes they have this messiah mentality that they came to save Africa. So it's very impressive to hear you clarify that. So now let me go back. I wish we can still take, some jabs of the topic, but you have a dictionary of life stories that I want to explore.
Yeah.
Now, I will come to the art of follow-up, because most of the deal is done in the follow-up.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about developing your personal story. So how did or when did you sit down to say, okay, I really need to craft my story so that people can see where they can benefit from all this wealth of experience and tools that I bring?
Gosh, I don't even think I've deliberately crafted my story.
Okay.
I think I have a series of experiences.
Right.
And I would really love to sit down and craft my story, because I even teach that to a degree, your river of, your river of life, the storytelling is critical and crafting your journey. There are so many experiences that I haven't even mentioned that have contributed to my existence, even from school and being rejected in certain, made you more determined to prove people wrong. Those types of things. And the crafting of a story really for me is, and when you teach it, it's just like, really go back and look at your lives and see when those points were when you struggled, when those points were where you overcame struggle, and really take a good look at those primary situations and really start unpacking what it is you did to overcome, what it is the influence to change in your path, in your journey. As I said, just take a quiet moment, sit down and go back to that. Your first memory. What was your first memory? What was your first memory? Do you remember?
Yeah, for me, I do remember. It was when my first memory was when people advised my mom to leave me to die because I was getting too sick. Yeah, that was my first conscious memory. And then the second one was when I scored highest in school, from being second to last in class, because my immediate elder sister, she's passed on now, taught me how to read. So that was another epiphany moment for me. So, but when you are putting these rubrics together, is there a framework that you use? Okay, this makes an excellent story, because again, you're an investor and you say investors react more to stories than to...
All the time.
So what is the canvas for a good story?
I think the most important thing is, when you're telling your story, relate your story, like, for example, if you're telling your story regarding your business, what was the influencing factor that made you start your business? Because more often than not, when people start their business, it's because of something that they've suffered, a trauma that they might have had, an experience that they had in early life, which could be a family member passing or something like that. Go back to that point where you really, just like you did, very clearly said, when someone told my parents, leave him to die, he's not worthy. That's a huge moment for somebody. And how you even craft your story about yourself. How do you even give yourself value? And building out from there. So even when you frame the stories, I said, just go back and pinpoint, sit down and think about all those moments in your life, whether it's good or bad influence, good or strong memory. Remember those moments, because we all had them along our journey. And how does that story tie to where you are today? You know, remember that investors are human beings. You know, we always connect in certain points. When we love a story, investors love a story. You know, they like to see that you solved a problem out of a situation that you were in, or a hardship that you were in. You know, that's how you've aimed to solve a problem, and the story just makes it much more personal, because we mustn't forget. Look, every business. Every business must recognize, every must recognize whether you have a business or not. That's the first and foremost. But every business must recognize the problem that they're solving. You know, that's, and really, even to this day, it's still a very hard question for most people to answer. Even though you go to school and they tell you, what problem are you solving? You all know, they regurgitate it, but most people don't even understand that. So take time and really understand the problem you're trying to solve. And then, was that development of that problem based out of something you experienced earlier on in life? Now, maybe in terms of business development, mine was always a question about why black people were always poor. It was a really simple question. I don't get it. Mum, when I look at all the role models and I look at people around me, why are we always poor? Why are we always struggling? For me, that was the question, the experience, because I don't come from a privileged background. You know, that's something else that people seem to think, that if you're in the diaspora, you're privileged. Well, it's so not true. You know, I came from a hard-working, working-class family. My parents worked hard. They weren't rich, but they worked hard. They put us through school. These are all parts of my narrative and part of my journey. Where people will think, there's people that have serious privilege that are here.
Absolutely.
Much more than I have.
Right.
Much more than I have. So, in terms of sharing that content, it's really important for people to understand that when they know me, that I come with privilege from the fact that I was in the UK and I had access to good education, healthcare. That's what I'm privileged for that kind of access. But I certainly didn't come from a family with money and entitlement, you know. And so I guess that's feeder for me. I wanted to be that successful person. I wanted to look around and see successful black people, because I didn't see that. And that was my driver. I want to be one of those successful people that has worked really hard and gone, just achieved everything above expectations. That's the person I want to be. And I guess that's how my story has been crafted. Find that thing that resonates, that you can build your story around.
Right.
And it might take time. You know, it's taken me years to get to here, to be able to sit down with you and tell this story.
Yeah.
You know, it's I won't tell you how old I am. I'm not an answer. I've been around the block a few times.
That's impressive.
You know.
But then the delivery also plays a key role in how reception is. So, you know, I like patterns. I've been watching you and I notice how you take breath, the breath work in your communication. I noticed also you said you came to Ghana in 2012 or something. 2012. Right. And you've retained your accent.
Yes.
So now, for someone who has mastered this element of storytelling that you've shared now, delivery, how do they get to make the message appealing to their audience? Because when I'm writing some of the keywords I have here, you're passionate about Africa, but you're still very much connected to the global north.
Yes.
And your journey is about empowering, builders, operators, business owners to tap into this abundance that you see in your mind. So it's very clear that you understand what your story is, who your audience, or I will come to that, who your audience are. So for someone who has gotten these grips of what you've shared in packaging their story? How do they deliver it in such a way that it becomes inspiring to those who are listening?
Wow, that's a big question.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can really answer that. I can tell you, gosh, I can tell you the things that I do. You know, really, I really do. Honestly, I don't know how. I wouldn't know where to begin to answer that question. So put it another way for me.
Communication. So how do I become a good communicator? Okay. You are so excellent in the way you present your words. For me, when I started learning about communication, I guess to be too fast, to deliver the words, and sometimes I don't take enough breaths. And my mentor keeps telling me, breathe. Yeah. So, and I noticed that you time your breath work and so
again, it's not deliberate. It's just something that's come over time. In terms of you have to be I used to speak, I probably still do speak very quickly, so I've been told of them, you must slow down. Often, and again, I'm not gonna lie, I hate planning speeches because I only know until I get there.
Right.
What my audience is like, who they are, the energy that they have in the room. I always have a guideline for what I'm going to speak about, but I don't ever have a speech.
Right.
And I think the art of communication is don't read off. The worst thing when I see is when people are reading off a piece of paper.
Right.
So I think that the most important thing is to allow yourself to be quite natural in conversation.
Right.
So you structure, when you're doing a speech, your topic, you kind of break the topic, introduction, middle, end, just headlines of what you're gonna speak about, but more importantly, what's the conclusion? You can speak on many things, but what's the final message that you want to be giving to the audience? I think, I'm not the person you will ask to say, okay, I'm going to write my speech like this. Because I tend to like to work with people from an emotional point of view.
Right.
Because you communicate with more than words.
Right.
Words, we've got ChatGPT now. Words are easy, right? But the way you deliver them with honesty.
Right.
Deliver them with intent. Deliver them with passion, and when we say passion, not on a monotone. So the art of you'll get masters of ceremony. It's really just understanding the breathing. Yes, don't speak too quickly, but the core of it is understand your topic, understand it really well. And for me, it's like the way that I do is really about conversation. It's really about reading a room.
Right.
Is how I. So it becomes more like a motivational speech,
right,
than a structured speech, etc. But if you're doing now we flip the conversation to if you're an entrepreneur and you're doing a pitch.
Right.
Now that will be very different. You need to structure it very well. Everybody knows that when you're going to pitch in front of an investor, the story is important. But the money, the figures.
Right. Yeah.
You can have the nicest story in the world, but if you don't understand your figures, you don't understand the way your business is making money, then you failed already. And I think that many of the entrepreneurs that we work with, we struggle with finance. It's not something that is new. Lots of people struggle with it. So I think that the first thing I would say to anyone, if you struggle with finance, break that. Find a course. There's so many courses to go, whether you go on an online course, whether you go on courses that are available in person. Understand the finances of your business. I think for me, when you're doing your pitching, your presentation, that is critically important, and the objective of your business. So I wouldn't advise anyone just to walk into a room with a conversation like that. They're going to pitch to an investor.
Right.
But if you were like, for example, in the networking event before the pitch, have the conversation.
Yeah.
And then when it's just be very clear about what your business is. I mean, your business, your lecturers or your advisors will tell you the usual, your mission, your vision, your SMART goals, the usual things you need.
Yeah.
Do all of that. All of that.
Right.
Understand your finances well, and understand there's more to business than money.
Right.
Because everyone, what do you need? Money. And a lot of the time, particularly because I like working with growth businesses, businesses that are scaling. So, in terms of, you really need to understand where you are and how you're doing.
What else do people need that you've seen that they don't know?
People need to recognize that getting money is very, very difficult, and having all the I's and all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted and the T's crossed is critically important. And I think that the biggest thing I would take to learn how to deal with no, learn how to deal with failure. It's okay for someone to say no. It's what you do next, I think, is important, because I often see people when they're doing in a pitch competition, it's competitive, and maybe one person in that room is going to get and there's a room full of 50 people. You learn how to deal with the disappointment of not being the one, and being able to ask the right questions so that you actually move a step further up the ladder.
Right.
Because what I've seen, and this is not just in Ghana, this is in the UK and every other market, entrepreneurs are smart and they'll just be perennial. They'll just keep going round and round and round until they find that program that's going to give them money.
Right.
But to me, it's just like, guys, if you're going on several programs and you're not getting money, first of all, you must ask yourself why. Because it's not about a program. Because, and having delivered the programs, met the entrepreneurs, seen the entrepreneurs, it's really very important that you understand that failure is going to be part of your journey. How you manage that failure and how you take on constructive criticism and what you do with it is going to be what makes you a successful.
Absolutely.
Because you're going onto a course doesn't mean you're going to equals getting money, which is what a lot of people thinking. Oh, but I came on this course, I thought I was going to. You came on the course and you thought because you came on the course you get money. So you think it's so easy for someone to give you a check, So it's those things I think are, because no one really teaches you how the art of managing the no.
Right.
And what you do next.
Okay, so apart from money, let's look at it from the other dimension. You said apart from money, there are other things that people need. What would you say? Let's say we have people pitching to you right now.
Yeah.
What else can they benefit from an investor like yourself, apart from money?
Knowledge.
Okay.
I think a lot of people don't underestimate the value of an expert or a mentor. I think that having a good mentor by your side is half your journey. It's really so I would think that those are the other things to bear in mind. Is like, what expert advice, what technical knowledge could I add to? Because again, technical knowledge is critically important. So I really just think that those are the kind of things that people do need to be aware of. Human capital, the role of human capital, the role of having a good structure, the role of having good systems, the role of, most people say, if you don't have an HR system, or if you don't have a CRM system, if you don't have, how do you manage your customers? How do you manage communication with your customers? I like this WhatsApp thing, but really, if you're a scaling business, you need to invest in a proper system so you can understand what journey your customers are on, so you can fulfill their everyday needs. So it could be something as simple as having the appropriate software with your business, having the appropriate financial software. And I don't need money, I just need a good manager.
Right.
Or I need to employ good people that I monitor and, reward appropriately.
Right. Right.
Because these are often things that people don't think of.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Hiring the right people also is key.
Hey, that one. Which is what your guys really good at. Helped us hire a number of occasions. Good people.
Thank you. That's why we're building the next phase of the Ready for Work platform. Fantastic. You will love it. When you see it, you will love it.
I'm sure.
The art of follow-up. Let's talk about follow-up in general. Because obviously you get a bunch of DMs every day and you get a bunch of emails every day. You don't have all the time to respond to some of them. What do people do in follow-up that you wish they will learn how to do better?
I even need to learn to do better myself. If anyone has any ideas about that, please share. For me, yeah, it's really about when you go to the events, you collect the cards, you make the contacts, you speak to the people. When you go back to your office the next day, it's about logging those people that you met and the why and what you want to do with them next. Because more often than not, you know, the follow-up will happen, but, you know, if you meet someone, for example, in an event where it's an investor, the follow-up is always the business is going to chase you because they want money or they want to find out why they didn't get. You know, sometimes the key to good follow-up is asking the right questions.
Right.
It's not like, why didn't I get the money? It's like, what did you do wrong? What could I have done better? What were the weaknesses in my presentation? You know, it's really the art of being able to take constructive criticism, I think is key to all of that. Follow-up is critical, and sometimes you need a system.
Right.
You know, having a client management system, I think, is ideal for people to follow up on any inquiries that are made. Because as a customer, if you make an inquiry and no one gets in touch with you, you don't feel valued.
Yeah.
So you've always got to put yourself in the shoes of a customer. How am I feeling valued?
Yeah.
You know, making sure that if you want something as well, you know. So again, it's just being very strategic in your approach, being very intentional.
Right.
When you go and network, just not for the sake of it.
Yeah.
It's to get X, Y, and Z.
Is channel important in follow-up? So I was listening to a podcast one day. The guy was talking about vectors and how they can help you get the attention you're desiring.
Yeah.
And the subject was recruitment. So I'm thinking about it in this regard. Sometimes you get DMs on, for example, let me talk about how we fill this space, you know, the speakers.
Yeah.
I noticed that 90% or even 99% of the DM that I sent on Twitter didn't get any response.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. But on LinkedIn, actually, it got me more responses and more feedback.
Yeah.
So is channel important to whether or not you got response? Say in general.
Yeah. And I also think, depending on what you want to use the channels for,
right.
I always use Twitter more, and I don't know, it's not even called Twitter, it's called X.
X, yeah.
I don't even use X. I used it when it was Twitter.
Right.
So I don't really use it anymore. But when it was Twitter, it was very much around specific narrative and engagement on something that had taken place or an event that had taken place, keynotes that had happened. That's, you know, in terms of information sharing like that with Twitter. With LinkedIn, yes, it's you're showcasing, you know, to the wider LinkedIn community the activities that you're doing within your business. But I use LinkedIn for connection.
Okay.
You know, in terms of, and again, when I'm doing my letters, I always tell people, how well do you use LinkedIn? You know, how well do you tag people, tag organizations? How well do you really target the use of your LinkedIn? Because it's very, very clever little system if you use it well.
Right.
You know, if you find, I found connections that I never knew I really had. Just like, oh my gosh, when you look at the 1, 2, 3, you know, how many people even know what that 1, 2, 3 means when it's sat next to your name? Do you know? Most people don't. You know, so for example, if you have a first level relationship, number 1, you know, then you've got number 2. So someone you know knows that person.
Absolutely.
And someone you know, and degrees of separation.
Absolutely.
So when you use it to connect with people, it's like if I'm someone that's my 4 or someone that's my 3, I'm just using it very strategic. Okay, that my mate's number 1 with them. So can you call?
But how do you know they're less noisy channel? Because maybe LinkedIn becomes the noisy channel.
Yeah.
How do you find the less noisy channel that will give you at least that will help them to see the message?
Yeah. Again, it's a mixture, isn't it?
Right.
LinkedIn is only one form of communication. Yeah. My most successful and best form of communication is in person.
Right.
You cannot beat an in-person connection.
That's knowing your audience.
Yeah.
It gets me into that conversation.
Yeah.
How do you know the audience then?
Again, knowing the audience is about, you know, again, you do your research.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, from a business point of view, that's what you do to understand it. But when you've moved in a space in a long time, you kind of know who you want to be connected to, who you want to have the conversation with. But the art is to research, because research, everything changes every day. People change, officers change, so you always have to be constantly reviewing that, making sure that you do your research and it's up to date, and you have the most up to date contacts you can possibly have.
No worries. Do you have preferred tools that you use for your research?
Preferred tools that I use for my research? Yes, I do have some. I mean, I'm a massive fan of the internet, you know, but using it well is really critically important. I'm a massive fan of online educational libraries. I work for educational institutions, so I have access. Right. So reading journals, reading reports, reading all these things. Reading, everyday reading as well. I mean, I'm The Economist Africa Report. There's such a wealth of information, and you just have to add it to part of your daily life. Is constantly consuming information and understanding how trends change constantly. So reading for me is a way of being up to date with all the things that are forever changing. And if you're in a particular sector or space, you read the journals, you go to the events, you network with the right people. And there's amazing networks and associations. Absolutely. Ghana has them in abundance. Join them, connect with them, share with them. They're there for that kind of growth.
So it starts with vision. Then obviously you get to set the profiles of what you want to do, who you want to connect with, where you want to be. And then you track your journey as you go through it. And of course, you develop an excellent story to go along the journey. You follow up as you connect with these audiences. Now, keeping tabs with the audience in the long term. You know the profiles of people who you want to engage with. We can do emails, we can do social outreaches, but how do you keep tabs with the right kind of people, you know, in the long term?
Again, it's just connecting with people all the time, keeping the communication channels open. So if it's not meeting people at events, in the space that I'm in, tend to meet the same people in the events that we go to. So you're constantly engaging with them at events globally. So, and then always just keeping in touch with people. Me, I like to send people, hi, Merry Christmas, hi, Happy Easter, hi, you know, just normal. It's, you know, with people tell you it's not that much of an art, it's just about being human. Just, you know, connect with people, keep in touch with people, don't always be asking. It's just about
bring solution, bring value.
That's all. Sometimes it's about that.
Oh my, I still have your topic in view.
I know. We get there. We've got 5 minutes. And then people can turn around and say, it wasn't it.
Finance Ready Africa. When you speak to the constituencies that you work with, what do you tell them about Africa and the startups in Africa, the opportunities in Africa?
The space is vibrant. There's nothing but ideas and solutions everywhere on the continent. The challenge that we have on the continent is getting people from the ideation to a structured and strong business. Because, you know, we are living on a continent where 70% of businesses are informal. There in itself is a challenge. You know, how do we support businesses move from informality to formality? And then how do we get people to understand the different businesses? Because I get really frustrated when, like for example, I've said to you that for me, the missing middle is the area that needs the most work, because we have lots of development agencies. Lots of development agents, suppliers, etc., providing the right kind of support to what I call income generating activities. Not necessarily the things that are going to make a business, but activities that help feed you. That's one activity. Those are not necessarily the work of an entrepreneur. You know, that's the work of someone who's just surviving. I think that for me, the art of knowing entrepreneurship by default is important, because on the continent, we need to create jobs. So we need to be very focused in terms of the businesses that we are supporting to do that, because there's very few businesses that can actually create jobs. You know, and I think that the focus for those people that are in the entrepreneurship space, and we want to work with those businesses that are job creating, is okay, let's look in the right places. You know, income generating entrepreneurs are not the same as the entrepreneurs that are going to be job creating. And I guarantee you, when I walk into a room where it's funded, those entrepreneurs and those businesses are often not the ones that we want to target. So better targeting of the missing middle, appropriate instruments.
Right.
Now, I've had this conversation, and many people who will watch this or concur, there's still a gap between the supplies and the demand. What the suppliers want and what the demand is different.
Yeah.
So we need to bring the two closer together.
And the way to achieve this.
Yeah. Collaboration.
Right.
It's like it's about the great things that we do in the spaces where we meet, we convene, we meet with people in the space. We have conversations about the insights, what's working, what's not working so well. Let's really focus on setting those projects that are achieving really well, and that's through good monitoring and evaluation, and the sharing of all the work that people have done. There's so many mismatches that can we just leave the mismatches and really be a little bit deliberate in coming together and finding solutions. There's too much talk,
right?
Because we know that then there's a mismatch, but I've been talking about mismatches for 3 years. How long does it take to not be a mismatch
plug the
anymore?
gap, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, maybe people stop thinking about it once, and someone disappears and it all starts again. But it's almost like someone needs to hold the market to account somehow.
Right.
Because we're not seeing the large leaps that we would want to see. Given the amount of resources that's gone into development, the leap should be greater.
So with this in view, as we get to the top of the hour, what makes you excited about the work you do and the future of the continent?
Everything. First and foremost, we work in an ecosystem with incredible people. With people that, whether you're an investor, whether you're an ESO, whether you're an impacted, it doesn't matter. There are some incredible people doing some incredible things in this space. And I think the sharing of those incredible things, why they work, why they should be adopted by others, is something that we should always continue. That always just sharing of these constituents is really, really important. So the art of convening and creating those spaces where people can learn and share is really important. But also making sure that, and I guess this is where my role comes in a little bit, is ensuring that some of those changes actually happen. Like when we talk about finance ready Africa, it's really about making sure that the demand side and supply side meet the needs of the environment that we're working in, whether it's through the investor ready programs, and there are many. How many investor ready programs have you heard of, and how many, how ready do you need to be? It's really, really important that businesses know, when you say ready, what does that mean? Because often people do a program, they do a course, I say, but I've done an investor ready program, I know not ready. And the answer is most definitely probably not. So I think investor readiness, we have these great conversations on LinkedIn with colleagues in the sector around what does investor readiness mean? What is it exactly?
What does it mean for you?
What does it mean for me? People that have developed their business plan, structured themselves in such a way, met the needs of their company, whether it's in terms of human resources management, the appropriate governance structures they need to have. Just the simple framework of running the business needs to be there. The financial management needs to be on point. Make sure you're very clear about your financial needs. Make sure you're very clear about the cost of goods, etc. that makes your business effective. Understand these things, I think, is critically important. And really from the finance, the supply side is can we have more products that match the needs of the entrepreneurs that are out there? I mean, some of our biggest challenges on the continent are the fact that banks don't lend to businesses.
Right.
That's a bit of the elephant in the room, really. Because in most continents, most places, the banks are the source code for SMEs. SMEs are the backbone of most economies. But in Africa, it's a very different story in terms of where the bank's priority customers are. And I guess when that changes, I guess that's maybe when things start to change for entrepreneurs as well. When the banks prioritize the bank, the businesses as good, taking good risk and making money for their shareholders, which is obviously their private businesses, so it's important. But we need to find a way where the actual products meet the needs of the entrepreneurs, and that we get greater access to finance for budding new businesses. Really, that's key to the problem.
Very impressive. Wow. This has been a fulfilling time.
I can't believe the hour's gone so quickly.
Yeah, I know. It's still.
And we still didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We still have a lot to cover,
Yeah,
but
it's really interesting.
we are supposed to be transitioning to the journeyman.
Yes.
Just give me a few seconds.
No worries,
please.
I want you to transition smoothly. This is a Guinness Book of Records attempt.
Yes.
It's no gaps, everything's seamless.
Yes.
Perfect.
He needs to be coming on now, but I can't see him here.
Is he not there? Where are you?
Let me try to get him on LinkedIn.
Yeah. They won't say that it stopped, did it? Do I need to carry on talking so that I'm happy to keep talking?
Yes, please. Keep talking. Keep it going.
No one's going to say anything. So yeah, in terms of what's a key topic for entrepreneurship? Yeah, this investor readiness scenario that we keep coming back to. Yeah, it's a term that everyone's probably tired of hearing because, at the end of the day, what does it actually mean for businesses? People just want access to finance and access to the support they need.
Yeah.
Let's just try and find ways to bring the most appropriate products to the market. And there are some good ones. Even though I say that, there are good products for businesses.
Yeah.
There's great DFIs doing some amazing work in the space as well. You've got a load of organizations in Ghana.
If I'm a business owner now, who should I be targeting and
talk to?
Yeah.
Okay. My first is find an entrepreneurship support organization in your area.
Right.
Is always, and we've got GEA as the government's support agency for business. If you don't know, that's a good place to start.
Right.
In terms of looking, I would go to. You've also got places like Impact Invest in Ghana. I would always pick those guys up. They do an incredible job. Alongside ESOs, collaboratives, they've got loads of connections. They've got a database, in fact, IIGH of all the entrepreneurship support organisations in Ghana. You've also got people like the British International Investments doing great programs with some of the poorer economies across the frontier markets, they call them. So you've got, there's some incredible work that's going on out there. There really is. There really is. So it's just, take time, look, go to your local, as I said, GA is a great one to start with during Ghana to look for the right kind of providers in the right kind of area. And there's loads of online as well information you can get online. We have lots of business schools. I'm also I'm a co-director for a new business school called Nova Business School, based in Accra, but it's a very Pan-African university, very much focused on linking industry needs to executive training, because often there's a gap, isn't there, in terms of some of the skills that we're developing and the needs of industry to make sure that they are the right people for the right jobs.
Impressive.
So there's kind of things going on.
Amazing. Thanks to you for holding on the forts while we try to get somebody else to jump on.
Yeah.
And fill the gap immediately because one of our speakers seems to be having delay in connection.
Yeah. There has been a lot of problems with the internet. Have you not found lately? I don't know whether it is. It's just a problem that, it's hampering us.
Okay. So, Prince, please admit the gentleman.
Yeah, there you go. And we can transition.
Yeah, we will transition to him as it comes up fully. Is my Zoom audible now? Admit the gentleman on Zoom. Okay.
It's all good.
Hi, Sam. Can you hear me? Hi, Sam. Just a moment,
No
please.
worries, I'm here.
Sam, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Clearly. I'm loving the view now. Clearly.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
I can hear you.
Is the sound all right? Is there like a buffer? Or boomerang, I should say. Room audience, please also help me check if the sound is clear enough. Is okay? Hi, Sam. Should we go ahead?
Please, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm excited. Oh, wow. How many hours have we been going already now? 3 hours?
Now we have 6 hours.
4 hours?
6 hours.
My God. Well done, brother. Well done. And counting. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
All right. You know, for a moment there, my heart jumped to my stomach.
Yeah.
I was like, is Sam going to jump on and help us continue this non-interrupted streaming and get this world record in the books? But thank you, Sam.
I can't let you down, brother.
Yeah.
I'm here. I can't let another African brother down. We must do this.
We have to do this. All right. So please introduce yourself in a way that will help set the tone for the conversation. I know you already have your topic spelled out here, and some people have reached out to get more information about your topic, which is exciting, Africa's digital economy. I told them to wait until Sam comes up because he will be the best person to share what he wants to explain to the audience. So what do they need to understand about you that will set the tone for this conversation?
Amazing. Thank you so much, brother. It's good to be here. My name is Samuel Efosa Austin. I'm a digital economist, data scientist, and a tech guru. And I've been working on a project for years now to reinvent GDP for Africa. I think we'll start from that place first. Whereas for years now, we've designed and measured African countries using basic GDP measures. But with the advent of technology, I think we have a new way of measuring our economy using data. What I do is I have a concept called ECO. ECO stands for Environment, Community, and Organization. We use this as a metrics to measure African countries to be able to compare them against each other. And through our company as well, we do alternative credit scoring, where we score Africans based on the good that they do in a location to be able to give them access to credits, give them access to funding, to loans. Traditionally now, we still follow the Western way of you borrow money, pay back, but why don't we give our people different ways of doing that? Apart from doing Eco Africa, I run a community called Tech for Good Africa. We have a formula which we use to empower young people to think differently about doing tech for good. It's E equals MD cube. I know Einstein created E equals MC squared. I did E equals MD cube. Energy and education is equals to media, data, design, and digital. And young people can track the impact of what they're doing in their locations, wherever in Africa, using this method. And finally, I have an academy called African Technology Leadership Academy. One of the things I decided to do this for is because I could not find leaders in technology across the sectors in Africa. So if I mentioned manufacturing, who's the leader in technology and manufacturing? We still don't know. If I mentioned health, I would look for who's the leader in tech for health. We still don't know across the continent. We're only hearing fintech stemming out of Nigeria, and we should do more. So excited for this conversation about the digital economy of Africa. All these three companies I've mentioned today, which are the ecosystem that I've been building, would help shape our conversation, and I'm excited to do that with you today, brother.
Impressive. So, Sam, what really brought you into this line of work? What was it that drew you in? Was it your lifelong aspiration to one day get into the digital space, or, you know, you saw something that you couldn't resist and hence get into this journey? How did you get started?
Good question. So I was born in Nigeria, and I grew up in the north of Nigeria. And growing up, I just saw a lot of, should I call it Sharia war and other things that happened from the continent. And I left Nigeria at a young age, like every other young Nigerian, to go and study in the Western world, the Japa.
Yeah.
But I wasn't even thinking about it from a Japa place. My parents just thought it's best that you have the best education from going abroad.
Right.
So they took me to America. While I lived in America, I learned a lot of things. I worked in different organizations, from sales to, while studying also mechanical engineering. And then after a while, I moved to the United Kingdom, and I started working some more. And 2015, I had an epiphany, not just an epiphany, I had a very huge encounter with God. I'm such a very strong believer in Jesus. I had an encounter with God, and he said, "You're going to change the economy of Africa." And I was like, what? How's that going to happen? And he said, "Go back to university and study economics. And from there, I would show you the strategy on how to do it, and I'll bring the people around you to help you do this." I'm sure you, Brother Tom, is one of those people that are already helping me achieve that goal as well. So I went back to university, I obeyed, and I will just say it here, obedience and alignment is the only way you can do anything in life. If you don't obey, if you don't align, you miss that opportunity. So I went and did economics, and as I did economics, I discovered something that was broken. I discovered that the history of our economy was not designed by us, and we needed to design a new way of doing economics. By the time I was doing this economic study, all of the digitalization started to rise. I mean, from AI to blockchain, all of this started to rise up. And I just started to take the learning in them from, I started with digital marketing, understanding how to use social media. I was using it in my school to recruit students to do Echo Africa, to do solutions. By my final year of university, I've already launched my first digital platform. And what was I doing? I was just getting African people to report problems to us in the UK because there was nowhere to find problems that happen in Africa. And in 2 weeks, we got 50-something problems. And we thought, okay, this echo concept could work if we use it to measure our own continent and had real information. Brother, that's the background of how we started. Really, it was a vision from God. It's still a vision from God. And I've just gone into the digital space of economy, just from a learning place of what was happening in the world. So first of all, it was obedience. And then the alignment to what was happening in the world has now brought me to a real clarity of this vision for the African economy.
Impressive. Are you based in Nigeria now or still in the UK?
Good question. After spending 17 years in the Western world with the white people, I packed my bags in 2019 and moved back to Nigeria. Just so you know again about obedience and alignment, as soon as I got back to Nigeria, the NSAS through the Twitter digital hashtag erupted. It was fascinating to see that someone who has now been in the continent for 17 years landed back in the continent and a disruptive move like that could happen. It just showed me that I was on the path to something greater.
Wow,
I'm in Lagos at the moment. Just to answer the question, I'm here in Lagos, in Nigeria. I'm not going anywhere until we fix this economy.
That's impressive. But I like the perspective of turning that chaos into mission for yourself. Okay, so somebody else could have said, "Oh my goodness, this might be a call to go back to where things are more stable." But you saw it as a mission. Was that optics, developed from some entrepreneurs? As entrepreneurs, we always see problem as business or market opportunity. Was that entrepreneurial vision, or was it your foundational value of, listening to God, as you said, and then translating this to mean I have a greater purpose because I can see a lot of individuals that need my help, a system that needs fixing, a country that needs saving? What was it for you?
You're absolutely right there, Leader Tom. The foundation is God. If you don't see anything from the eyes of God, you're missing the point. So yes, there's entrepreneurial spirit inside of me. There's the leadership spirit inside of me that even though there's chaos, we must lead in the right way of doing the right thing at the right time. There's also the idea of sustainability and then technology all in my mind at one go. When the NSAS situation happened, I was also just with the young people on the streets. I took the walk. Apart from the walk, I was standing there at the toll gate where we all were protesting and having a whole huge discussion, or should I say a whole party? Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
But the basis of, being in this space, I had encounters of meeting many young people. So coming to Nigeria, I probably would have taken a whole lot of steps to meet many young people. But that ends with me coming to Nigeria was where I actually, and there was a background link of this sense of urgency and purpose, that this thing that's happening is not just happening because we want to protest, but there was something already turning in the minds of every young African that was an opportunity to build a new mindset on top of, which is the mindset that I'm trying to shape now in the young of every African, that we can use technology to design our economy, we can create a sustainable future for our continent, and we can lead or create space for us to lead together as one, not leading over one another as the colonizers and the Western world has taught us that is a hierarchy. We can just create a space where we all can lead together.
Now that brings us to the conversation of today, which is Africa's digital economy. As you know, the digital economy in Africa is where the wealth is right now. And so, the work you're doing is of primary importance, but then we have a lot of need to fill. So tell me more about this agenda that you've embarked on. What is it that you've been able to achieve so far in your work, and what is it that you see that other people don't really see so far? Because I suppose if they've seen what you've seen, all of them would have packed their bag and come back to Nigeria. All of them that are of Nigerian origin. So what is it that you are seeing that compels you to get skin in the game, get on the ground, do some work, and we'll talk about the success stories and other matters as well.
So I want to talk about this from a very interesting place. It's the new order of data. The new order of data. For years, Africa, and last week I was talking about this, Africa has about 17% of the world's population, but contributes less than 1% of the data that fosters the world. I don't want us to just look at the fact of we entering into the digital economy like the rest of the world. I want us to look at it from a place of we are redefining and even defining it, whether it's from Lagos to Nairobi, from Kigali to Accra. The continent is transforming its whole sectors. And I would literally break down what I do again, just from the three angles, so that we get an idea of why I shape this mindset and the opportunities I see in this mindset. So we'll start first from Echo Africa. I was sitting in my room, and one of the first companies I started when I was in the UK was Innovation for Africa. Because I didn't know what I was supposed to do with changing this economy of Africa. So I thought the best thing to do is to get change to Africa. And innovation is change. If anyone knows the definition of innovation, it means bringing new changes to things that already exist. So I thought, let's bring innovation to Africa from the Western world. And I was sitting in my room, and the Spirit of God just told me, did I tell you that it's the innovation from here that needs to be there? And I said, well, they have better roads, they have better cars, better system, better structures. And he said, no, write down where are you from? And I said, I'm from Nigeria. Which part of Nigeria are you from? And I was like, I'm from the Delta. He's like, what is happening in the Delta? And I went and looked at it. And again, we all know this story. The Delta is polluted with the oil spillage from the oil, the oil boom that happened across Nigeria and America that created us to be, Nigeria to America used to be one naira to $1 at 1958 when oil was first found. But over the years, Shell took a lot of the oil from the Delta and left the Delta just polluted. I was reasoning that and I was thinking, Lord, should I start a protest on, fighting for reforming the Delta? And he said, no. He said, all right, go higher. And then I thought, what is managing the whole of West Africa? And I came to the knowledge of ECOWAS, and we all know ECOWAS. Mm-hmm. And I was like, what is ECOWAS doing? And it was saying it's the economic of West African states. And I said, okay, this is interesting. And he said, write ECO down. And so I wrote ECO down. And he said, you know what? E will be for the environment where you've come from, your natural resources being, exploited and polluted. C will be for the communities that need to benefit from this, that have not benefited from this. And the O will be the tracking of the organizations that can benefit this community and organization. It came into my mind this simple, but again, it's as if my mind was already able to spread it out to become something else. So whoever you are at the moment, wherever you're, first of all, try and understand what is in my environment in this place that I'm in. Who are the community people that exist here, whether men, women, children? What are the organizations that are fostering this community and environment, whether it's international organizations, NGOs, charities? And it will give you a full picture of how you can contribute to it, right? So I just started from that place. I said, okay, let's build a platform that has verified data of the echo of every African economy. So I'm not saying we should totally scrap the economy as we have it now, but can we take that economy as it's very financially driven and put the echo data to it and compare whether the finance is really doing the thing it's supposed to be doing in that echo, right? And that was the beginning of the first thing with echo. With that journey, what we did was, I mentioned before, we started collecting problems. I started as a society in university in the UK, and we started collecting problems. The first event we did, we brought people into these events and we had ECO on tables. There was environmental table, community table, organization table. Leader Tom, I'm going to do a very interesting test with you just to test out what has happened there.
All right.
How many people do you think were sitting on the environmental table that were Africans?
Maybe 0.
Good answer. There was literally one person that was African on the environmental table.
Okay.
How many people do you think were sitting on the community table that were Africans?
Maybe a little less than 5.
Good answer. There was literally like 3 of them that were Africans, and there were white people across these tables. Now, this is going to blow your mind. How many people do you think were sitting on the organization table that were Africans?
Okay, that will be a lot more people, more than 5.
Everybody there were Africans. And I thought to myself is that, so Africans just want to be in business, they just want to be in organizations, they just want to be in corporates, they just feel that they need to be in corporate. None of them thought about their community, none of them thought about their environment. It just showed me something huge. So I thought if they were stealing, cocoa from your country, you won't bother because you don't care about your environment. You don't care about your trees. You don't care about your animals. If someone was making billions off the cow skin, using it for Louis Vuitton, you won't care. You only care about buying the Louis Vuitton from the organization, but not care about the environment where the Louis Vuitton material came from. And it blew my mind. But what we did stop. So we told them on the environmental table, since there's only one African, find a problem in Africa and find a partner locally to solve it. The guy that was sitting on that table was from Rwanda. He discovered that there were gorillas going extinct in Rwanda. And the guy sitting on the table with him, he didn't even know that these white people were fashion people, and they were already learning about sustainable fashion. So they did a fashion show and raised about $3,000 for gorillas in Rwanda.
Wow.
On the community table, there was a young lady sitting down there. She said her and her mother goes to their village every year for Christmas, and she was in Malawi. And she said, you know what? They're going to speak to the council as their partner about how they can help kids in Malawi. And for them not knowing, the council was about to shred loads of books. They had them in containers already to be shredded because the schools in England, in Manchester at that time, were turning digital. And so with the shredding of those books, the council were like, we will not shred the book anymore. We'll pay for them to get to Upendo Village. At the moment, in Upendo Village in Malawi, they have a library now because of Echo Africa. Finally, in the organization table, there was a lot of commotion. Everybody could not find a problem in organizations in Africa. It's either, oh, there's corruption. Always corruption. Is corruption. Is corruption. People don't know what to do. Our organizations are not developed. We don't have innovation. That's all they kept saying that are in Africa using sectors. And so we did our first ever hackathon and did a summit to bring about the thoughts around how do we inspire, how do we empower and develop young people to focus on the environment, community, and the organization of their location. And through that, we launched our first platform called the Echo Platform. And that was how we started to collect problems. And then I moved myself to Africa. And today, the Echo Platform has grown beyond just collecting problems. Today, it allows an individual to get a digital identity, which, just so you know, over 700 million people in Africa do not have digital identity. They don't even have a passport to be able to go to the bank and get a bank account. We're giving digital identity, which through your digital identity, you can also submit positive things you're doing that relates to your Echo, relating with the UN SDG goals. And through growing this point system, you can then access loans, you can access funding, and you can access other things. Not only that, the Echo Platform has even grown to helping organizations articulate their teams, not only articulate their teams, but be able to produce ESG reports, also produce their SDG impact as well. You can find this out on theeconomyplatform.com. Not only that, we're building trust now with the Echo Platform, where individuals can verify themselves on what they're doing. So I, as a young person, I can pick up plastic today, and I can get my peers that picked up the plastic with me to verify me. And because of that, I get more points and I build my trust points on the Echo Platform. With this, we're able to create alternative credit system for people. We're able to give people identity. And at the same time, we're really able to measure what really matters in Africa. Apart from this part of Echo, which is the front-facing application, we behind the scenes started to look at labeling and annotating data across sector. In Africa at the moment, and even across the world, there's only 11 sectors that exist in any economy. For those 11 sectors, what are the echo of these 11 sectors? So we're starting with health. What are the environment, community, and organization data that surrounds health? And with that, we're on a journey of building the first African intelligence, because we're telling the Western world, who told you that we accepted AI? We are African intelligence. And that's what's happening at the moment. Even with that journey, I'm about to raise 100 billion Naira to fund data centers that can power our own tech solutions. Just so you know that every app, every software, every application that is built in Africa at the moment is still being hosted on AWS, Vessel, and other international platforms. Why don't we have our own data centers, our own data infrastructure that power our own data? Now, because I'm building all these unique, interesting solutions, the mindset of the young people are still very limited. Why? They're still always looking for how they can make money to feed their family. They're still looking for money to be able to buy that new house, that new car. They even also want to buy the Louis Vuitton and show off to their friends. So they're always looking for jobs. So their mindset is still about, we need to find jobs. Which one is it that you're telling us that we need to do Echo? Well, we want jobs. We can't do that. And we started Tech for Good Africa for that reason. A community where people can become and start to see tech as a civic duty. Tech is a civic duty for Africa. It's not something we should also embrace as a tool. It's not a tool for us. It is our civic duty to do technology. And so with that, with Tech for Good Africa, our formula helps young people to know how to enter into tech, to contribute to solutions that exist in the continent, whether it's energy, or education or media or data or design or digital, you can enter these thematic areas and build solution. So far with Tech for Good Africa, we've done ESG in tech, where we've trained people on ESG. We've done IWD, which is International Women's Day, offering women laptops and training to empower them to do more in tech. We've done the Strategic Leadership Forum, which we do every year. We've also done a incubator program to get people to enter into it, which is called Enter All Into Tech for Good. And starting next year, we start to incubate technology solutions that are focused on green and civic duty for our continent. And then finally, as I mentioned in my ecosystem, is African Technology Leadership Academy, where we train leaders on different type of ways to have type of jobs in the tech space. Apart from all of this, I will say this, that while I've been doing all of this, I've built interesting solutions with interesting people, from building solutions like Jesus Impact for a church system, to building with the Olu of Warri, a local king, an app that helps him to track the 200 and something communities that he manages, to be able to bring impact to the Warri Kingdom. Now, don't forget that I started my mission with thinking about Delta and how it's been polluted. Warri is a part of that place. And it's so fascinating that I came in, and this is why I'm talking about alignment and obedience. I came into Nigeria, and the king, the new king of Warri Kingdom, is a young man and a good friend of mine. And I'm excited for what is to come still in the future. I hope this gives a story, a journey.
Yeah, it does give some parentheses. I have lots of thoughts, some keywords that I've written down. Okay, so there's been a growing discussion, heated discussion about digital ID. And, historically, we have some context in the book about digital ID, the role it will play in some certain contexts of liberty. So you came from the UK, and recently the ID was introduced. What are your thinking about those discussions and the reservations that people have? What do you think?
So there's a lot of talk around digital identity. The only power that we have, I know the United Kingdom is also looking into how they can do there's a really very focus on taxation, wanting to tax people more, especially with the housing market. And if you know about the economy of the United Kingdom, the economy of the United Kingdom functions based on the land value of the country. That's why the king is still on the money of the country, and the highest real estate in the United Kingdom is the Buckingham Palace. So if you know economics, and this is fascinating, I'll say this before I even just speak to this question you asked me. We need to educate our people more in economics, because
why
we don't know what economy is. Yeah, for example, the 5 sectors of economy is land, labor, capital, enterprise, and education. These 5 are the sectors of economy. Now, a country can choose one, and if they choose that one, they can use that one to power the remaining. That's how an economy functions. So if you take, for instance, England runs their economy on land. Land is a big deal to them. So with land, they can be able to power the other one. So if you build a company on the land in the United Kingdom, that land empowers the other part of that economy. So if you're doing digital identity in England, what you'll be doing now is, how do you connect the digital identity to this land valuation, which they use to evaluate their economy? And so they started doing taxation and focusing it more on landing and how do they collect more money from the lands, and so on and so forth. But for a place like Africa, we need to make sure that our digital identity is tied down to the verification of our data, right? So, for example, Nigeria has 5 identity. We have NIN, BVN, voter's card, driver's license, and national passport. If I ask you in Ghana, how many identities do you guys have over there? I don't know. 2, 3? Yeah. What would you say? How many identities do you have as a person in?
Well, primarily now, Ghana card is the supreme identity. There's the passport, but Ghana card is being used as, the denominator for identification and movement.
Okay, so did you call that a Ghana card?
Yeah, just like what you have the NIN.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is interesting, right? So with this identity, there's already a central system with the government for this identity. Now, what we need to look at when we're looking at digital identity is that what is the functionality of this digital identity to assess trust and credits in a location? So because that's the reason you're building the digital identity. So if you commit a crime, I can find you through your identity. It creates more trust in the system. If you want to access money or access amenities in the country, you can do this for access to those amenities. These are the two things that your identity should give you: trust and access, right? But the trust and access now is based on the verification of does this exist? That you have access. You have trust. How can we make sure that what a person is doing, they can just get on their phone, get a digital identity, and as they get that digital identity over time? Because if you want people to go to the government office first, get an identity, get a digital identity, okay, let me say it from this point. Let me speak from a future place. In Africa at the moment, if I wanted to send money to Ghana, I would send money, and I'm doing this now from that financial access, right? Access to credit, access to funding. If I wanted to send money to Ghana now, I have to first of all distribute it or balance the settlement and payment through the dollar. I have to do it through the dollar. The dollar is the base currency for it. With doing that through the dollar, what I've done is I have gone first to America and then gone to Ghana before the person gets my money. I know we've built solutions to solve that problem already now, but if someone like a rural area person that has a business wants to send money to another place, they have to go and get the identity from Ghana, then be able to access this exchange method to be able to now send money to another place. But if you give them a digital identity and tell them to build their credibility with that digital identity over a period of time, and then you can allow them to integrate the national identity into that digital identity eventually, what happens now is that they already have access to that funding that is available. They have access to other people that have those that can assess their credibility before they can now get access to that national identity, which we need to do in our continent. Because if we wanted to integrate finance at the moment in Africa, I would have to bring all the database of Ghana, bring all the database of Nigeria, bring all the database of all of together before I integrate. But if there was one digital identity across the continent that has already started to integrate all these identity into this one digital identity, and if you sign up on a platform, you see you get the Echo ID, 8 numbers, Echo is generated automatically. It's also stored on the blockchain. One of the things that we've done there is that we've reduced the use of data, because let's be honest, data is very interesting with its integration. So we'll remove that, store all your identity in this database and really make a blockchain where your identity is stored but is not kept. We can just pull it out later. It's not kept in a database and taking up space and consuming a lot of space. There is a lot of talk around digital identity, but how it's going to be done across the world is still what I'm trying to say has to be shaped from Africa. And I don't want to release a lot of IP to how we've built our own data identity, because again, it's still something we're still trademarking. But our digital identity offers a way for API integration. Now, let let me say this. Now, if you wanted to sign into a platform at the moment, you will hear that thing saying sign in with Google.
Yeah.
Signing with Google is called an SSO, and you just sign in with Google because you already have a Google account. Now, tell me which platform across Africa can allow you to sign into any platform using your identity. We have the basis for being able to build a digital identity that allows you to integrate into different platforms and even allow developers and institutions to build solutions where they can just find verified identity of a person instantly. So what we need to focus on is how do we make our digital identity for verifying data, for trust, and then for access, for integration. The integration is the most important part, because if we don't build the digital identity from now, which we are already taking a stance to say, we as ECHO, we're building an identity that helps me to track an individual's impact in their ECHO, be able to track how that ECHO is contributing to ESG and CSR, and then from there be able to allow this person to access credits. From accessing credits through their identity, now they can be integrated into other applications being built. So our developers now can pull APIs of people's identity, and if they build a new fintech, all you have to do is sign into that fintech with your ECHO ID. You're in the fintech already. Applications that have already been built in the past can also just have our APIs and integrate them into their application and so on and so forth. Again, I don't want to release too much, intellectual property on this. It's something in the works, but you can also go around and even play with the platform at the moment as we build some more.
Yeah, Sam, there are so many use case examples and exciting utility value for digital ID. But, as someone who loves data, I remember last time I was having this conversation with one of my friends. And here's the thing. We understand that historically governments in different countries have always, many have said, and it's been recorded, governments in different instances often monopolize access to information and don't always use the systems to the greater good of individuals. A recent example might be what happened during the pandemic in Canada, where truckers that dissented against some policies were disbarred from financial instruments that they've previously enjoyed. Their livelihood were crunched and their participation in society were sort of excluded. And so it makes it interesting to follow this conversation about digital ID, because you and I know that if you have enough data, you can control how people think, what they see, how they eat, where they go. If you have enough data, you can control their reality. If you have enough data, you can control what they become. You can even reverse into their inner environment, control their thoughts, their thinking, and their outlook to life. So now, many people have the reservation about digital ID because that singular system that has capacity to track your whole life experience from participation in society, because maybe your credit system or credit record is low. Let's say in China, for example, we know that if you insult certain stakeholders, you have a bad credit record that will make it difficult for you to even use the money you have. Now, I look at a system like Nigeria in Africa, and you came in exactly at the point where people are agitating about a systemic issue. So a government that has, let's give an example. A regime comes in that opposes such movement and has this capacity to isolate individuals at will and tie up their experience of being Nigerians and make it impossible for them to buy, sell, do whatever they want to do unless they improve their rating and can easily track them to their house. Such a system, do you suppose it helps or exacerbates the already existing problems of what people are facing in terms of subjugation? And then let's even take it to, the bigger dimensions in the future of it. What do you think such a system can do when a person's existence is tied to that particular ID? Because we know that digital ID is not just another version of your national ID. Digital ID, as you rightly said, is a number that identifies your personality, you as an individual. It's your whole life. Your medical history is tied to it. Your banking history, your financial records are tied to it. Your academic aspirations are tied to your digital ID. Everything you are is that number. So the utility of convenience and access, is it a big incentive for such a system that has the capacity in the long run to be weaponized, quote unquote, by actors as we know that is possible or plausible? What do you think?
I think I'll start this answer by saying, as something like this cannot be, should we put it, left in the hands of governments, but should be created as an infrastructure.
Okay.
So I've gone through years of being shaped or built in my mind to be an ethical leader. And being an ethical leader is not so accepted in such a world as Africa, where ethics is not the first forefront of whatever it is you're doing. If you work in a company, they'll tell you, get the work done. Don't bring ethics into this conversation. I've worked in many organizations in Nigeria so far where that would not be the conversation. They'll tell you, show me what you can do. Don't show me ethics. Don't show me that you are driven by social movements. Show me how much money you can make. How much money can you produce? And so I understand the concept of that. And that's why we started this conversation from a place of economic change and the mindset shift that must happen with our African people, where we design digital identity not from a place of how the Western world has described digital identity, but we design it from a place of infrastructure plus leadership for development. Now, when I talk about digital identity as an infrastructure, it does not become now a thing where all of you is inside of it. But the more you feed to it, the more you build a credible infrastructure of yourself. Now, because...
Sam, I'm going to push you a little bit. Let me push you a little bit on that. Yes, that singular statement. Okay. It's like let's use, what's your favorite LLM?
At the moment, it's 2GPT. Okay. I have not seen a better one.
Great. So let's use ChatGPT as an example. OpenAI started like, what is it? A social organization.
A social, yes. A charity.
Yeah,
yes.
A charity. And the mission was to create something that will be of benefit to for the greater good, right? Now, as time goes on, they maximally tried to become a for-profit organization. And they started as a non-profit organization. The goal was really to create a tool that the community will use to better human existence. It was in their mission statement. It was in the principles of their operation. But how did it transition from a non-profit and actively sought registration, if not still seeking registration, as a for-profit organization? Because company operations change, stakeholder expectations change, individual aspirations even change. So the question becomes, who is more qualified or qualified in the future to see to it that this infrastructure that we are building doesn't become repurposed, for another alternative reality? That's number one question. Number two question is, you did mention about building it with our perspective. And the reason I'm pushing you on this, simple, I don't have any doubt that you got into this with the right intent, and I suppose also you might have gotten some of these pushbacks. I think the more you think about it, the more you see the reality of what you're building, the future of what you're building, the more it helps. Because technology is just like fire. You can use fire to cook. You can use electricity to cook a man's dinner. You can also use electricity to cook the man. So the question is, we know that AI gets smarter with the data that you feed into it. It gets more robust with the data and information that you feed into it. The same thing with this system that you're creating. It's an infrastructure. The utility value is to the extent of how much information people put into it. So it might just be an identifier for now, but you and I know the principal operation of digital ID is such that it's a singular denominator of who an individual is, right? So the more data people put into it, the more it becomes robust, the more it serves the purpose of what they need it for, whether it's to access services, whether it's to access venue, whether it's to transact on platforms, whether it's to participate in society. So that is the bigger purpose of digital ID. So the question that you and your stakeholders and organizations have to really answer is, how much control can you maintain over this infrastructure that you're building in such a way that it doesn't get repurposed by governments, entities, organizations that seek to use it for alternative realities from your established objective? So it might not be a question that you can answer now. You have time to express now, but I suppose it's something that you need to think about. Again, if you have enough data, you can control an entire nation and build a different atmosphere for them. You know that, I know that. So as you think about this, I feel like there has to be those guardrails and clarity of what the future of this robust platform and tool that you're building will serve. You get where I'm coming from?
Absolutely, Leader Tom. I just love that we already are thinking the same way. And I was having a conversation with my friend last week, and I was trying to bring him on board, sitting on this seat of ethical leaders. And he just said, Sam, are you sure they're not going to shoot you at some points? Do you have bulletproof? And I said to him, the person that told me to start the mission is also going to help me with this. But I like the fact that we're on the same wavelength thinking about data. And I'm so happy that I'm not just speaking to someone that doesn't understand the concept of data and then digital identity. Remember, I told you that I have a formula in my mind. E equals MD cube, right? So that formula keeps me grounded, which is when I tell everyone that E equals MD cube is education and energy is equals to media, data, design, and digital, in my own head, is echo is equals to the medium for the data that designs our digital economy. In my own head, you see? So I'm always looking at the medium, Why I'll say this now is, so you mentioned the LLMs, and I just wanted to speak a little bit to it. So maybe this will also, and I won't speak openly. I'm one of those people that you diffuse what I'm saying from what I'm saying if you are also on the wavelength of, because I speak to many people. I speak to Western people, I speak to local people. It's if you are with me, you are with me. You have to be aligned to, and again, it's spiritual as well. So it's innate as well, so that you understand it from what I'm saying. So GPT as a company, the largest shareholder of it, 49% of it is Microsoft, right? So when you spoke about the dynamics of the stakeholders, let's call them shareholders now, who started to fund the NGO, right, that then converted later to now becoming a full company. And even though at the moment, ChatGPT, OpenAI as a company is worth $600 billion, the CEO, Sam Altman, is only worth 1-point-something billion. It's not the same as Facebook. Facebook is worth billions, and the director, Mark Zuckerberg, is also worth hundreds of billions of dollars. So just look at that disparity there of converting an NGO and really what is happening in America. I think America is losing it, to be honest, with what they're creating and always talking that they're doing social good, but it's not social good. It's being exposed. Now, GPT was built with three things. One, the information from Reddit. So every 3 thumbs up on Reddit's information was pulled to create the GPT model. The other thing that was used to create GPT model was books. So digital books online, they were pulled and used to create the GPT models. And then the third thing that was used to do it was conversational data from social media. So how you conversate on social media to create the GPT model. I remember I started this conversation saying that apart from the front-facing digital identity platform that we've created, we go back and we also do our data labeling and annotation using the echo concept for various sectors of Africa. So for Nigeria now, collecting the echo data of the 11 sectors of Nigeria and storing that data so that I can build trust in you. So if leader Tom wants to do a rice business in the coming future based on his identity, he interacts now not with a government, but interacts with a GPT, a more interesting model called the echo model, to understand that I'm contributing to this echo, so I know that this echo will feed me back this. Now, I told you it's an infrastructure. So one of the infrastructure is data. Then in the middle of this data is the design that's used to do it. And then the outcome of it is leadership. Every African youth in my generation, it is my goal that each and every one of them must become leaders. I'm not just saying this because we have been so confused to what leadership is that we think that leadership is a government. No, leadership is you on how you lead yourself to contribute and benefit from what you are contributing. If I plant a seed on the ground, the seed will grow a tomato tree or a palm tree. It's not going to grow something else. That is leadership. So it's what you contribute, you will benefit. It's a thinking, it's a knowledge. Now, so if they can contribute to their echo, and then their echo is giving them the true information of the echo, there is an output that will come out of it that governments cannot influence. Now, you already have an identity happening online already, which is you are using social media, you are using emails and the rest of things. But these things are not shaping your input and outputs. It's not shaping your contribution for benefits. It's only shaping a world of I have access. Mm. So I'm just going to leave it at what I've said here. Our model is already echo-driven. Our identity is focused on the most important things that we're talking about now is 750 million people don't have access to credit history. 60% of loans in Africa fail. And that means that only in Nigeria alone, we're seeing 120 trillion credit gap. People that should be having funding to power their business and things like that, 120 trillion naira. That's a huge amount of money. That's about $100 billion. Just not able to access credit. We're talking about limited access to financial services, jobs, economic opportunities. We're looking at there's no mechanism to even prove your sustainability or community engagement in your location. So this is just what we're trying to do with it. We will back things. It's a long journey to telling all Africans have to identity that digital economy. But it's a trade that we must achieve.
Amazing. Seems I'm logged off. Am I still on there? Amazing. So, Sam, thank you so much for sharing these thoughts. I'm very confident that you have... Can you hear me? You can hear me? Huh? Yeah, can you hear me now? Not yet. I'm not sure what happened. Okay. Sam, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It seems our audio messed up a little bit, but you can hear me now.
Okay, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, great. We are transitioning to in-house audience. Thank you very much for your time and sharing these thoughts. Hopefully we'll get around two of this conversation, and I see your passion. I see what you want to achieve, and hopefully soon we can have another forum to discuss further. But thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, Derek. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Wonderful. Was it difficult finding us? Okay. Okay. Impressive. You look good.
Thank you so much.
All right. Do I really? Are you patronizing me?
Look fit for yourself.
Okay.
Yes, and I can't wait to see you on day 3.
Yes. Yes. I'm looking forward to day 3. Day 3 is always exciting.
Yeah.
Okay. We are talking. Who is laughing? We're talking about the King's Umbrella, rethinking brand power through African lenses. So, Derek, am I audible, please? I can't hear myself. If I was someone who just logged in now, as some people might be logging in now, what do I need to know about Derek for this conversation to be like, yeah, I get it from the get-go? So, assuming they haven't, because we linked your profile here, if they haven't seen your work, if they haven't seen your profile, what is it they need to understand about you?
All right. So talking about Derek is young and different but young. I'm a public relations consultant, and I'm young as well again. And I love God, I love my family, and I love to talk. I can talk for the world.
Okay.
And anything that has to do with public relations, events, digital, PR, digital marketing.
That's your area.
You'll find me there.
Right.
If you don't call me, I'll be there.
That's impressive. Has it always been like that, like taking opportunities from the get-go? You see something you like, you reach out, you jump on it? Because I remember you, during the first attempt, yeah, you couldn't get a slot, but you were always sending us some uplifting messages. Impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you by the way for that, and I'm glad you were able to snatch the opportunity early on this time around.
Yeah. I'm so excited to be here. And hello, everyone.
Hello. So, if we go back to your high school days, were you always the go-getter, and someone who gets onto things with little or no motivation?
Well, back in the high school days, I'd say I was running.
Because, high school always shapes us.
I was running a business, wasn't really legit.
Right.
So I think in year 2 of high school, I find myself, I'm that kind of person. I know a lot of people know me. So it all started when my classmate was interested in a certain lady.
Interested in a certain lady. Okay, I like this.
Talk to the lady. So
okay.
It was like, this lady, can you talk to me? And I was like, okay, on one condition, how much are we looking at?
Okay.
So I spoke to the lady and he was like, oh, there's a friend, I'm interested. And then it became a thing. It became a business where people would come, oh, Jerry, can you talk to this lady? I'll be like, oh, so how much are we looking at? So now I became that person who was liaising for people. I was like, okay, then how about I make it a thing? So someone come, oh, I want you to speak to this teacher on behalf of me. I want to reach out to this teacher. I was like, oh, so then how much are we looking at? As long as I'm getting something.
I see.
Yeah, so I was that person who was always connecting people to people, and I was like, oh, maybe I should do this. And then with the help of people, I finally realized, oh, PR is a thing. So let me enter into PR, and then this is why I am.
Why not a relationship advisor?
Wow.
Because it all started with you getting that. Did you get the girl though?
I didn't get one for myself though. I didn't get one for myself.
But did you get it for the clients?
I was always getting, and when I wasn't, and this is what I was doing. So after charging you though, I was a bit petty. After charging you though, you still have to keep up with monthly retainers and
subscriptions.
Yeah, it has to be a subscription because I need to be always on my bed. I need to be always, And then when I feel like you're not paying enough and I have a customer who is willing to pay higher,
right,
I'll go back and I'll swear everything for you.
Wow, interesting.
So I think with the relationship aspect, I think relationship advice that maybe one day, because I served as a peer counselor back in uni.
Right.
So maybe.
Did the people, those your friends that paid you for those relationship negotiations, did they know you used to spoil it at some point for them to pay more?
Well, I would tell them like, dude, you need to increase your biddings because someone is looking at this person you're dating. So you need to. So let me save your relationship for you. So let's restructure.
So they didn't know you were the one going behind to spoil them. Okay.
They knew.
Okay.
So
they didn't beat you up.
Oh, if you mess up with me, I'm going to lose your girlfriend. So you wouldn't.
You have something on them.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I used to like these movies about mafia and things. Have you watched The Godfather?
I think I've watched a few scenes.
Yeah. I used to like those movies about The Godfather, the mafia, Italian mafias and things. So they will come to you and say, look, if you pay me, I will make sure that your store, nobody attacks it.
Yeah.
But if you don't pay me, just don't think about opening the shop again. They will go and get people to destroy the shop.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about, what you did with your friends, it reminded me about that. So let's think about your journey this way. You were at the center of connecting people, and now you are in PR. Yeah. What was it that you learned from those experiences? Because I remember my first experience of business was when my classmates in primary school, he brought mangoes to school. They used to have a lot of mangoes. I don't know if you know this, we call it German mango. Yeah. So they brought a bunch of it. He brought a bunch of it in a big sack. We were still very small then. And he started selling it in school. And then I became his assistant. So I was collecting the money when people were buying, because a lot of people started buying until the principal came and flogged us. The next day, he started doing it every day. And it taught me a lot about sales. And eventually I went into sales and marketing, and I do marketing today. Even though I studied accounting, I found that I love marketing more. So what was it about that connecting people who needed interventions that, you picked up from to do PR as you do today?
All right. So I would trace my journey to PR. So let's say somewhere around 2018.
Right.
After school, I started this initiative. On the side, I do music on the side. So there was this one challenge that I had, and then it has to do with being an artist and putting myself out there and managing myself.
Right.
I had the opportunity to work with people, but it didn't really go well. Because one thing I realized is, you being an artist and having so many ideas, having this vision to do something, and then having someone who wants to work with you, but not catching the vision that you are running with, it's difficult. So there are a lot of artists and creative people out there who are struggling. And the struggle is all because they don't have that one person who would really sit down to understand what they really want to do. Because there is this thing where people come to you, oh, I want to manage you, and then they coming in with their let's say their strategies, but I don't believe in one size fits all, because the fact that this strategy worked for Stonebwoy doesn't mean this same strategy will work for Sissy Winans or probably Diana Hamilton. So I gave up on music, and I said, okay, now I want to start something that I will educate musicians on how to elevate their brands, upskill their work, level up their business. So I was speaking to my mom, the lady apostle at Le Clotet. Shout out to her. She has helped me a lot. She's the reason why. So at the point that I thought I was going to do media, she's the one that drew my attention to it. That no, this is who you are. This is what you have to do. So I was talking to her. I think we were in a hospital. I don't know why we were in the hospital, but I remember we were in the hospital, and I was saying, so this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do for my friends who are into music, because this is our struggle.
Yeah.
These are the kind of things I want to do, because I remember these are the things I used to do for my friends. And I think in 2018, that was why I had my first concert. As young as I was, I came up with an idea that I want to have a concert, came up with my own funds. I didn't have money, but I was able to raise funds to do my own concerts. I didn't have a manager at that time, but it was successful, even though I'm still with somebody. And I don't know where he is now, but God bless you, wherever you are. I don't know how I'm going to pay when I grow. I'll pay. So I spoke to her, and then we were putting things together, and I was like, then I want to go back to school, study PR, and help people who are creative.
What did you study initially?
So then I wanted to go to music school.
Okay.
But I was like, so what if I go to music school and I still have the same struggle?
Right.
So in the quest of helping people and speaking with her, that's where we were able to identify, no, HRE have to go to school and study PR. And she was that force behind me going back to school. And going back to school wasn't easy, because she had to force me to go to school, because I was that person that I want to go and do the work, but I don't want to go to school.
Right.
So I remember the time that we were supposed to go, I was supposed to go to school, forms were, the time was over. And when it was time, she was the one that forced me on me all the time, making sure I did everything that was.
Which school was it?
I went to UPSA.
Okay.
I'm a proud professional.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then in my first years of UPSA, that is where I realized, no, it's not just creatives that need a PR person. Startups need PR person, even big companies need PR people. And then that's how it was started. And as I grew up in the PR business.
How long have you been practicing?
Well, I would say in uni,
okay,
I came up with ideas where my group people that were doing group projects, even though we were in school, we were still taking contracts because we love money. We love money. So.
Impressive. Okay, so let's get into the real conversation now that we have some emphasis on your background. All right, my technology is a bit behind me. Okay, the King's Umbrella. So the concept of personal brand, let's look at personal brand first before we can talk about brand in general.
Yeah.
How have you seen the subject or concept of personal brand evolve over the years? And do you still think that personal? I saw this argument on LinkedIn, and the guy was like, if your brand is your moat, your macro, then you may not have a moat for long. And the other one, disagreed, that he was like, with the evolution of technology and things, branding might be the denominator, in today's market. So first, do you agree that personal brand is still relevant today with how things are? And what have you seen in terms of the shifts in the market?
All right, so say personal brand is very important, but it is what the personal brand does.
Right.
Which is important. Let me take you back to COVID. So during COVID, after lockdown, now when you go to a bank, you see this glass barricades before which separate the tellers from the customers. So there are these barricades. So I asked myself, what are these barricades doing? They are preventing the disease from preventing, let's say, the staff from contracting diseases from customers. So sometimes people build personal brands, and their personal brands becomes like these barricades. They build their brands very solid, and then instead of their brands rather bringing people to them, taking them out there to people, it now becomes this barrier.
Right.
So you see people's brand now becomes like a pride, becomes like a glass shield, which is preventing people from experiencing it. But I believe that your personal brand is supposed to be an experience where I have an encounter with Tom and I'm like, wow, I love Tom. I should have an encounter, I should have an experience with Tom, and like for like this next 6 days or for like the next 7 days, I should be talking about Tom the whole day. For someone to say, oh, why are you so obsessed about Tom? And I'm like, I love Tom. Let's say I saw your attempt last year, and ever since I've been in contact with you.
Right.
There's one thing that you did. I remember I sent you a message, and you replied the message.
Right.
The conversation that went is between us, but from your reply was very warm, and ever since I have loved you.
Wow.
So when I saw this attempt, I was like, no, I have to be part of it. So your personal brand, what is it doing? Is it acting as a barricade? Is it acting as a shield? Even though sometimes when it becomes a shield, it protects you. But sometimes when it becomes a shield, it kind of, it's like having an overprotective dad. You can have access to social spaces.
Right.
So your brand, what is your brand doing? So even though your personal brand is very important, it puts you in a place of where you cannot be, it can also be a show. So what is your personal brand doing?
Right.
Yeah.
That's impressive, because I've sent people emails, people who are in the same environment that I'm in, and they never got back to me. But I've also sent people emails that are regions and miles away, and I got response, So sometimes I remember, as an event producer, you meet a lot of different things. Talk to my secretary, and then you send the email to the secretary, and you see that it was the person who responded acting as if he was the secretary because of how the message came and things like that, all in the name of personal brand. And it seems to be what you are talking about now, right? Yeah. So with that in mind, what is a brand?
With that in mind, a brand is like a light that you show. So this place is dark. The fact that we can see ourselves is because there is a light that is shining something. So the brand that you create is like a light that you are creating to show whatever you want to show. Yeah. So you show what you want to show at the right time, at the right place, and then you highlight and spotlight on a few things, a few key things that you think the world has to know. Yes.
That's impressive. A brand, if you're looking at for the client that you've consulted and the people that you've helped build their brand, what is a brand done right? If someone is listening to you and like, man, I like what this guy is saying, but I don't even know how to get my brand together. Is it the suit? Is it the communication? What is the brand done right? What is it?
Okay, so the name of my agency is called Ever.
Ever.
And it's spelled ERHVE. E for elevate, R for restore, H for honor, V for virtue, A for advancement.
Okay.
And we help brands to build these things. We help you to elevate, elevate, restore, honor, virtue, and advance.
Right.
And when we talk about brand in our context, that is what we see. So your brand should be able to elevate. Your brand should be able to honor.
Right.
Your brand should be able to restore, should be able to virtue, should be able to advance. And we are not just helping you to do that, but that is what we also offer to our clients.
Right.
So when we say brand from our side, that is why we believe that brand is.
Have there been experiences where you are building this, and somebody has a different opinion of what they think it should be?
So
Maybe
there's a theory that if I'm supposed to come back next year, I'll share with you, which is called the cover slit theory.
Okay.
So the cover slit theory, let me give you a glimpse.
That will never be forgotten.
I shared this on my LinkedIn, I think a year ago, and someone was like, whoa, where did this come from? So growing up, I've seen my mom. So you see, locally, our moms have the cover and slits. And in the olden days, the slit wasn't as complicated as it is now. So to the point where you make your slits, and then when you feel like the style is not really in the system, you just remove the seams and you have your full fabric back again. So that's what we try to do for our clients, the cover slit theory. So even though we are trying to create something for you, we try to kind of have some kind of dynamism, we have some kind of flexibility in it. So we bring in your ideas, we bring in our ideas and create something, and when you feel like it's not working anymore, we remove back the seams and we have our fabric back. So cover slit theory next year if we are doing this again. So back to this.
Okay. Okay, great.
So back to this.
The ladies like that.
They like that. So next year we'll be back.
Okay.
So back to this. When we are building strategies, we bring in ideas and we make sure whatever we are doing, we bring in flexible ideas, flexible strategies. We are not too rigid. Because sometimes if you are too rigid, trust me, you create a strategy and then there will be a circumstance where you need to revisit and restructure. And the fact that you've made it too rigid and too solid, you can't make amends. So we try to make it as flexible as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that should be easy to understand for somebody who is looking to engage you as a service provider, because obviously things are changing every day. Yeah. So when you are looking at a brand that has suffered XYZ impairment, what do you look at? Okay, so let's say they're all over the news and the things being said are not exciting things, and now they've contracted you and they require you to reshape things. What are the touch points that you look at to say, okay, this is what we can do for them, this is what we can do, and how do you go about deploying those deliverables?
All right, so should Tom consult me on a project or on an issue?
Yeah.
First of all, what I usually do is, my team usually does it. We try to put ourselves everywhere in your shoes.
Okay.
So sometimes when there's a crisis, or let's say a company is doing something, let's say Tom is doing something like what we are doing right now, it's not everything that we put out there. So sometimes we try our best to go behind the scenes to see what exactly is the problem or what exactly the gap is. So there'll be circumstances, there will be times where we will be having a conversation, like a normal conversation, but you wouldn't know I'm trying to find information. to help you. Because when we walk into our office, like in a certain point, we are wearing suits, we are having iPads here, we are having notepads here. Tom will try to tell us what he needs, but sometimes it's not what you need, it's what you want. And sometimes it's not what you want, but it's what you need.
Right.
So sometimes in a normal conversation, we try to bring you down to the natural feeling where, we are having conversation. Maybe sometimes during the conversation, we may not even get what you're looking for. But I always say this, when you're looking for the right information, go and see the security man. Go and see the front desk executive. Because sometimes Tom may think he has everything that we need. But sometimes the person, so I always say this to my clients, always take care of your employees.
Right.
Because even though you have the blueprint, you have the framework and everything, even though you have the vision, you are the one running with the vision, there's always that one person who has caught the vision and is having some kind of revelation, which may be the solution to everything that we are looking for.
Right.
So we are that kind of people where we're always ready to work. So we are not just ready to work, we are ready to be part of the work. Yeah.
Impressive. So because one of the reasons why market survey is not always effective, and this has been written about in several platforms, is because sometimes people tell you things, I think you alluded to this, people tell you things just not to offend you.
Yeah.
I will use the Ghanaian context, for example. One of the things that helped me early on when I started my career is understanding, we were talking about it the other day, understanding the meaning of the underlying meaning of some of the phrases. For example, when someone says, "I'll see you tomorrow," we all know it's bye. But someone who doesn't understand the undertone would get offended. Oh, he said he will see me tomorrow, but it is, or "I'll call you later" is just bye-bye.
You drop your contact.
Yeah, drop your contact. I'll call you later. Or "I'm on it," or "He left small." Let me check.
Let me just check something by the next, so I'm coming back.
Yeah. So sometimes market survey doesn't excavate the true nature of the problem or the problem at all. So how do you ensure that you are getting accurate representation of the issue on hand, with some of these sensing and, inquiries that you do? Or do you have a unique strategy that you deploy to make sure that you're getting to the root of the issue for your, clientele and contacts that have engaged you?
All right, so first of all, remove your tie. Take off your suit.
Okay.
Even if you have to wear flip-flops or Crocs, wear it and go down.
Right. Right.
Because sometimes, the world is changing. Everybody, we are going digital. Oh, we are doing this. AI is here. So we can do, everything is fast. But trust me, I know Gen Zs who don't use Facebook. I know Gen Zs who don't use WhatsApp. I have a friend, a very good friend of mine. He's not on Instagram. He's not on Snapchat. The only social media is on WhatsApp. But trust me, he runs a digital media agency. So sometimes I think we limit ourselves thinking we know how to reach out to the market. But I think sometimes we have to go back to the caveman age, where we go down, ask questions, go back to people, have that face-to-face conversations. Even though we are still adapting to digital strategies and everything, sometimes we have to get that through. And sometimes too, we have to drop our questionnaires and go, and whilst we are having that real-time conversations, we will be inspired to ask the right questions too as well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So we've talked about repairing a brand, and you've shed some light about building a brand from scratch. So we have 16 to 35-year-olds as our core audience, and some of them are still in school. Many of them are still in school. If I want to start early, I want to be known for this, I want to build my brand as this, How do I go step by step, in ensuring that when my name is mentioned, people understand this is who I am, this is what I represent, this is what is obtainable from me? Because my own personal experiment and experience informs the understanding that being able to tell the industry, this is who I am, is the biggest challenge for young people, And I think also sometimes it's about, for some people that are very good in different things, it's always challenging to say, okay, this is where I can focus. So what can they do to have that seamless personal brand representation to the industry?
All right. So before I answer this question, I know we have a lot of people watching.
Yeah.
But we still need a lot of people watching.
Yeah.
So if you're watching us, please share the link.
Call
someone and tell the people that we have to watch. Because we are running, this is the 7th hour.
Yes.
We are going about 100.
Absolutely.
100 plus.
100 plus.
About 150, right?
114. But let's say
with your
100
morale,
plus.
we can even go 1,000 plus. So please, we need you to share the link. Call someone. I know you have people that you gist with. This is the exclusive gist of the year. So please share the link. So, to answer your question, one thing that I did personally is 3 core principles that I've been working with, let's say, for a decade now: patience, endurance, focus. Patience is not just waiting, but patience is knowing what you really want to do, understanding what you really want to do, and knowing when to start and when to pause. And then after having all these things, you need to advance it to become endurance, to the point where you have all these ideas, because we are in a time where you can just log on into ChatGPT and you have so many business ideas. But ask yourself, do you really have to do this? Which one really suits you? Who are you? And then after enduring, you have to now level it up. So it's like having a little bit of patience, multiplying it to become endurance, then multiplying it to become focus.
Right.
So you want to start a business, ask yourself, who are you really?
So let's even if it's not a business, because obviously in the workplace, we also need personal brand in the workplace. If my employer cannot reliably say, oh, I know John, one of the things that, I always tell my team, even in my sleep, I don't need to be here to know that you're working, because, everyone has ownership of what they are delivering. And I think that's the best personal brand. I used to have this guy he's a marketing guy and he understands marketing very well. The problem is that he's busy building personal brand out there, but in here, I don't get him to do what I need him to do, So it becomes difficult for me to, continue with that kind of individual, because as much as he's great on paper and on social, in here where I need him, when I need him, he doesn't deliver as much as I expect from someone who knows as much as he shows online. So for someone like that, what can you tell them on how to reliably establish a personal brand that they can, or do they even need a personal brand?
Yes,
right?
Of course you need. And first of all, there's a reason why we find ourselves at places at a point in time of our lives. We don't just appear at places just by coincidence. Even if you find yourself at a place by coincidence, you are there to serve for a purpose. And like you said, people are building their personal brands, and their personal brand becomes like a gladiator or a Spartacus who is rebelling against the vision. So I believe there's one thing that people really need to identify: who you are at a place. So for instance, you are working with Tom. Tom has a vision, but then who are you in that vision? I think if we are all able, if we come to a point in time where we are all able to identify who we are in a vision, the work will be very easy.
Absolutely, yeah.
So even though you are building your personal brand, so who am I in a vision of Tom? Or who am I in a vision of so and so company? So let's say I find myself in Tom's organization. As I'm building my personal brand, who am I in that brand? Because I'm there to be blessed and also there to bless.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I'm there to give and also to take.
Yeah.
So as I'm giving and taking, who am I in that vision of Tom's vision? That's the problem right now, because people are not able to communicate who they are in a vision, and also leaders are also giving that space for people, their, let's say, their subordinates to also express who they are in that vision.
Yeah.
So there's this conflict of interest now. So even though I love Tom, but Tom is not giving me that space to tell me who I'm becoming in his vision. And then now Tom also has a problem with me because I'm building something, but I'm also occupying that space where someone could have occupied to receive a change. Yeah. So I think if we come to the point where we identify who we are at a place, because fine, I'll go home, I'm this at my home, but the very moment I come here, I have to understand that I'm in, let's say, I'm under a covering of a new vision of let's say, an existing vision.
Right.
So under that vision, who am I in that vision? And I believe if we understand who we are in a vision or at a place, we will be able to serve, even with our personal brands, to even elevate that company. And trust me, if you find yourself or find out who you are, and you are able to serve the company very well, or to serve Tom very well, you don't just elevate Tom, but you elevate yourself.
Obviously,
To the point where you leave and you go somewhere will say, oh, I saw you doing this for Tom, and we've seen that you're no more with Tom. We would like to give you a recommendation. Or someone will talk
even
to
Tom will say,
Tom, I know this guy and he's pivoted. So can you give him the kind of push that he's looking for?
Absolutely. Do you go to schools to teach these kind of things?
What?
Because you are talking and a picture just flashed in my mind. You're standing and guiding young people. I have a topic here. The guy's topic is quite interesting. Let me see. He said he's building mindsets, building mindset before machines. And this mindset of ownership is what I've dedicated a good chunk of my career in inculcating in young people, because I strongly believe, the best way to empower or to help the people that you pursue a vision with is to get them, or to empower anybody actually that want to listen to you, in my opinion, is to get them to understand that our work and the work in general has changed. It used to be that organizations are built and big organizations are built, and power is driven, monotone from the grassroots to the top. And our generation is beginning to ask questions about the best way to do better. Our forefathers, they went to work, they had no power, they went home, they had no food, and they worked, all they did was work hard. And they built conglomerates, but they had nothing to, show for it in terms of equity, value, and whatever. So we are in a time when the system is becoming different. And of course, it's even surprising that I'm saying this, because sitting on this seat, it would be easy for me not to say this, because then I can get what But I feel like the best form of work is when people have ownership of their career, ownership of their direction, ownership of their reality, ownership of their delivery. When people know that their future is in their hands And I suppose that's the big question our generation is asking. Why is it that our forefathers, they went to work, they worked hard, and they went home? So it seems that that's not the best form of work. So we are looking to see how work can be more fulfilling. From all the research I've done, organizations that have gotten it right in empowering individuals to understand their role in the organization are the fastest growing. Think about Google. Think about all the companies that are creating amazing infrastructure, some of which and technology that we use today. They no longer recruit employees. They recruit players, people who can come in, take ownership, do things, and do it, and are willing to put their identity on the work to have it accepted or rejected. So I feel like your career is an exciting career because you are at the center of having people understand the reality of where we're going today. You know, that work has shifted from we're just working to this is.
What? Yeah. As a matter of fact, we are now entering into a phase of life where young people are building careers that don't even exist.
Absolutely, yeah,
and young
absolutely.
People are now becoming people that don't even exist. So, someone asked me, "So, Derek, who do you want to be?" And I'm not saying this out of pride, but
right.
I told the person that, honestly speaking, I've thought about this question before, and I realized that this question doesn't really work for me anymore.
Right.
Who do you want to be? Because if you say, who do you want to be? Oh, I want to be this, I want to be this, I want to be that. But I realized now the question that really works for me well is, who are you becoming?
Right.
Because we are working into a generation where we are becoming people that do not even exist. As a matter of fact, we ourselves, we only have a glimpse of who we are becoming. So now, it is the duties of our bosses. It is the duty of our parents, our forefathers. So now, so it's like writing 1, 2, 3.
Right.
1 is just a line. So you write 1 and that's all. But then you need to learn how to write 1 before you write 2.
Right.
So let's say you are working for a company that is writing 1. And that company doesn't know what's going to happen. How are we going to write 2? So now it's the duty of that company to groom you.
Right.
To challenge you.
Right.
To go and write 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that you'll be able to also impart another generation to write 3.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
That is the problem right now.
Yeah.
Because we have leaders that have built brands, and their brands is teaching you to stay in 1. So that we make 1 the big thing. But now the question is, as I'm teaching people, empowering people to go out there, I'm going to lose people. But there's another part of it where who knows if I'm going to be the next person to take over a company.
I mean,
and then I'm going to take your company from 1 and transform
to uncharted territories.
Maybe not 2, but 4.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what, I mean, as a leader, that's what I want. I don't want someone I will come and be telling everything they will do, or that will wait for me to tell them even what they need to do as their job. Organizations are even shifting away from that kind of recruitment. Incentive-based remuneration is becoming more preferable because people get to see how their output drives, company traction. So I remember one time ago, I was having a debate about entrepreneurship with somebody, and this is fitting because it's Student Entrepreneurship Week. So we were talking about entrepreneurship, and I said, entrepreneurship has become more than just creating a company. I love Gmail. Do you realize that it wasn't Google, the company that created Gmail? It was an employee in Google that created Gmail and got a buy-in from management. And of course, got to run that and drive that project. But obviously, it also depends on the organization, because we know that, you are into technology like phones and gadgets. So, Kodak. Why did I remember when there was a report I was reading. So let me get it right. They downplayed a technology, or somebody downplayed a technology that one of the employees designed. So let me get my AI to phrase that. Some people are online, so I want them. I don't want to be fact checked wrong.
If you're watching online, keep sharing the link. Share the link.
Yes, please.
Yeah, keep sharing. Keep sharing.
Let me see what my AI will refresh my memory. Right. Kodak invented digital camera, but their downfall came from failing to pivot their business model fast enough as digital photography disrupted their core film business. And guess, okay, so in 1975, Kodak engineer Steve Sasson built the first digital camera, a toaster-sized prototype that took 23 seconds to capture a 0.01 megapixel black and white image. Kodak patented the technology but didn't commercialize it aggressively because they didn't see much value in it. An employee created it, presented to management, but they didn't get buy-in to be able to push it to market. And guess what happened? The rest is history, because we know that it was digital camera that eventually took over their market share. So, you know, some individuals who are entering the workforce today, you know, the unanimous consensus sometimes is become an entrepreneur, create a business. And I always say, no, develop your personal brand and then choose what you want to do, whether you want to create it yourself or take the existing one to uncharted territories and then have, you know, capacity to play bigger. Have you had such debates, you know, from some of your students? Or do you see any promise in someone doing this kind of thing in Ghana?
I think this is everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere. Not just inventory, but when it comes to ideas with how things will be done and everything. So you see, we would find ourselves, let's say, let me bring it back to, let's say, a setting where we are in an office. The reason why, let me say young people, most young people look as if they are not being productive. It's like, oh, when I do this, my boss won't appreciate.
Right.
Or, well, even if you present, it's not like it's going to go anywhere. Because we've not built that kind of culture where we collect ideas. We would rather go and look for a consultant out there to fix something that can be done internally.
Right.
So we have a lot of young talents, even old talents. But as far as you are not the manager, you are not CFO, COO, talk about all the CCCs, your voice is fired.
Okay.
That is why I came up with the King's umbrella theory.
Yeah.
So
I was just about to ask you a question.
The umbrella.
Yeah.
The umbrella has a crown, has a material, has a stick, but the umbrella doesn't open by itself. Even though the umbrella stands for protection, stands for identity, stands for power, but other people, the umbrella is just an umbrella.
Right.
So there has to be someone holding the umbrella.
Right.
Even though the umbrella is connecting the power to the people, there always has to be someone holding the umbrella. The king does not hold his own umbrella.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think we need to come to the point where we build that kind of system in our organizations where we are not just collecting data from consumers, but internally, there is someone in there that has a brilliant idea who may not even think about it. So I believe if we come up with a system where we challenge people to build ideas, people will be inspired to build ideas. And we wouldn't have to go and look for consultants, even though when you stop looking for consultants, I will lose money. Yeah. That would challenge us to also come up with new ideas. But I believe we have the power, we have the resources that we have already.
So how is AI impacting your job as a brand developer? These days, AI is serving as both a coach and a tool for organizations that might have wanted to, you open the door to this question anyway. Organizations that might have wanted to consult you, and now they go to AI and put in case studies or checklists of what they need. Do you see a threat in that direction, or it doesn't really matter?
A huge threat.
Okay.
And not in a bad way.
Right.
Because now we are walking into a phase where we are having the planners all around.
Right.
So there's this trend on social media where, a creator will post a prompt.
Right.
So you take this prompt and you'll be able to. So I was like, okay, I like how this is going.
Right.
But then we are not challenging people to be creative on how to use their AI. So let's say I will use AI to do something, and maybe you might not even know that I use AI to do it. Because how to effectively use AI? AI is not a human. The difference between AI and you as a human being is your ability to think critically differently than the AI. So the AI will say, for you to cook jollof, this and this is how you are supposed to cook jollof. But you also say, before I blend my tomatoes, I want to steam my tomatoes.
Yeah.
Or maybe I want to fry my tomatoes. It's on you. Or maybe the AI may not even know about, let's say, herrings or dawa or beef or anything. But you have your secret ingredient be somewhere. I'll be guessing it.
Yeah.
So I love how people are now introducing people into prompts and other things. But I think if we come to the point where we take our time to use AI well, we'll be able to build the systems and build things that will be so serious and wild. But here comes the point where someone will be like, hey AI, I'm trying to start a business, so give me an idea. Or I have this idea. So but before you realize, you become someone's doppelganger. Yeah. So I think that's the threat now. You build something and someone has the same thing.
Right.
It's like you asking students to go and do their homework, and then they'll all come in with the same answer. And what pisses me off is the hyphens and the same keyword. So, but I think if you're able to use the AI well, the right way, we'll be able to come up with beautiful ideas. And so, because sometimes you have an idea of what you want to do, but the AI will also help you to, build upon it. And even after giving you also have that, you are the one supposed to say, okay, you built this, but I want this, but with this is what I'm thinking. So that's why it's critical thinking.
Right.
People don't want to do that.
How do you develop critical thinking?
So, critical thinking, how do you develop critical thinking? So, how do you? So, I love this thing that I did in SHS. I did arts in SHS. So, there's something that we do called idea development.
Right.
Where you pick, let's say this water bottle. Or let's say you pick a mango, and then your teacher will challenge you to use that mango to go through a series of ideas to develop a bag out. So someone say, how am I going to develop a bag out of mango? So let's say you pick a mango, you remove the peels, you take out the fruits, you leave the seeds, or then let me shape the seed. So from each stage of the designing process, the mango now goes into a phase. Now the mango becomes a bag. So in some way, it has helped me, especially in my field of public relations and critical thinking. So I can pick something, I'll be thinking about it, turn into this, turn it to this, that, this, then that. Before I realize I catch an idea, then I build upon it. So there are some things that, let's say I had an idea, and you see, the thing about critical thinking is you don't just do it within minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you may have an idea years ago. Once you're having a conversation with someone, I'm like, oh yeah, then it sits to you very well. So okay, so I can do this here. Then you build upon it very well. So critical thinking is not supposed to be something that you just by 1 second with the help of AI, you're done. No. You build it, build it, build it, build it, build it. Sometimes you may have an idea. Sometimes it happens to me a lot. I may have an idea, and that idea may not be for me. So maybe whilst I'm consulting with the client, I'll be like, oh, okay, so this idea is for this client.
Yeah.
Then let's do this, let's do it. So we're like, so how were you able to come up with this? I'm like, shit, you don't know, I thought about this thing like 3 years ago. I'm just incorporating. Yeah. So you should be always open. Critical thinking has to be you being open, flexible, dynamic enough to think deep. Yeah. To come up with new strategies. Yes. So if you ask me to critical thinking, that's it.
I have to run away now because we'll take a 10 minutes break.
Yeah. All right, nice to meet you all. Have a wonderful day and stay safe. Please take care of yourself. And so what's the one I was talking to? So I'm hearing, so let me do a quick introduction. Friends. One night in the year, right? And I was Faustina. Oh, Faustina. Even you were right in the end. It's your lecture. This one, that's part of the yeah.
It has been an incredible journey. The one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. We are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing today for work. Our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses. But one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. That's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kenam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic, and I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party, so congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet, continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged you to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On the daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic, and I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to.
Congrats to him. I know we won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
Is it 20 minutes now?
Tom-Chris.
Okay, please stop playing that audio. And give me a thumbs up when it's 20.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We're 1 and some fraction minutes to a full number. We wanted to make it 20 minutes so that it's not an odd number.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. All right, great. So we can kick it off now. Thank you again for jumping on. Deeply appreciate all the support that you've given me over the period. So thank you. When
Absolutely, this is amazing.
Oh wow, the adrenaline is so high now. You were supposed to be tomorrow, right?
Yeah, actually, I think day after tomorrow, day 3.
Day 3, yeah. Okay, great. Well, let's have the conversation. If you can join twice, that would be awesome. Otherwise, we would just shift the schedule to get the lady, in place of yours. We're talking about pay it forward.
Yeah, if it works for her, that's great. If not, we can talk about it afterwards. But I could get somebody else also. Like I said, I've been trying to get some folks for you previously that are some pretty amazing people that would be great to interview. So, but let's talk about pay it forward.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. But with helping out here and everything. But there's more to it than that.
Right. So, for those who are joining the conversation right now, what is it they need to understand about you to get and grasp why paying it forward is so important to you?
When I was in high school, I was a math nerd, and I learned about exponential growth. And there's a lot of things in the world that are both good and bad that exponential growth really makes a difference. One of those things is actually how a nuclear bomb works. What happens is one atom splits and it makes 2 others split and so forth. And suddenly you have, from minuscule energy, huge energy within, seconds at most. And I thought about that for a long time. And of course, actually 25 years ago, quarter decade, in October, Pay It Forward, the movie came out. And I've always been a win-win person. And that really kicked off something. But it hasn't really come to fruition as much as it could. And so my life has gone all over the place. I'm more of a generalist, and I could talk all about that, but we've talked about that before. People could see my interview last year.
Yeah.
If they want to know that. But the big thing is that I've been contemplating and thinking a lot about, what if we made Pay It Forward not just about altruism? I mean, altruism's good, and we all should be altruistic. But what if there were some legal teeth in it? What if we said, I'm going to make a Pay It Forward, let's say, scholarship. And this Pay It Forward scholarship, everybody who gets the scholarship, they have a legal obligation in their lifetime to pay it forward to 2 other people. And so it's not just about the altruism, but it's a requirement that they're going into this like a loan, and they know they need to pay it back to 2 people. and that those two people are going to have the exact same terms of the loan, where they have to pay it back to other people.
Right.
This then gives you an economic system, a method, a business model to make it grow exponentially, where it isn't just about giving back, giving forward because you feel like it. You actually have a legal obligation to make the world better.
That's impressive. So has this been like a formula that, drove everything you do, or this stage of your life, from the beginning of your career, have you always had this inclination of supporting the next generation or, passing on the torch? Or is it something that you got to a point where you've achieved some of the goals that you set for yourself and you're like, you know what? I feel like it's time to give back.
My whole life, I've been somebody who's wanted to give.
Right.
That has been since childhood. And I have been fortunate to be able to have given back in ways that I feel are meaningful. I've done some crazy things like written some of the standards for California's education. So when students are learning about computers, they're learning because I helped create those standards. I started a school in California. Unfortunately, it didn't do as much good as I hoped it would because of corruption, as happens not just in Africa, it happens in California where I am too, unfortunately. So I've always wanted to give back, but the pay it forward concept specifically and making this a legal obligation, that's newer. That's something I've thought about a lot, but I have not till recently really started to push for it, and realizing that this is something that really, really can make a difference, and it hasn't, and nobody else is really doing it this way yet, and we need to, especially because I've been contemplating a lot about how AI is going to affect our economy, how it's going to affect jobs and things like that. And if we are in a economy that is no longer based upon scarcity, right? If we actually end up in a post-scarcity economy, we still have to deal with our human nature, our human programming from our evolution on being able to live well. And this is a challenge because we're not used to that. Post-scarcity, I'm kind of in a post-scarcity, and I don't know if you can see it from there, but I wear it well, but I'm pretty overweight. Why? Because there's no more scarcity, and yet my ancient brain, my evolutionary brain, loves to eat. We love competition. We've evolved that way. So we need to find a way that our innate nature can still lead to human flourishing through AI with post-scarcity, and even when we don't have AI, like in the United States, where we have so much, and yet so many people don't even realize it. So this is where the pay-it-forward economy, I think, is one piece of that. You've heard of the circular economy. There's a lot of other ideas out there, and they're good. And we also need to be able to pay back. But this is one more way to be able to have that scarcity go to more people, because that's the other big thing. We have so many people left out still. One of the things I love about America is I love our founding principles. I love much of the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
I love the idea that all humans are created equal, and yet we don't have that enough. I see all these wonderful guests you have on your interviews, and I know so many people from Africa, and they are so dynamic, and yet so much is not letting them have that even playing field. And so this is another way where it's not just like a handout. If we have, let's say, a pay it forward scholarship, we have to make sure that whoever is getting that, let's say, is able to really achieve with it, so that they have the resources to pay it forward to two other people in their life. So it actually puts even more burden in some ways on the person who's the giver and how it's to be used to make sure that it can be paid forward. because it is a debt.
Okay, so what's the distinction between this and charity? Because it seems to me like
huge distinction.
What could
sorry.
No.
Keep going. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
You know, charity traditionally is giving something that you just give it to a person because they're in need. And we need that. I mean, people need to be fed. And there's people who don't have the ability to do things themselves. I mean, I don't want to get into the politics of Gaza, but there are people who they need there, right? And it is something, Sudan, same thing. There are places in this world where they need the charity. They need the human kindness to get them. But charity has the problem that there is no social contract with it.
Right.
Now, we got ahead when we started to do microloans, right? I really believe the microloan, the microfinance was a great innovation. Amazing social innovation as well recognized. Because then there's an obligation there to pay it back, and then it's used to pay more people. This is like expanding that. This is making the obligation. It's not just pay it forward as charity. It's pay it forward as obligation. It's a debt. It is something that there is a contract. Now, it has to be careful. You don't want to put a noose around somebody's neck if they can't pay it forward in their lifetime. But you can make a principle where it can be legally bound as long as they're able to do it, that they have to do this. And that's a big distinction. It's not just giving something. It has a legal obligation to it.
Impressive. Okay. So in a scenario, let's say that you are instituting this pay forward concept. You say it's legally binding. So do you get the people to sign paperwork, swear affidavit? What is it that makes it binding and obligatory for them to participate in the scheme and not, oh, I've been fed, so the rest can find their way?
Oh, absolutely. So what makes it legally binding is the same thing that makes a loan legally binding. If you go out and get a microloan, even, you have to sign paperwork that gives you a legal obligation there, even for a small loan. If you get a big loan, you have to definitely do a lot of obligation and signing paperwork. So there is a complete legal obligation here. Now, at the same time, that is, you know, economics has the traditional sticks and carrots, right?
Right.
So the stick is the legal obligation. But I think it can be done in a way that there could be a carrot also. So looking at, like, say, a university, which I've been working on starting, if there was these pay it forward scholarships for the students to be able to attend and earn a degree in something that they really can be able to thrive in their lifetime, so that the education is not just a piece of paper that gives them that ability to thrive, but the actual content is also above and beyond what they get from a normal university. That when they will receive a special coin, and that coin, when they have paid it forward once, it'll go from bronze to silver. When they've done it twice, it'll go from silver to gold. And so it's kind of like in the U.S. military, we have these coins that are very symbolic of like a squadron or things like that. This is like that. So there's also something that they get recognition. You know, people like Bill Gates has their name all over places when they do things. This pay it forward gives them a way of being a philanthropist and get recognition for what they did. So there's both the social and legal carrot of doing good and the legal stick. So I should say it this way. There's the social carrot of having benefits of recognition, of being like, wow, you've done a great thing, being esteemed in the community. That's really important. And then there's the social stick of, well, if you don't do it and you have the means to do it, we're going to collect on this debt because it is a debt.
That's an interesting concept. Okay, so are you the originator of this idea in this description that you've given, or are there best use case examples that you've seen as best practice?
You know, I'm still doing research. I want to make sure I don't take credit when there's other people who of actually having some teeth in the legalities. I have not seen done previously, except there is one other major method that has worked, and that is open source software. And so, and I want to be a little clear on this. There's two types of open source software. When the free software movement started with the Free Software Foundation, its idea wasn't that it was free as in money. It was free as in freedom. But it had one thing. If you were to take something like, say, I use Linux, okay? I can use Linux for free, but let's say I want to change Linux. I want to add to it. Well, I can't just take Linux and change it without giving it back. I have a legal obligation that if I use any code from the Linux operating system, like Ubuntu or any of those that are out there, even Android, all these are based on Linux. If I change anything, I have to still keep that open source. I have to keep it. In fact, they started calling it copy left instead of copyright, kind of a play on words there.
Right.
And so some open source software that isn't like that, the Apache license and MIT license, but the original GNU public license, GPL, it requires, and so I'm a software developer also, and I'm making some software right now, and I'm using existing software, and because it's GPL, I have to give back. I have a legal obligation to give back. And so that's where there is a bit of a model that has been very effective of making sure software stays free to other people and that it continues to give back to the community, that somebody has to give it back. There's a legal obligation.
Interesting. So where you live, student loan has been a big issue, and it seems like the pay forward system also has an element of loan or micro loan involved. I'm wondering, is it not one of the same system that hasn't really translated output expectation into output? Or is there a way that the pay forward system empowers individuals to make it easier for them to, keep the chain going? Because the beauty of it is that the chain continues going. What do you think?
Right. Well, here's the thing. Pay it forward again. This is 25 years since it hit the world in a big way from the movie.
Right.
And before that, it was a book, and this concept's not new. I mean, there has been these kind of ideas for a long time. But the exponential growth, but it hasn't. I mean, a quarter century, that's a bit of time. This has been out there with a big push originally, but why hasn't it transformed the world? And my argument for this right now is that because it doesn't have the legal obligation. When we have a legal obligation to something, there is more to it. We feel an obligation to it. So similar to like the open source, that has really succeeded. Why is Android existing? Why is there all this software out there that is practically free? And it all comes from, oops, sorry about this. I jumping on, I have an alarm here.
No worries.
Let me just turn this off. And if you hear some bumping of the wall, but the thing is that had that legal, it is clear that exponential growth is huge and is valuable. And I want to give an ancient view of this from, I believe it was from either India or China. And basically a an advisor to the king says, well, how can I pay you? And the advisor says, well, I have a chessboard here. On the first day, give me 1 grain of rice on the first, square of the board. And the next day, give me 2 grains of rice. And then the next day, give me 4 grains of rice. And then the king's like, oh yeah, that's no problem. I'll just do that. I'll give you, for every day that you're helping me, I'll give you that. But that changes so quickly. Exponential growth goes 2, 4, 8, 16, 12, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 1024, 512, 1024. Within 10 things, you have gone up 1,000. Within 10 more, you're at 1 million, over 1 million. So you are leaping here so quickly that if you actually have real exponential growth, there's no way that, in fact, every person in the world will get it. And it doesn't only have to happen, let's say, with a scholarship. Here's another way, just with education itself. If there's a lesson somebody learns, like I've done this, when I teach a lesson, I'm like, okay, you need to do this for 2 other people. If we have that, because that could help keep track of things in a way that we don't have otherwise, where it's more open. I don't think blockchain is perfect for everybody. I mean, it's one of those buzzwords, blockchain, crypto, but really it could be useful here in keeping track of this, of the obligation. That kind of thing would make a huge difference in allowing us to keep track of this and making sure that that obligation is paid forward.
Interesting. Have you started experimenting with it, or still in the academic view of research?
I have in the past started some of it, mostly in the academic research. But the thing is that previously I focused mostly on trying to get my university up and running, and then having this as a way of paying for it. And so now I'm switching gears, and I'm focusing first on how can we use pay it forward, and maybe even another method, and then that will be the way to support the other work that I'm doing to change the world, because the exponential growth it's just huge. And even if current systems aren't perfect, we could build this into current systems and still get a lot better out of the world. Especially, again, I see AI being, no matter what, AI is going to be a game changer.
Yeah.
The question is it a game we're going to lose as humanity or win? And I'm not saying this is the only way, but I believe this is going to be one big component if we are to win, to be able to handle that post-scarcity, to handle being able to have obligation to, because it's part of our human nature. If we're just like, yeah, you can give, this is nice, we'll make excuses. If we have to, it's harder to make excuses.
Impressive. I'm curious to see how people respond to it, though. I'm curious to see whether it will be, the revolution. You talked about post-scarcity. I'm always about abundance and abundance mindset and things. So is that where you live in your mind, post-scarcity?
Well, we're getting there again, even though, for example, part of my life right now can be seen as being kind of hard financially, etc. But at the same time, I clearly am in a post-scarcity because I have more than enough fat on my body to feel thankful. So we oftentimes are in a post-scarcity. We just haven't seen it. I loved your interviewer earlier. I forget her name, from Canada, when she's talking about all these opportunities that people just don't even see. That's kind of the way we are sometimes with what we have, even. Because look at an ancient king. Okay. Yeah, a king, let's say in England or someplace like that, they would have all of these things, but they still lived in a castle that was really drafty. You know, they didn't have electricity. They couldn't stay warm or cold. They would get diseases more often. They could die from just a small infection. It wasn't necessarily a great life. And you know, right now, sure, Ghana is not where I think it should be because there's so much potential in Ghana. But we're still talking internationally. You're breaking a world record. You have more things than that king had.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
And so we do not always have the right place to view our situation from a truly, because humans are so relativistic, but we have to have the right relation. We have to have the right context. We don't recognize our context to where most humans were throughout history. We don't see the abundance we have around us all the time.
Very true. Very true. So, you know, a lot of people are struggling to understand what you've just described now. And, you know, in my personal life, I'm always reminding myself of how fortunate I am. I mean, doing this again as a reference point to what you said is a huge privilege for me. Even being in the, you know, physical standpoint, mental standpoint, health-wise, you know, being able to sit here for this long time is a huge privilege for me, is a huge opportunity for me. So I'm always looking to take advantage of every moment to be appreciative of that. And I'm constantly reminded that abundance or lack is fundamentally, you know, a concept of thinking first. And then I can always shift my reality by switching where I live in my mind. Of course, it's still a work in process. There are some things that will happen that will get you upset about certain things. For example, if I have all the money that I wish to have, we'll have more gadgets here. You know, the streaming might be a bit easier. But again, I'm reminded that life is in stages. So for the young people who are listening to us, the gap between where they are and where they want to go is often the challenge, you know. So for the young people who are listening to us, for the one who is frustrated about how much traction they've made compared to their aspirations, what do you tell such an individual? You know, owing to the fact that you have these concepts and you have these ideas that you are trying to execute, what do you tell them?
Well, there's a few things. First of all, to open their mind, and that's not easy. All of us are surrounded by certain things. And one of the hardest ones for us to see is that with the internet, since the 2000s, since even earlier than that, we've been in a global village, like McClure once said. We are in this this way where, again, me and you are talking. We are halfway around the world almost from each other, and yet we're able to do this. So there is this opportunity. If you can look at other developed markets, you can be able to interact in those markets, and you can be able to do something. The challenge that I see oftentimes is that our old mindsets get entrenched in our systems. I've been working on starting a university for many years. I have the theory down. I have the type of curriculum. I know it will make a difference. But trying to be able to get it, you know, approved when it is let's say by a Ministry of Education is not always easy, because especially the new way I'm doing it is half of it's being done with AI to be a GP teacher, what they call it. And yet that right there, you know, there's the standards don't even have that in it on how to do this. So much of it is experiential. And yet I can show that these outcomes are going to be far better than what most traditional education. And that's the other huge problem, is people have to get past their view of what education is. People get their bachelor's in Africa, let's say, but it's not always what's really real. I mean, you know this. You started your whole organization because people get this degree and yet they're still,
struggling with
not able to break through.
Yeah.
So there is more to it than that. So we have to see past these kind of illusions that are around us and see the bigger picture and the ability that we have to be able to get there. And it's not easy. And I'm not saying there aren't real problems. And I'm better about giving advice than I am always about following it. But that is a huge thing. And that's one reason why I continue to focus on Africa. I see so much potential. There is so much youth. There is so much new thinking. There is so much education happening. And maybe it's not quite as good as I would hope, but it's still a lot better than it once was.
Yeah.
So this is a possibility. This is a huge possibility. But it requires changing people's mind. It requires saying, I'm wrong sometimes. I'll tell you, that's the biggest thing. I'm so glad you have so many women talking about empowering African women. But you know what? I'm going to tell you, I think when I have worked with students who are women, and when I not want to say this about all African men, but I'm going to stereotype a little. Many of the men I've worked with cannot admit they're wrong, cannot admit they made a mistake. I knew they cheated on something. They cheated. I said, you used AI for this. I could clearly show them. They're like, nope. Well, when I tell that to an African, who's been my student, she's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And then I can work with her. Then she can change, and then she can grow. If we can't admit our mistakes, we can't grow from them. And that's a huge thing. This is one reason why, I worked to get Charles Holt. And maybe now if my slot gets open, I can try to get him for that slot.
Yeah.
Because he's about that. He's about the African-American community. His father could not admit his mistakes and couldn't show his love to his son until they were much older. And Charles' mission right now is to do that. But that's huge. That's not just huge as far as ourselves personally, emotionally. Being able to admit your mistakes, huge for a person when it comes to the financial.
Yeah.
You can't improve. You can't change. If you can't get more, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Right?
Insanity, as I think Albert Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. So,
different reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what makes you excited about the future? Not just about Africa, but the future in general.
To be quite honest, I am excited about the possibilities of the future, but I'm scared also. I'm scared that our human DNA of the way that we think, if we cannot figure out how to make our systems match our evolution, we are going to potentially be in a dystopia with AI. That worries me. And yet at the same time, if you just think there's nothing you can do about this, you've already lost. You have to be an optimist, a realistic optimist. But if you don't think that there's a chance, then you've already lost the war. So you have to go through, and when troubles get you down, you got to pick yourself back up and saying, I know I can do something different. I can make this different. I can change it.
So it is a war.
So, go ahead.
It is a war. You see it as a war?
A war? A war is a strong thing, but I see that humanity has had a history of being able to be amazingly loving to each other and supportive of each other. And we've had a history of being able to genocide each other. So we need to find the way that we use that social portion of us in a way that makes it better.
Right.
Because when we leave people behind, we are breeding people who have an anger and resentment that they now will have the tools to take it out on humanity. And so this is why it's kind of not just critical for it's critical for our survival, in my opinion, as the future goes ahead, that we have to find the way that we all can thrive in this world, that we find meaning, that we find, we're able to go up that hierarchy of needs. Because without it, we are leaving ourselves too open to one person saying, you know what, I'm going to use AI to make a disease that'll kill off the whole human race because I don't care anymore and I'm awful or whatever. We also have to mitigate those things other ways with safeguards on AI. But really, I think it's critical for humanity to find a way to support each other better and find a way. Capitalism has worked really well. And so I'm not anti-capitalist, because when communism has been attempted, it made things worse most of the time. But we have to figure out how to make capitalism work better for everybody. And that's one reason, again, I go back to this pay it forward. It is a way of having a capitalistic idea be able to potentially really work, because it's based on the capitalism that has worked, but just pushing it in reverse, pushing it so it doesn't come back to you, but it goes forward.
You raised some vital points right now, which on their own are topics for another interview. With regards to AI, a lot of people, I was telling one of the speakers early on about a research or a report that I saw. Let me see if I can even pull it out. I should be able to pull it out right now. Okay. OpenAI released some literature about what people talk to AI about on their platform. So it's on TechCrunch, and the caption is, OpenAI says over 1 million people talk to ChatGPT about suicide weekly.
I just saw that.
Yeah. The company says that 0.15% of ChatGPT active users in a given week have conversations that include explicit indicators of potential suicidal planning or intent. And this is quite, it should be of prime concern to all stakeholders, because a company that has 800 million users, weekly users, 800 million weekly users, and out of that, a whopping 1 million people are talking to their machine about suicide, and they said active and intentional. So it brings the other question, and I have some speakers that we are going to be discussing this in depth, but when you coach the young people that you've engaged with, how do you, help them to find meaning in our world today, where a lot of people have given up on systems and institutions and even governments? We saw the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and which was horrific. And yeah, you're absolutely right. What is the guarantee that somebody cannot manipulate this exciting tool that we have to just, exert their frustration on society because they've lost hope? Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to reverse this. That number that you're telling me, because I saw that too, that is terrific. Why am I saying that's terrific? Because that many people in the world are thinking about suicide, and it was not known previously. If we have AI set up better, which they're working on, I think they're still going too fast sometimes to not catch this, but AI can help say don't. AI can help give this. This is one reason I want to use GP teachers. If you have the AI set up properly, it can help somebody get out of that crisis.
Mm-hmm.
It can help us find meaning. So I think that in the end, while I definitely don't want nearly any of them to commit suicide, it can be a help if it's done right. And just because now we see it doesn't mean it didn't exist previously.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the thing that people have to see. And we always think surface level. We're like, oh my God, ChatGPT is causing so many people to think of suicide. Probably not. Probably people were already thinking of this, and now they're having somebody to actually kind of talk to that they feel safe talking to it about. I mean, quite honestly, I've gone through depression my whole 50 years of life, and those ideas have floated through my mind before. I've never even gotten close to doing them, but it still happens where they float through my mind on a regular basis. So I think that's you know, how we have AI, how we have humanity makes a difference. So that's the first part. I'm Charlie Kirk, and I'm so glad you raised that. And now, first of all, to be quite honest, there are many things about what Charlie Kirk said that personally in his life I did not agree with. I really liked, though, Charlie Kirk for the fact that he was always working to talk to people, debate, and have an open conversation. We need that. And when he got shot, I was so hurt about, no, this is not how we solve our differences of opinion, our differences of belief. But the thing that I saw where there's always hope is when Charlie Kirk's wife came out at his memorial and forgave the murderer. There is no more Christian thing in the world to do than that. And that to me shows, again, even in the most terrible places we can be, humanity can find its guideposts. I love that saying, what would Jesus do? Because we look at what he said we could do, even if we don't agree on some parts. That what she did was the most Christian thing I've ever seen. And we have these ways of doing that. It's we just have to, again, find how do we change our systems to make that part of our nature the part that we fulfill, and not the part of our nature that's jealous, not the part of our nature that's has anger in a destructive way. I think anger can make some really good things sometimes and move it forward. But how do we change this? How do we have the part of our nature of wanting to have things not to take too much? How do we need?
Yeah.
We have this as part of us. We know we do. We just have to build our systems, our economic systems, to take that into account and figure out how to do it. And that's why I'm experimenting again. This pay it forward is one method with the actual obligations to take systems that have worked like capitalism and obligations and law and make it so we can actually have it being something better for our future.
That's impressive. Your aspiration is impressive, and I do appreciate you for that. Well, if it works out that you are available during your session, I would like to, continue this conversation because there are some aspects of it that we haven't touched on. But really, thank you, for jumping on and helping us to get the conversation continued. I appreciate you for that and your other support. I will keep pushing forward. Now that I'm here, the aim is for us to break the record and claim this title. And with your support and the support of the rest of the speakers and everyone online, we'll keep going. All right.
You are. You're going to do it.
Thank you. All right. So now we are going to do a different strategy because Eugene is already here. Eugene, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So we are going to combine Eugene and Moronike. Moronike, you are welcome.
Thank you.
My heart jumped to my stomach when they said you are 9 minutes away.
Yeah, actually, being on the traffic.
Spintex traffic can be something.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how we can make it effective for both of you. Eugene is online. I thought he would be on site.
You mean me? I'm actually on the road. I'm in DC at the moment, so meetings from far away.
Sorry about that. But thank you for jumping on.
Sure.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 30 minutes for each of you because it seems we're having some echo due to the Zoom and the microphone. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, wonderful.
Sure.
All right. So please silence this one. Wonderful. Eugene, you're welcome once again. So if someone wants to get a grasp of your career journey to understand why your passion is investing for the masses, what would you say to such an individual to help them lean into this conversation that we're about to have today?
Oh, wow. Okay. I guess my journey is very typical. I grew up in Ghana. I went to university in the US. I studied computer science and math and ended up on Wall Street as my first real job. So your background and your journey may be something very different than what you end up doing. I think it was having the opportunity to see how we can use technology to solve for some of the key issues in terms of how just gone to those services. In 2024, MTN's full year results were showing 5 billion cedis in profits. So think about the enormity of that dividend stream that is going back to shareholders. Everybody should be a participant in that. That is what we wanted to solve.
Okay, that's impressive. I love that. Let's talk about it. So, practical steps to make it happen. I love that. And so let's explore that thought further. But please, can you hear my voice audibly enough?
Sorry, I heard, let's explore that. What was the follow-up question?
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask. I kind of hear some echo. I don't know whether it's from my side or it's general.
Yeah, I get the echo as well, but it's not too bad. Hopefully it's not disturbing too much in the studio.
You know, what you're about to share now is very vital for the audience. So I want to be sure that they enjoy you well.
The question is about the journey. Actually, I see Tom's lit up. Maybe Tom puts himself on. There's like 2 Tom-Chris's. Maybe one of those will mute, and then we should be good.
Okay. Not from your side. Mute both Tom-Chris's, please.
Okay. Yeah, this is much better.
Yeah. So this is it.
Excellent.
So please mute all those ones. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much, because the topic you are raising now is the reason why a lot of people work for all their lives, and you know, most times they don't get the benefit that they are thinking of. And we hear that you cannot aim to be rich as an employee. You only think of ever getting money when you create a business, which I don't think is an absolute truth. Because there are so many business owners that are also broke. So give us the practical application of this principle of getting a chunk of some of the services that we use through investment as individuals.
Right. So, I mean, I guess the journey starts with sort of what is available to you in each of the countries that I visited, that I do business in, operate across Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. There is a stock exchange that effectively shows you all of the companies that have raised money, and so you have access to everything thematically, from telecom to consumer goods to banking to utilities, etc. So in each market, there is the opportunity for you to effectively invest in any of the sectors that you know and appreciate well. I think everything sort of starts from there. What are you interested in? What do you understand? Because you also want to make sure that the thing that you are invested in makes sense for you in terms of the industry, of the company, and your exposure to it. So that's number one.
Right.
Number two is also trying to understand what your investment goals are. A lot of the time, you want to think about it in very much the same way I put it. How do you build a nest egg so you don't have to be working, or you are unable to work, something is taking care of your needs in terms of your day-to-day. And a lot of the time, if you look at your expenses, right there, you can see sort of where you are spending a lot of your income. And potentially what then should guide you creating that revenue picture for those companies. So you're probably spending money on your house, your car, your getting food, your transportation if you don't have a car, and maybe you're taking your kids to school. If you don't have kids, you probably have some other dependents that you are working on. And I think by and large, if you look at food, clothing, shelter, maybe healthcare, in addition to education, those sectors are very well represented, if not directly, indirectly by some of those institutions that are there. So you want to start there. Where are you spending the most money? Is that entity available to acquire shares? And how long effectively is your time horizon before you need that financing? So once you've gone through that exercise, then typically what you do is find a financial institution. It could be an investment bank, it could be the bank that you have your cash deposits with, and then have a conversation with that relationship manager, and they can walk you through. They are licensed to do this work, and so their advice comes from a place of rigor, and they've also gone through the training and doing it for others. So you at least have a good knowledge base to ask kind of questions that you may have along the journey. Today, what we are looking to do is digitize a lot of those process steps and bring them closer to the customer base. So imagine a world where whichever sort of app ecosystem you are in, a lot of people transact digitally. So we're starting with either your banking app, hopefully soon some of your payment apps as well, and be able to effectively walk that journey of identifying, being able to reach out to the professional that will help you with the investment. And once all of that is done, you can open your account after doing some KYC, know your customer here, and be able to understand sort of who you are, where you live, where your funds are coming from that you are looking to invest with, and then ultimately start you on the journey by showing you some options that make sense for you. So that's sort of the practical way to do it. I think in our space, obviously, some of this is still new, will require some sort of financial education, financial literacy. So as a business, as second stance, that is some of what we are looking to do in terms of packaging the message, making it available across the sort of places people generally seek information from. And the idea here is bringing the information that allows you to make that decision of what you would like to speak on. So, yeah.
It's amazing. Some people go through 4 years of degree course with little or no financial education, and this kind of information is still like news, to some people. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yet,
well, one of the things that using this platform, school to become something or the other, engineer, doctor, a mechanic, a nurse, whatever. But you only really see it is you start making decisions about money when you get to your first job, and you start seeing all of those sort of deductions that are coming up, right? You are doing pay as you earn, GRA, you are doing social security, some goes to SNIT, some goes to your private pension trust. So maybe you are making 10,000 at the end of the day, your take home is, I don't know, 7,000, let's say. And the question everybody should be asking is, where is this money going? Right? that's ultimately where the sort of rubber meets the road in terms of you plan for 10,000, you only have 7,000. What are you going to do to make up for that? And ultimately being able to have those conversations earlier on. I mean, nothing prevents us from doing that when a child gets their first pocket money, right? What decisions are they making around, do I spend it or do I save it? So if I need to buy something that my parents potentially will be able to provide for me, I have this little nest egg that I can hit up, right? A lot of the time, the way you look at investing is the earlier you start, the more chances you are of benefiting from sort of the compounding nature of the returns, right? If I have a 10-year horizon and I put 1,000 CDs in every year, if I did that for 30 years, let's say, right, I am definitely going to have way more, something like at least 2 or 3 times more that amount at the end of the day if I only started and I had 10 years to do that. Yeah. So the earlier we can start talking about money and how to sort of make the right decisions about how to use them, I think would be beneficial. So some of this needs to reach definitely our tertiary institutions, the universities that are preparing everyone for the workforce. But I think we can also see that happening if we can do it sooner in, senior high schools, in junior high schools even, when now everybody who sees or touches money is making a decision about what do I need today, what do I need to do to secure my future, and build that muscle the same way you are learning to become an engineer, a doctor, a nurse, a pilot, as you go through your educational career.
That's impressive. One of the things that people also are concerned about is, when you talk about investment and investing, the way our society is construed seems to be like you will earn the salary all right, but you will spend it in bills. And most times or sometimes you don't even realize how quickly the money goes, and you don't have anything to invest. So some people ask, how can I invest when I don't even get to have enough to take home, regardless of how much I earn? Because the society seems to be in such a way that you earn the money, but you still spend it in bills and payments and expenses and things. So is there a formula you use to ensure that you can still squeeze out that contribution to your nest egg?
Sure. So, I mean, in a perfect world which we are not in, you sort of split your income into 3 parts, right? So the first half goes to those needs that you cannot do without. Then the next 30% goes to effectively that nest egg, building, first of all, your emergency fund. Ideally, have 3 to 6 months of cash that allows you to continue with whichever sort of lifestyle and cost program you have going for at least 6 months if you do reach a situation where you can't earn an income. And the last 20% is sort of your discretionary. Let's go and have some fun, let's help other people. So that's sort of matrix in your pocket in terms of what to do when the fancy issue. Mobile wallet. And I think the key thing here is you can start as small as possible, and that's the important bit. Even if at the end of the day you have 5 CDs left after this decision making has been done, that 5 CDs can go into a relatively stable fund that is earning you 15 to 20% per annum. Right? That is money you can put away, forget about it, and you can come back in a year, 2 years, and that 5 CDs is down double that. Right? So I think that the main theme here is no matter how big or small capital to invest is, you want to start investing. And that way you are building discipline, looking for opportunities where if you don't need something that I think that for me is sort of the way you want to think about it, not wait for you to have 100 and a million and then start investing. Start with what you have and build slowly from there. That is how you get the benefit of the compounded returns over a longer time horizon. And more importantly, you're starting to build a discipline where you are really asking yourself the question, what happens if I don't spend that amount on this particular thing? Will it help me also build that nest egg? And having that discipline and sort of sticking it with it allows you to grow that small nest egg into something that is meaningful.
Wow, that reminds me of a conversation I had with somebody, African tax. Are you familiar with the concept of African tax?
You should tell me what you are thinking, because I have experience in taxes, but I do very different. Right. I always say the government is your biggest shareholder, so whether you like it or not, you are paying something in taxes.
Right.
As soon as you walk out of the house, sometimes you don't even need to leave your house.
So in this case, it's like you have dependencies platform that look up to you for expert. So here is the thing. I'm saving for this XYZ investment opportunity that I've seen, but you have a pressing need at home that requires the attention. So the concern is, or at home, or from these relatives, or these dependencies, and I'm still saving for this investment. So for someone who is struggling in that situation, have you had to advise such individuals of how to manage those kinds of expectations and be able to still meet their investment obligations? That's number one. Number two, as we get to the top of the hour, is for some early career professionals, the problem is, well, I want to get it to be X amount before I invest, because I don't want to say 50 Ghana cedis. 50 cedis is small. I'll just have to wait, because I know that in say 6 months I'll get it big, save and get a lump sum of interest or on it, or yield on it. So you are saying start as small as you can. So how do you balance this tension of, it might take me 20 years to get to this lump sum if I start with 5 Ghana cedis and be contributing weekly or monthly or yearly, but if I wait to get 10,000 Ghana cedis, it will be quicker?
Right. So let me try and answer both at the same time. I think you are doing the work, whichever work you have, whether it's yours with the job. Going into that job, probably have a sense of things that you cannot not fund, right? So that's why I was talking about, if you take a good look at it. Yes, maybe 50% of your income goes to the must spends, so that's what it is. But for everybody, it will be different, right? Maybe somebody's, because of dependent and things like that, it will be 70% of that is a need. But I think the point of this exercise is if you continue to support that need without making room for what is a cushion in case something does go wrong for you, then you are going to end up with not being able to support yourself and that person when all of that goes on, right? So that is the point of starting small and starting big, where you are telling yourself that yes, you know you have these responsibilities, but you are also putting money away for that rainy day, literally, right? And so yes, you can wait and get the lump sum and invest, but what happens if when the lump sum comes out, you have some need for which you cannot wait, right? So all of that opportunity that you had the 1 year, the 5 years, the 10 years, the 20 years for that matter, which you could have been saving small, building that moat, then gets eroded because when you got that golden parachute, let's call it that, then you had a critical need there that you couldn't defer, and so you are literally back where you started, right? So that's the way you think through that scenario. It's a difficult terrain we are in, and like you mentioned at the top of the story, unfortunately, the structure of most economies is we are sort of taxing your income but rewarding your investment. So you want to be part of that game, otherwise continue to work every day and not having anything to show for it if something happens. And it might not be you, for instance, losing your job. It might be you fall ill, you are unable to do the job that you are trained for, right? Who pays the medical expenses? Who takes care of all of those needs? It's that capital that you've been able to ring fence and put away that is growing. Remember, part of what you're trying to do is take advantage of the compounding nature of investing. So today, your 5 CDs may look small, but if you did 5 CDs every month for 10 years and it was growing at 20% per annum, you are probably on the way to see 3x, 4x value because you started small. So I think the main key here is what modest bit of cash you have. I mean, investing doesn't come without risk, but over the long term, we know all these markets generally trend upwards. So take opportunity to start and make sure that in as much as you are tight, you are also making the decision on how to plan for your future as well by letting some of that money that is already in your pocket to do some work for you as well. Let the money work as hard as you worked to earn it. All that.
Yeah. That's a great capping on the conversation. But I would like to reach out to you again as we are calling professionals like yourself to create courses and training materials on Ready for Work. Financial literacy is and investing for the masses. I love this caption, investing for the masses. It will be a great course on Ready for Work to educate young people, early career professionals, and even students about investment and how to own some of these companies that we build. You talked about MTN. I don't know anybody here who hasn't bought MTN. Just today alone, we spent a lot of airtime on MTN, in here, streaming this. So yes, let's continue the conversation and see how we can
do expect to hear from me.
We'll do all the best for the rest of the journey.
Hi.
You know, I was thinking so that
Interestingly, I'm Ghanaian, Nigerian, Benin. So
Oh, yeah.
born and raised here, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I live in
Impressive.
Accra.
Okay. Welcome to SFAN.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Is my sound all right? I know the traffic took some of your time, but was it difficult finding us?
Oh, not at all. I mean, from the boardroom, I was in
Yeah.
a board meeting.
Right.
Right after the board meeting, drove right out here.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
My stomach has begun to cry, but don't worry, I'm still active and strong.
Yeah.
So
Kudos.
Right, so the creative girl in the corporate world, balancing passion, purpose, and impact. This is an amazing topic.
Thank you.
I was having a similar conversation with the lady in media, Queen Reg.
Okay.
So obviously it's our first encounter, and I've had a look at your profile, some of your work, but for individuals that haven't really gotten a first-hand experience of what you do, what do they need to understand about you for them to appreciate this topic and understand the message you're about to pass across to them?
Very simple. I actually like to work in threes. Because someone told me about the power of three. Easy to remember, very memorable. Yes. So the creative girl in the corporate world, I'm looking at balancing sustainability, social impact, and storytelling. So those are the three focus for me. And for this particular interview, I'm looking at how I'm marrying all of this with passion and with impact and with purpose.
Right.
So my background stems, interestingly, like Eugene mentioned, his background he ended up, like he started off with mathematics, ended up on Wall Street.
Yeah.
I started off with computer science, ended up in marketing. Hopefully, definitely not the place I thought I will be.
First person.
Definitely not the storytelling, but what got me into that space was Steve Jobs.
Okay.
Interestingly, I think my third year in uni, back in HSC, my lecturer said, be like Steve Jobs. You don't want to be the computer scientist that come up with the best program, but can't sell your products. So I actually wanted to be like Steve Jobs. I can code, I can stand on stage and sell my products, then at the end of the day, I can keep my books.
Right.
So I wanted to be as versatile as I could be.
That's impressive.
And the most versatile space I knew, what I've heard of during that period, was marketing.
Right.
So right after school, I got my first opportunity in marketing, and I fell in love with the process. It's one of those spaces where people have like this misconception, there are lots of myth, misunderstanding around it, and I love a good challenge. So I thought to myself, what's the best time to break myth and change people's perception? So I jumped into the space, and one of the things that made the space enduring was storytelling.
Right.
So I love stories. I like to visualize. So I told myself, how do I tell the story of this brand to the target audience I've been assigned? So that at the end of the day, I'm translating those storytellings, those marketing activities into revenue for the business.
Right.
So that's how it started for me. So it started in hospitality, went into technology, went into fintech, got into e-commerce, agriculture, did farming for a bit as well.
Wow.
Currently in the telecom space, connectivity space, I work for a group of companies, so I work across the whole technology value chain. When I tell people that, they find it hard to believe, but yes, my jobs allow me to explore the whole technology value chain. So I'm looking at storytelling and impact in agri-tech, in fintech, in edutech, in health tech, in technology enablers, in IT, in connectivity, data center. So basically that's about me. As much as I'm in the corporate space, I often trade my heels for a pair of farm boots. So you find me either in a boardroom or on a farm doing some farming. But all the same, I love the space because I get to use storytelling across board. It doesn't matter if I have to be in the boardroom or I have to be in the farm or in a bush somewhere. as much as I can carry that story from that space into the target market, into the space that's much needed, and get the message across, I'm happy with the results. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so let's pause a little bit to be sure that the sound is okay.
Sure.
Is the sound okay now? Because somebody is saying there's a strange noise in the YouTube sound.
Oh.
Okay, it's better now.
Okay.
Right, because you're about to share a very important thoughts with our listeners. I just want it to be clear. Yeah. Great. So the Creative Girl is the first time for me to meet somebody who started off in software engineering and ended up in marketing. It used to be the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was thinking that is because your job description in software has been on the stage of many panels and conferences with regards to what AI is doing in the industry now.
Mm-hmm.
Was it
slightly
due to that?
No,
or?
it wasn't that. I'm actually very curious by nature.
Okay.
So when I come across a topic, I come across a subject, I come across a theme, I like to explore.
Okay.
Once my interest is sunk in,
right,
I'm all in.
Right.
So for me, marketing wasn't, it was a happy accident, if I might say. Yeah, marketing was a happy accident.
Are you enjoying marketing?
I love it.
Right. That's where I live.
Yeah, marketing was a very happy accident, and I wouldn't change anything about that. For me, what marketing and my computer science background has made me right now is very versatile.
Right.
Yeah, I can code if need be.
Right.
And I can comfortably survive in the marketing space.
Right.
But at the same time, I've learned to marry both. I use a lot of AI.
Mm-hmm.
I learn a lot about AI. When I hear a new AI, I need to learn about it. And my question now becomes, how do I marry the two with what I'm doing?
Right.
How to be more effective, more efficient? Because I am a juggling of all trades, trying to master as many things as I can.
Right.
AI has been my best friend. Yes. So because of that, because of AI, it gives me the leverage and also room to explore other activities, other interests, other hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
Because then again, AI automates my marketing for me.
Right.
It takes chunk of the process for me. But the one thing that AI hasn't actually taken from me is the creativity bit. Because at the end of the day, it's the creativity bit that differentiates you from other marketers or other marketing professionals.
Right.
You know, often than not, we say, think outside the box. But my process is, why think outside the box? Why not use the box?